Chapter 151, The Calling. Lin Mu did not enter the sleepscape this time. He was far too tired, thus he directly entered a deep slumber. An unknown amount of time later, he was woken up by a voice that was calling out to him. Lin Mu opened his eyes and felt that everything was blurry. He could hear that someone was calling to him, but could not clearly hear what they were saying except for his name. Lin Mu tried to rub his eyes to clear his vision, but everything was still blurry. He was still sleepy and dazed, thus could not think clearly. He stood up and tried to look around. He saw a strange scene. Everything was moving and the scenery would twist and turn. Sometimes it would melt, and sometimes it would shatter. The scenes were blurry, but he could sometimes make out some things such as mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. Though in addition to these things, he also saw some strange spheres. These spheres were of different colors and had different patterns and designs. Some were green with blue parts, some were green and brown, some were yellow, some were red, some were gray, some were white, and some were even black. Lin Mu continued following the sound of the voice that was calling him and walked towards it. The more he walked, the farther he got. The scenery, which mostly showed him the mountains and rivers before, was now only showing him those strange spheres. The number of spheres could not be counted and were spread everywhere. No matter where he looked, he could see spheres of different kinds there. Lin Mu kept on moving, and slowly his vision was getting clearer. Eventually, he reached a point where some spheres seemed completely clear to him while some were blurry. Pub Future ads. The voice contained to call Lin Mu, and it seemed to be guiding him towards a specific direction. Eventually, the voice got close, and Lin Mu came to stand in front of a sphere that was covered in 4 colors. The 4 colors were spread around in the form of bands. These bands were of green, blue, yellow, and dark gray colors. The green band was at the center of the sphere and seemed to be the smallest in size and covered around 10% of the sphere. The band that was just below it was blue in color and seemed to cover around 40% of the sphere. The next band that was on top of the green band was gray in color and covered 20% of the sphere. The final band was below the blue band and covered the final remaining 30% of the sphere. Overall, the sphere looked like a playing ball to Lin Mu. But at the same time, he felt as if the sphere was different. Lin Mu felt as if the sphere was much bigger than him, much, much bigger. Even though it was only the size of a palm right now, Lin Mu still felt as if it was as big as a mountain. Lin Mu could not explain this storage feeling and felt conflicted. His perception was telling him that he was both small and big at the same time. Lin Mu now heard a strange noise. It was a whirring sound that sounded similar to a spinning fan. Lin Mu, the voice called out to him. Lin Mu looked around and could not tell where this voice was coming from. Before it was coming from a specific direction, but now it was as if it was coming from all directions at once. It made Lin Mu feel disoriented and even more confused. Lin Mu, the voice called out again. Pub Future ads. Lin Mu's mind was finally starting to get a little clearer, and he could think further. Since he couldn't sense where the voice was coming from, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and tried to observe. But in a surprise to him, he could not command his spirit sense. It was as if his spirit sense was trapped in a box that was his head and could not get out, no matter how much he tried. Lin Mu kept on forcing and bashed on the box that was trapping his spirit sense. Ever since refining the spirit sense, he had gotten used to it, and it had become like a new organ to him. His spirit sense being restricted was incredibly discomforting to him and made him feel as if his freedom was being violated. He kept on bashing and bashing, but could not break free. This was now starting to make him enraged. What Lin Mu did not notice in his anger was that the sphere in front of him was getting bigger. It was expanding little by little. "No, I shall not be restrained," Lin Mu shouted. Unknowingly, Lin Mu started chanting the Burning Heart Sutra, and the box that was trapping his spirit sense started to shake. Lin Mu's spirit sense, which was in the form of a tendril, previously started to slowly morph. It started to grow and elongated. Even its thickness increased, and now it looked more like a tentacle than a tendril. But the change did not stop here. The spirit sense kept on growing and soon turned into a massive whip. The whip was as thick as a tree and was the length of a few hundred meters. Under Lin Mu's incessant chants, the whip started moving. First, it started moving from side to side and then started spinning. Eventually, it had gathered enough momentum, and with a thundering crack it slammed on to the wall of the box. Tilde crumble tilde. The powerful whip faced little resistance as it shattered the box and made it crumble. But the whip did not stop as its momentum was far too great. It kept on going, escaped Lin Mu's mind. It moved at a great speed and slammed into the first obstacle that it met. That obstacle was the four-colored sphere that had been expanding and had now become the size of a large boulder. But unlike before, the whip did not break this sphere. Instead, it was attracted to it and was sucked into it, and along with it, Lin Mu was pulled in as well. Chapter 152, A Dream. As Lin Mu was sucked in, he realized why the sphere was expanding. In reality, it was not the sphere that was growing, but Lin Mu himself that was shrinking. Only when he was being sucked did he feel the difference. His body felt as if it was being squeezed and compressed into a smaller size. Still, this did not feel painful to Lin Mu and only gave him discomfort. While being sucked, his vision once again became blurry, and he felt as if he was moving too fast to see anything. He didn't know how much time passed, but when he could see everything clearly, he had stopped moving. Lin Mu looked around and saw that he was standing on gray-colored ground, and everything around him was empty. From one horizon to the other, all he could see was gray lands. The light was very dim, and his surroundings could barely be seen. The only reason he could see the horizons was because of a strange glow that came from one of the horizons. This horizon would glow with 7 different lights and would change around. The calling which Lin Mu was hearing from all directions was now calling him towards a particular distance again. It was calling him towards the direction of the horizon. Lin Mu didn't know what to do except walking towards it, and that's what he did. But something shocking happened once he did that. Lin Mu had expected that he would need to walk for a while to reach the source of the calling, but when he took a single step towards that direction, the ground started shrinking. It was as if the horizon was folding, and he was traveling forwards at a great speed. As soon as Lin Mu's foot touched the ground, he had reached a completely different place. While the ground here was still gray, there were some other things here, such as some gray mountains, though the most eye-catching thing was the 7-colored glow that was coming from it. Lin Mu looked at it and saw that the 7-colored glow was coming from 7 orbs of light that were floating above the mountains. These 7 light orbs were arranged in a specific format. They were rotating in 2 circles, with 2 orbs in the outer circle and 5 in the inner. The 2 orbs in the outer server were of 2 different colors. One was purple and the other was azure. They would spin in a circular orbit and left behind a glowing trail. This glowing trail took the shape of a circle, and half of it looked purple while the other half looked azure. The orbs in the inner circle were of 5 different colors. They were colored red, brown, yellow, blue, and green. These 5 orbs too moved in a circular orbit and left behind a glowing trail of 5 colors that were respective to each orb. Lin Mu felt mesmerized by them and could feel that the calling was coming from there, but as soon as he took another step, everything started crumbling into dust. The mountains in front of him, the ground beneath him, and the sky above him. He did not understand what was happening, but soon saw the dust that made from the crumbling world forming into a complex pattern. This pattern had concentric circles with a pentagram and an oval in it. Along with these shapes, strange letters and characters were also written in it. This pattern shrank to the size of a palm and came to float in front of Lin Mu. Suddenly, the pattern shone brightly and blinded Lin Mu. During this time, when he was unable to see anything, the pattern shrank even more and then imprinted itself on Lin Mu's forehead. A moment later, Lin Mu was able to see again and saw that the pattern had disappeared. Unknown to him, the pattern was currently sinking into his forehead and soon disappeared. He looked around and could not find it. Giving up on it, he soon felt a strange tug on his body. The tug soon turned into a massive force and yanked him into himself. His body collapsed into himself and reduced to a small point which eventually shrank into nothingness, leaving behind an empty void. When Lin Mu opened his eyes again, he saw a canvas roof above him. He felt the soft bolster below his head and the bed roll below his body. "Am I back? So that was just a dream," Lin Mu muttered to himself. A few minutes ago, just as Lin Mu had shattered the box that was trapping his spirit sense and was subsequently sucked into the four-colored sphere, Zhukang was silently cultivating inside the ring. He had engrossed himself in his cultivation, and from time to time, one of the silvery gray streaks that were shining in the sky would break into a stream of particles and be absorbed by him. These silvery gray streaks were incredibly pure and condensed masses of spatial attribute qi. After overseeing Lin Mu help Hai Yingji, Zhukang too wanted a little rest. And rest for him was nothing but cultivating. But he had never thought that he would suddenly sense the link between his avatar body and main body becoming stronger all of a sudden. Zhukang opened his eyes in shock as he sensed his main body. "What is happening? Why did the link get so strong all of a sudden? It's almost as it," Zhukang thought and trailed off. Then his eyes opened even wide as he realized something. "It's almost as if the world's barrier does not exist," Zhukang spoke out loud. He sensed his main body and tried to see if he could use its cultivation base, but just before Zhukang could dig deeper into it, the situation passed. His link to his main body returned to its weak state again. What was that? Was that just a normal fluctuation in the void? Or something more? Chapter 153, Disturbance in the World Barrier. While Zhukang was pondering about the phenomenon that had just happened, there was something else happening at the Sky Precepts sect. At the star-catching peak, in a large hall, disciples could be seen sitting in their respective positions on the formation. The formation was glowing and would sometimes show things on an ethereal screen that hung in the air. There were hundreds of disciples sitting on the formation, with a majority being peak chi refining realm cultivators and some core condensation realm cultivators. In a separate hall from that, 20 gray-robed elders were sitting on a formation array similar to the disciples previously. Except this formation array was much more complex than the other one and had multiple layers to it. These 20 gray-robed elders all had the design for star-catching peak embroidered on the front of their robes, and were the nascent soul realm elders of the star-catching peak. If it were anywhere else, any of these 20 elders could make a sect of their own. Just this showed the power and reserves of the Sky Precepts sect. At the head of this formation array sat another elder, but this elder was not a man but an old woman. She had faint wrinkles on her face and seemed to be in her mid-50s. She was dressed in a black robe and similarly had the symbol of the star-catching peak on her robes. The aura that emitted from her told one that she was higher than the other elders and was at the Tao shell realm. She was none other than the peak head of the star-catching peak. All the elders and the disciples of the star-catching peak were currently engrossed in operating the star-catching formation array and were fully focused on it, except for the peak head. She was merely looking at the screen and did not participate. Just as she was looking at the screen, she felt someone's presence behind her. "What brings you here, Head Elder Han?" The peak head spoke in a calm voice. The person that was standing behind was none other than the black-robed Elder Han. He had appeared behind her soundlessly, and it was not clear how he had reached there. "I've just come to assess the progress of the new batch of disciples." Head Elder Han spoke in a friendly tone. The peak head snorted lightly and turned to look at Head Elder Han. "If you were here for that, you would have directly gone to see them and would not have come to the core chamber like this." The peak head spoke. "Ah, peak head Meili, you know the situation had not been well lately, so I just wondered how you were faring after the recent loss," Head Elder Han replied. Peak head Meili did not respond and simply turned back to look at the screen that was showing a mass of characters that would switch and change around. Tilde cough tilde. An awkward silence descended, and Head Elder Han coughed to dispel it before speaking. "Well, It seems like I should head on to check on the disciples then. He was just about to leave when suddenly the formation array disappeared, and the screen faded away as well. The 20 nascent soul realm elders that were sitting on the formation array all simultaneously opened their eyes, and so did the other disciples. Oh, seems like the disciples could no longer handle it. One of the nascent soul realm elders spoke. Yes, they did last longer than before, though. Another one spoke in a praising tone. A few seconds later, the formation started glowing again, and the screen appeared once again. But while the nascent soul realm elders were talking amongst themselves, the expressions on the faces of Head Elder Han and Peak Head Meili were of dread. They looked at each other for a moment and subtly nodded. Peak Head Meili turned to the 20 elders and spoke. Seems like we can give the new disciples a break for now. Let them return to their abodes. I need to go do something as well. The 20 elders stood up and cupped their hands in acknowledgement. As you command, Peak Head, they all spoke in unison. Peak Head Meili lightly nodded and left along with Head Elder Han. They appeared outside the core room and soon moved to a secluded building that was located on a corner of the star-catching peak. They moved at a blinding speed and reached there in less than a minute. After reaching there, Peak Elder Meili gestured in the air and a string of characters appeared. They arranged themselves in a formation, and soon a barrier was formed around the building. Now no one can hear us, Peak Head Meili spoke. That's good. We don't want anyone except for the two of us to know about this, or it will lead to chaos. Head Elder Han spoke in a serious tone. So was it really what I think it was? Peak Head Meili questioned with apprehension. Indeed, you should have read the old records. You know what this pertains. Head Elder Han answered. But if the world barrier really disappeared, why was it only for a few seconds? Back when the tragedy occurred, the entire peak had shut down for months now. We could only repair the formation and get it functional a little while ago. Peak Elder Meili spoke in a doubtful tone. Because this time it was not an expert undergoing ascension who broke through the world barrier, but rather something else that caused the world to lower its own barrier. This is all that I can deduce. Head Elder Han spoke in an unsure tone. Peak Head Meili suddenly had a change of expression, as if she had realized something. She withdrew a jade slip from her storage treasure and held it for a few moments and closed her eyes. She then opened her eyes, which had hints of fear in them. So you figured it out. What did you see in the hidden records? Head Elder Han asked. Invader, but not any invader but an old one, the ancestors. They missed someone. Or one survived. Chapter 154, Waking Up. Lin Mu touched his face and ensured that he really was in the real world and had woken up. He then sat up and touched his surroundings as well. Once he confirmed that everything was as he had known, he took a breath of relief. So that really was a dream, a strange one at that. It was as if my spirit sense was really trapped, Lin Mu thought. But just as he thought that, an idea popped into his mind. Acting on this idea, he released his spirit sense and extended it. As soon as he extended it, though, he was shocked. He had a hidden feeling that what had happened in the dream was not completely fake. And that's what it was. In Lin Mu's dream, he remembered that his spirit sense was hundreds of meters long and was incredibly strong. The same had happened here, except that it was not exactly the same, while it had increased its range. It was only extended up to 80 meters, 10 times of what it was before he went asleep. This is amazing. How is this possible, though? Lin Mu spoke out loud in surprise. But him extending his spirit sense had another effect. Tilde shing tilde. A strange sound was heard that was similar to how unsheathing a sword felt. A swooping sound was heard as a few people shouted out loud. Watch out. Whoa. Pub future ads. A tearing sound was then heard as the canvas walls of the tent were torn and an object entered from it. It came to float in front of Lin Mu and hovered there while humming faintly. It was none other than Lin Mu's short sword. Somehow it had come flying to him. What? Lin Mu spoke in shock as he saw the short sword floating. Hold it, it's responding to you now. Zhu Kung suddenly spoke. Lin Mu heeded his words and held on to the handle of the short sword. As soon as he held it, the short sword stopped thrumming and calmed down. Lin Mu looked at it from top to bottom and couldn't see any differences in it. Zhu saw this and knew what Lin Mu was thinking. It's not a physical change. It's just the spirit control link that it had established with you. While it responded before back when you didn't have a strong enough spirit sense, it was only acting on instinct. But now that your spirit sense is sufficiently strong, it will heed your commands. Zhu explained. Try connecting your spirit sense with it. You should be able to control it, Zhu added. Lin Mu did as he was asked and connected his spirit sense with the short sword. He thought that it would be complex at first, but it was. Instead, it was as if it was instinctive, his spirit sense attached to the short sword, and Lin Mu felt as if it was now like a part of his body. Lin Mu let go of the short sword and it kept on floating in the air. He flicked his spirit sense, and with it, the short sword moved. But in his amazement, Lin Mu had forgotten where he was. The small flick of spirit sense was too large, and the short sword moved with a fast momentum. That small movement of spirit sense was amplified much more in the short sword, and it slashed out, destroying the canvas tent. The tent fell apart in 2 parts, and Lin Mu was revealed to the elements. Faint sunlight dappled his face as he looked at the members of High Corps that were staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. They were first scared by the short sword, which had suddenly started flying and had barely missed their heads, and now it was a tent that had been split in half. They felt as if this was going to be a long and tough day. The short sword, it's flying. Someone who had not noticed the short sword until now spoke. It's a spirit sword, a high-grade one at that, one of them exclaimed. But just as that man shouted that out loud, another one of the men slapped him on the back of his head. Watch what you say, the man whispered to him. The man immediately zipped his lips and looked on over at Lin Mu. He had a nervous look on his face and was worried that he had offended Lin Mu. But to his relief, Lin Mu was instead focused on the short sword itself. Lin Mu was waving it around and trying to get a judgment of how much force he was supposed to apply. Since his spirit sense had grown much more stronger than before, about 10 times. He was not accustomed to using it and was experiencing the problem. A few minutes later, he finally got a good grasp on it and could control the short sword freely like a third arm. But along with this, he realized another thing. With each passing second that Lin Mu used the short sword, 1 wisp of spirit chi was used. After sleeping and waking up, Lin Mu only had about 600 wisps of spirit chi in his danshan. And now that he had used it for a couple of minutes, that amount had fallen to below 100 wisps. You need to be careful with your spirit chi consumption. Cultivators usually don't have a spirit sense as strong as you in the chi refining realm, thus your consumption of spirit chi is much higher. You shouldn't use the full range of your spirit sense when it's not required, or you will deplete it fast. In addition to this, there will be a spike in the consumption of spirit chi when you use your spirit sword to attack, so you need to be extremely sure when you strike. But once you reach the peak stage of the chi refining realm and have refined enough liquid spirit chi, you'll be able to use the spirit sword freely, Zhu explained. Lin Mu felt even more amazed and understood much better now. But along with this, another idea popped into his mind and his eyes lit up with excitement. Before you think of this, know that you still can't fly on the spirit sword. The consumption will be immense and you will drain all of it in a few seconds. Zhu spoke in a cold tone and broke the excitement of Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt as if water was spilled on his plans, but soon picked himself up as he remembered there were far too many things he needed to take care of for now. Lin Mu first decided to check up on Hai Yingji. He had told the team members to inform him if anything happened and they hadn't, so it meant that everything was going well. Lin Mu went to the tent in which Hai Yingji was resting and walked inside. He saw that he was still unconscious, but his condition seemed to be well from the outside. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and checked his internal condition and discovered that while the injuries had not completely healed, they were still better than before. At least he's improving, Lin Mu muttered. After checking up on Hai Yingji, he walked back outside and saw that the men were cleaning up the destroyed tent. One of them saw him and walked up to him. "Do you have any orders, Senior?" the man asked. It was the same man who was the first in supporting Lin Mu in healing Hai Yingji. "We need to inform the other team. I don't think we can continue the mission like this." Lin Mu spoke, stating the problem. The man's expression fell, and he nodded. "That is true, Senior. With our strongest expert down, there isn't much we can't do. Before you woke up, we were discussing our course of action, but we didn't want to decide it without you. Now that Senior Hai Yingji is injured, you're the one who's in command." The man spoke. Only now did Lin Mu realize that he had never asked the man for his name. In fact, he had not asked anyone's names somehow. What's your name?" Lin Mu asked. My name is Zai Bohai." The man introduced himself. "Zai, not Hai?" Lin Mu asked, feeling perplexed. "Oh yes, Senior. We did not take up the Hai name as we were to be the reserve force of the Hai Corps. Since we had to disguise and live a normal life for a long time, the Lord had decided that it was better this way," Zai Bohai explained. Lin Mu nodded in understanding, and then took a look around at the rest of the members. "Zai Bohai, tell me, how are the others? Have they recovered?" Lin Mu questioned with a straight expression. "Yes, Senior. All of us have recovered and are ready for any task you may deem necessary." Zai Bohai spoke in a respectful tone. "That's good. Now the first task is to inform the other team. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Mu questioned. Lin Mu didn't know if they had the means to contact others, but seeing their previous methods and them being resourceful, he was kind of expecting something. "Of course, Senior. We still have the locating compasses. As long as we are close to them, we will be able to find them," Zai Bohai spoke. "Very good. How long will it take you to inform them then?" Lin Mu questioned. "I'll dispatch 2 of our men right away. It shouldn't take more than a day or 2 at the most," Zai Bohai answered. "Yes, do that. Meanwhile, I have something to do," Lin Mu replied, and then walked towards the copras of the Alpha Steelback Wolf. Chapter 155, The Beast Corps. Lin Mu came to stand in front of the Alpha Steelback Wolf and observed it. The large stab wound in its skull was still dripping with blood, as his short sword was only recently retrieved. There were other smaller wounds on its body, but they were no longer bleeding. Compared to Hai Yingji, the Alpha Steelback Wolf was relatively unscathed. This made Lin Mu wonder why. Although Hai Yingji was supposed to have a higher cultivation base than the beast, he still lost. He wondered if the bloodline awakening was really that impressive. It is indeed rather surprising that Hai Yingji lost. From what I observed, it seemed to me as if his spirit chi stores were much lesser than they should have been. We've already seen his core, so it's obvious that there is some problem that we don't know of. Zukang spoke. "We should get some idea after observing the Alpha Steelback Wolf's beast core." Lin Mu replied in his mind, and then extended his spirit sense. Now that his spirit sense was 10 times as stronger than before. Lin Mu had an easy time scanning the corpse. Lin Mu knew that when beasts reached the core condensation realm, they would similarly form a spirit chi core, which was called as the beast core. Though there were some exceptions as well. There were some beasts that could form a core before they even reached the core condensation realm. The cores that were formed when they were in the chi refining realm were called as pseudo-cores. Any beast that could form a pseudo-core was considered to be exceptional, and was often multiple times stronger than its normal counterpart. While this usually only happened with beasts that had high-ranked bloodlines, sometimes normal beasts could also achieve this through a stroke of luck. Lin Mu's spirit sense pierced the Alpha Steelback Wolf's body and started scanning around for the beast core. Depending on the species of the beast, its core could be anywhere in the body, though in most cases it was either in their head or their chest. Pub Future ads. Lin Mu didn't have to search for long as he found the core easily. The core of the Alpha Steelback Wolf was in its chest, right above its heart. Lin Mu observed it and found that it was completely different from Hai Yingji's core. Not only was it bigger in size, but its color was also different. While Hai Yingji's core was of a white color, the alpha steelback wolf was of a gray color and had a brown pattern on it that was similar to the one on its body. Wanting to observe it even better, Lin Mu used his short sword and swiftly dug out the core. Blood that was still warm spilled from the beast's chest and stained Lin Mu's clothes. He didn't mind it as he was still wearing the tattered clothes from yesterday and had the mind to throw them away anyway. He pulled out the bloodied beast core and rubbed it on his clothes to clean it. The beast core slightly gleamed in the sunlight and seemed to be heavier than its size. Lin Mu guessed that the core was easily more than 200 grams, even though it was only about the size of an olive. Hai Yingji's core was even smaller and was the size of a pea. Lin Mu probed the beast core with his spirit sense and felt as if he was blocked. Huh, Lin Mu muttered in surprise. The beast core has an immense amount of spirit chi condensed in it. Of course your spirit sense can't penetrate it, Zukong spoke. Not only that, but this beast has also awakened a bloodline ability. You see those patterns on the beast core, those are the mark of an awakened bloodline. Usually, if a beast core has marks such as those, it means that the beast that it belonged to had awakened a bloodline ability, though there are certain exceptions to this. Zukong explained further. So we know that something is definitely wrong with Hai Yingji then? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, that is true. Unless we can observe a few more core condensation realm cultivators, this is all that we can do, Zukong answered. Pub future ads. All right, now this is done, I want to check up on something more. Lin Mu spoke with a serious tone. Oh, what do you want to do? Zukong asked, feeling strange. I want to go and search for the clues on my own. Now that I have a stronger spirit sense, it should be relatively safe. And even if someone does find me, I'm confident I can escape using my skills. If I stay with the high core, won't be able to freely use my skills, and with Hai Yingji out of commission, our protection is gone anyway. Lin Mu spoke and took a pause. This way, at least this trip won't go to a waste. Hopefully, by the time the other team gets the news, I'll be back as well. Lin Mu continued in a tired tone. Although his decision is risky, it's good that he's taking it. He needs to learn to take risks. Anyway, if push comes to shove, I can temporarily help him hopefully. Zukong thought to himself. Fine then, though I don't think you can tell these people what you are going to do, can you? Zukong replied. Lin Mu thought for a bit over it. It was indeed true that the high core may not be open to Lin Mu leaving on his own. They were now down one man and were overall weakened. Their morale was also lower than before. I'll just have to make an excuse, I guess. Lin Mu spoke and then walked towards Zai Bohai. Zai Bohai had just finished telling his fellow members of Lin Mu's orders and saw Lin Mu approach him. Do you have any more orders, Senior? Zai Bohai questioned. Yes, well, not exactly. I just want to inform you that I'll be cultivating on my own for 2 days. Lin Mu answered, cooking up a lie. Chapter 156, A Cave. Zai Bohai felt confused after hearing Lin Mu's words. Lin Mu noticed this too and had a bad feeling. He wondered if he would buy it or not. But then he saw that Zai Bohai suddenly had a change of expression, and his eyes made it seem as if he had just had a realization. Ah, Senior just had an epiphany. It is understandable that you would want to capitalize on it. Zai Bohai spoke in an enthusiastic tone. Lin Mu silently took a breath of relief. While he could still go off without considering the situation of the high core, he would still not feel well doing that. Now that Zai Bohai had unknowingly given him a way out, Lin Mu jumped at it. And technically, Lin Mu did have a certain kind of epiphany. At least that's what he told himself. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. I would also like that you do not disturb me in that period. Lin Mu replied. That will be fine, Senior. I doubt any more beasts will come here because of the alpha steelback wolf scent. They should stay away for a few days at least, Zai Bohai added. Lin Mu's eyes went slightly wide, but he controlled himself. What Zai Bohai had just spoken had taken off another burden off his back. I'll be leaving after a while. I need to prepare for a bit, Lin Mu informed, and then was just about to walk when another thought came to his mind. Can you also skin and butcher the alpha steel-back wolf as well as some of the other wolves for me?" Lin Mu asked. "Sure, Senior, it won't be a problem," Zai Bohai replied, and then went to the carcass of the beast. Seeing him walk away, Lin Mu let out another breath of relief. He then picked a tent and went inside. Since his tent was destroyed and all others were empty, it was easy for him to choose one. Lin Mu changed his soiled and tattered clothes and washed his face before sitting down on the bedroll. He then chanted the Serving Heart Sutra and recuperated his depleted spirit chi. 4 hours later, he was done and opened his eyes. He walked outside and saw the meat that had been butchered and cut into pieces. It had been wrapped up in their pelts for convenience and was ready for Lin Mu to take. Lin Mu took one last look around the small camp and bid everyone farewell. He stored the meat in his ring and left the camp. He went towards the northwestern direction and tried to see if he could find any clues. Lin Mu was also a little suspicious of the alpha steel-back wolf's attack and thus wanted to know more. Alas, all the tracks of the wolf pack had been covered due to the snow that had fallen last night. It was still snowing, but it was light. The snow on the ground was about 6 inches deep, but Lin Mu didn't have much problem navigating through it. Lin Mu also left marks on trees so that he could find his way back. Although he was experienced with the forest, he was not so familiar with it that he could easily find his way back. The markings and his newly enhanced spirit sense would help him with that. Along the way, Lin Mu spotted some spirit beasts and some normal beasts, but did not clash with them. He didn't want to create too much of a ruckus and attract attention to himself. Who knows if the culprits were nearby or not? There were some times where he found the nests of beasts, and he had no choice but to go around them. This ended up extending his journey a little bit. 12 hours had passed since Lin Mu had left the camp behind. The sun had already set, and the forest had become dark. It had also started to snow, and Lin Mu felt as if a storm would be coming soon. The winds were getting stronger as well. Lin Mu had walked far enough that he was now close to the mountains and the hills. This should be far enough for now. I'll find a place to rest, Lin Mu thought to himself. He didn't have to look far, as with one sweep of his spirit sense he found a suitable place. Not far from him, there was an opening that seemed to be a cave. It was just at the very edge of Lin Mu's spirit senses range, thus he could not clearly tell. But once he walked towards there for a bit, he confirmed that it was indeed a cave. A couple of minutes later, he was at the entrance of the cave. There were some big trees that were blocking the strong winds near the entrance of the cave, so it was a bit more comfortable here. I should be able to start a fire here with little problems, Lin Mu reckoned as he took out the wood from his ring. Lin Mu had plenty of wood stored in his ring from back when he was living at the hunting shack. He had kind of forgotten about it, but now it was coming to his use anyway. A few minutes later, a fire was blazing inside the cave and illuminated its insides. Lin Mu had scanned the cave with his spirit sense and had determined that while the cave went deep, it was far too small for anything threatening to live in it. The main area of the cave was about 2 meters tall and about 4 meters wide, and it tapered down as one went deeper. After a certain point, it was less than a few inches wide. Lin Mu picked up a burning branch and went close to it. Huh, it's actually a fissure, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu looked down and saw some traces of water near his feet. Looks like it was created due to water coming through it. It probably gets flooded when it rains and the water comes through the mountains. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded and returned to the fire. He wanted to cook and eat dinner. But just as he was taking out some meat from his ring, he heard it. Tilde roar tilde. It was a roar, and not just any roar. It was one he had heard before a few months ago. Chapter 157, The Roar. Lin Mu slammed his palms onto his ears. The roar was just too loud. Unlike before when it was distant and was simply echoing, this time it sounded close, too close. What is that? Lin Mu muttered as he struggled to handle himself. The thunderous roar was making him dizzy, and he was now lying on the ground trying to stop the sound. He writhed on the ground in pain for about a minute, after which the noise stopped. Ha, 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 it finally stopped. Lin Mu spoke as he tried to get a hold of himself. 5 minutes passed, after which Lin Mu finally felt better. His head was no longer spinning and his heartbeats had also calmed down. I felt as if I was almost going to die there for a moment. Lin Mu spoke to himself. While the beast's roar was powerful, it wouldn't have been enough to kill you. At most you would have fallen unconscious, and then that would have stopped the noise. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu felt a little surprised upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words. Not because he said he would have been fine, but because he knew that it was a beast's roar. Back when Lin Mu had heard the roar for the first time, Senior Zhukang had not been with him. Pub Future ads. Do you know what beast that was, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. No, I can't tell just from the roar, but seems like you've heard it before. Was it the same beast you talked about before? Zhukang questioned. Yes, Senior, although I still want to know what kind of beast it is. Lin Mu answered. Well, from the power of the roar, I can tell that it's a peak chi refining realm beast if not higher. But it could also be because the beast's main ability may be its roar itself. I think it's the latter, though. A core formation beast wouldn't roar like that for no reason, and there doesn't seem to be anything going on here. It's too calm. Zhukang replied. Should we investigate then? The sound did seem like it came from nearby. Lin Mu asked. You can, of course. Your skills should allow you to escape anyway, and I think the sound came from behind you. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu turned around when he heard that the sound came from behind him. He was a little astonished and wondered if that beast was in the cave or something. There shouldn't be anything here. I already checked the cave. Lin Mu thought. Didn't you feel it? The sound was reverberating. It came from deeper in the cave. Zhukang explained. Deeper, the fissure, there's something behind it, Lin Mu exclaimed. He then walked up to the fissure and checked it. No sound could be heard directly, but when he put his ear up to the fissure, he could sense a faint throbbing sound. It was as if something was breathing far away. Pub Future ads. An idea popped up in Lin Mu's mind, and he got ready. He took a deep breath and then walked towards the fissure. Instead of crashing into it, his body started passing through it as if it had turned immaterial. Lin Mu was using the third skill that he had obtained phase. Lin Mu kept his spirit sense extended and made sure that there was nothing dangerous in front of him and continued walking. His spirit sense kept on depleting, but he did not have to worry about that as he had rested, and his danshan was already full. The fissure went on for a small distance and would change in size as he went on. Sometimes it would become smaller, and sometimes it would become bigger. There were even points where it was just big enough for him to snugly fit inside. When a place like this arrived, Lin Mu would rest for a bit and catch his breath. Lin Mu walked for about 200 meters through the long, winding fissure. Lin Mu couldn't tell what direction he was facing anymore, and could only depend on the fissure to find his way back when he had to. Lin Mu eventually reached the end and saw the opening. The place he had arrived at was another cave, but this one was much wider than the one before. He looked up and estimated that the cave was almost 8 meters high and about 20 meters wide. There was some water dripping from the roof of the cave, and stalagmites and stalactites could be seen spread around. This was Lin Mu's first time seeing such a big cave. While he had explored small caves that were in the hills nearby the town with his friends back when he was a child, this was still the biggest one. The temperature in the cave was chilly, but it was still warmer than outside. This cave must be quite deep in the mountains, judging from the size of it, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu scanned the cave with his spirit sense and did not discover anything peculiar. He continued onward and noticed that the floor was sloping upwards. He felt a little confused, but kept on walking and scanning with his spirit sense. After walking for 100 more meters, he noticed that this area was much drier than the one before. There was no water dripping from the roof, and it even seemed to be a bit more warmer. The floor was now no longer sloping, but rather flat. But just as Lin Mu took another step, his spirit sense detected something. He froze in place and tried to observe more with his spirit sense, but it was difficult for him as it was at the very edge of its range. He went closer and could now feel the faint vibrations in the ground. Lin Mu kneeled down and placed his ear against the floor. Then he heard it. It was a heartbeat, a powerful one at that, powerful enough to cause vibrations in the ground. Careful, Lin Mu, it seems I am wrong. This beast may be much bigger than we thought. Zhu Kang suddenly spoke. Tilda Gulp Chapter 158, A Sleeping Beast. Lin Mu nodded and swallowed his saliva as he kept his spirit sense alert. Just a meter more and then he could sense the large beast that was about 8 meters away from him. He walked even closer and observed that the beast was sleeping on the ground and was curled up against a wall. Lin Mu felt afraid of going forward, but at the same time, his curiosity was forcing him to see the beast. Stuck in a dilemma, he thought of possible solutions, until just a moment later it presented to himself. Lin Mu walked up to a wall and entered it. He then walked along the edge of the wall towards the beast. This way, even if the beast sensed him and attacked him, he would have enough time to escape into the wall. This seems a good method, Zhu Kang praised. Lin Mu kept walking and shortly reached the location of the sleeping beast. The beast was sleeping, and its body would gently move in a rhythm along with its breathing. Lin Mu was facing the beast. Back thus could not see what it was clearly. But just from its back, Lin Mu could tell that the beast was big, very big. Even though the beast was sleeping on the ground, its body was still about 2 meters tall. Its fur was brown, and there seemed to be some black patches and spots on it. Lin Mu suddenly retreated into the wall. The beast had let out a sound and had shifted a little bit. Lin Mu feared that it may have woken up, thus he quickly retread back. A few minutes later, no more sounds came, thus he walked there again. This time, he saw that the beast had changed its sleeping posture, and now he could see its limbs. They were as thick as the trunks of a tree and long claws were growing from them. There were 5 claws on each limb, and they were all about 12 inches long. Lin Mu went a bit more close and then witnessed the front side of the beast. What he saw shocked him. The upper part of the beast was black, and there seemed to be bone spurs coming out from it at random places. As soon as Lin Mu saw it, he recognized it. The bear beast, the same one that attacked Zhou Yi. Lin Mu whispered in shock. The beast moved a bit more, and now Lin Mu could see its head and upper torso clearly. Unlike its upper torso, its head was brown in color and seemed to be normal. There was a special pattern on it, though. The pattern started from its forehead and spread to its chin. The pattern looked like curved lines and edged out from the base of its eyes. From there, it went to the beast's ears and then came down to its neck, before finally reaching the center of its chest, where it formed an inverted triangle. While Lin Mu was shocked by the beast's presence, Zhu Kang was shocked because of something completely else. No, how can one of them be here? In a world such as this is simply impossible. Zhu Kang spoke out in shock. In fact, Zhu Kang was so shocked that Lin Mu could actually hear his voice in his head and had clearly heard what he had said. Senior, what happened? Lin Mu questioned as a drop of sweat fell off of his forehead. Retreat quick. Zhu Kang spoke with urgency, yet his voice seemed to be fading away for some reason. What? Lin Mu questioned. I said retreat. Zhu Kang shouted out in Lin Mu's mind with a booming voice. Lin Mu didn't take another prompt as he immediately merged into the wall and started running towards the fissure. He didn't stop or take a look back for even a moment as he ran all the way to the cave he had come from. He had even subconsciously used blink multiple times and only realized it after he had reached the cave and was in front of the fire. He slumped down onto the ground and tried to catch his breath. What happened back there, Senior? Lin Mu questioned, but got no answer. Senior, he spoke again. Senior, Lin Mu tried for the 3rd time. It took him multiple tries over 10 minutes before he felt a wave of energy pass over his body. It was a familiar wave of energy, and he had felt it before. It was similar to being doused with water. This is the same as back when Senior put the ward on me, Lin Mu realized. A few moments later, he could hear Senior Zhu Kang's voice again. That was close, but I was able to stop the ward from activating. Zhukang spoke in a tired tone. Lin Mu was rather surprised by this tone of voice and wondered what had happened to the ward. The ward? Why would it activate it here? Isn't it only supposed to activate if it's someone way above my cultivation realm? Lin Mu questioned, but then realized it a second later. No way, it can't be, can it? Lin Mu questioned in fear. Don't worry, the beast did not have a high enough cultivation base to activate it directly, Zhukang spoke, alleviating his fear. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and calmed down, but immediately the next second Senior, Zhukang spoke something that put him on the edge again. Though that beast was once indeed strong, very strong, Zhukang continued. Tilde gulp tilde. Lin Mu swelled his saliva as he tried to imagine what kind of beast could have made Senior Zhukang so tense. Even old man Jiang Wei, who supposedly had a very high cultivation base, didn't faze him. And then he also heard that Senior Zhukang had stopped the activation of the ward. The beast, if it was in its normal condition, then it would be above the immortal ascension realm, Zhukang revealed. It was as if lightning had struck Lin Mu's mind as he suddenly felt dizzy again. Chapter 159, The Great Slumber Bear. Lin Mu could not begin to even imagine such a being. The strongest beast he had seen up until now was the alpha steelback wolf, of course not including Senior Zhukang. But even then, looking at that bear beast, it did not seem as if it was that strong. Now that Lin Mu thought about it, the aura that he could feel coming off of it was weak. It almost seemed as if it was injured. But still, Senior, why would the ward activate if it's weak now? Lin Mu questioned. That is because of that beast's bloodline. That bear beast you saw there is something unique. Even for me, I have only seen a few of its kind before, and they are certainly not residents of a world such as this. A world like this cannot even handle the cultivation of one such as it, a juvenile. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu felt even more astonished, as the situation was just getting more and more strange to him. A juvenile, does that mean? Lin Mu spoke and trailed off as he realized it. Yes, that bear beast. It's a child, Zhukang spoke, confirming his doubts. But, if it's a child, then is its cultivation really above the immortal ascension realm? Lin Mu questioned again. Pub Future adds. Yes, even a child of its species can be above the immortal ascension realm when it's born, though this one has been weakened too much. Zhukang spoke in a slightly reminiscent tone. What is the name of the beast? Lin Mu finally asked, realizing that he still did not know about the beast's name. That beast is called as the Great Slumber Bear. It is a beast that can only be found in higher worlds and is immensely strong. So strong that even though this one does not have a high cultivation base, just its bloodline aura is enough to activate the ward I placed on you. And let me tell you, if the ward had activated back then, while it would have scared the beast away, it would have also depleted more than half of the ward's energy. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu felt a little terrified at this aspect. He had already heard from Senior Zhukang that the ward was not permanent and would deplete its energy every time it was used. But Senior Zhukang had told him not to worry about it at that time and had told him that it would still last a long time. But now that he heard there was something that could deplete more than half its energy, it just made him realize what a big waste that could be. Lin Mu then thought to the bloodline of the Great Slumber Bear. If just its bloodline was so strong, then what kind of bloodline ability did it have? But Zhukang seemed to have read Lin Mu's thoughts, as he started explaining more about it before he even asked. The Great Slumber Bears are unique beast mostly due to their bloodline ability. The bloodline ability is called as the Well of Slumber. This ability allows them to increase their cultivation base just by sleeping. Similar to how the more water you pull out from a well, the more water you will obtain. The more the beast sleeps, the more its cultivation will increase. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu felt a bit dumbstruck at this bloodline ability. If anything, it felt a bit unfair to him. Pub Future adds. It is indeed a beast that has been blessed by the heavens. Lin Mu muttered to himself. It is not all good as you think, though. This ability also has a side effect. They cannot totally control when they sleep. It takes them many years to learn how to control the ability, and only the adults of its species can fully understand it, Zhukang said. Upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words, more thoughts went through Lin Mu's mind until a different thought came. Lin Mu wondered if there was anyone that had been able to acquire and assimilate the bloodline ability of a great slumber bear. Senior, if its bloodline ability is this strong, then shouldn't there be other cultivators stronger than it that obtained it? Lin Mu questioned with a strange glint in his eyes. Zhukang had seen the strange glint that Lin Mu had right now in his eyes before, and was now feeling a bit uneasy. Yes, a lot of people have, but all of them died. That bloodline ability is not something that can be controlled by people easily. Even peerless cultivator and people who could have been said to have been blessed by heavens have perished. Zhukang answered. Why is it so? What's so dangerous about the ability? It seems rather straightforward to me. Lin Mu questioned further. The reality is that the bloodline ability of beasts are not always compatible with humans, and often present in ways that are harmful. Some abilities just take a long time to get used to, and the side effects that its owner has in that period end up harming or killing them. In case of the great slumber bear, the side effect is the uncontrollable sleep. Once a cultivator assimilates the bloodline, it will immediately show its effects. The sleep that is induced is long, very long, so much so that the cultivator in question will die from starvation. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu once again felt perplexed at this. While he had heard that even immortals could starve from the legacy of the lost immortal, he couldn't tell how it would happen in this case, since they would instead be increasing their cultivation. Starvation, but how? Won't they increase their cultivation instead? Lin Mu inquired. Nothing comes free and everything has a price. Although the Well of Slumber ability allows one to increase their cultivation as they sleep, it also consumes their vital energy, though it may not be immediate. First, the ability will consume the normal nutrients from their body, but after they are depleted, it will start using the vital energy of the body itself. Zhukang answered. Chapter 160, Lin Mu's Idea. Because the owner of the ability does not have control over it, they won't be able to wake up, and if the ability does not stop on its own, then they will simply starve to death, Zhukang added. Lin Mu felt enlightened at this and started to think further on the idea that he had had. The gears and cogs in his head moved, and a stream of ideas passed through it until finally, he had another doubt. You said that they end up sleeping for a long time, right? Then what was the longest time a cultivator has slept for, and what was the shortest? Lin Mu asked. From what I know, the longest a cultivator was able to survive was about 500 years, while the shortest time in which one was able to wake up was 6 months. Zhukang answered as he jogged his memories. I see, Lin Mu muttered as he now had a hand on his chin and was thinking deeply. Lin Mu had completely forgotten about the dangerous incident that had happened a short while ago and was completely engrossed in his thoughts. He stayed like that for 2 hours, and the fire in front of him crackled. Lin Mu had even forgotten about his hunger and could not think of anything except for what was going through his mind. Finally, Lin Mu snapped out of his strange state and looked back at the end of the cave. Senior Zhukang, I have come to a decision. You said before that I need to forge my own path and learn to take risks. That time has now come. Lin Mu declared as a determined expression appeared on his face. Zhukang suddenly had a bad premonition and was actually dreading what Lin Mu was about to say. While he had indeed told Lin Mu to do that, this was proving to be rather unnerving to him and couldn't tell why. In all the countless years that he had lived, this was one of the handfuls of situations when he had felt nervous. Pub future ads. And what have you decided? Zhukang spoke in a calm tone that kind of seemed to be forced. I will learn and cultivate the technique that was created by the lost immortal, Lin Mu answered. Zhukang suddenly connected the dots, and links started forming in his mind. He then realized what Lin Mu was probably thinking and was getting at. Don't tell me you, Zhukang muttered. Yes, with the help of the lost immortal's technique, I will resolve the flaws of the Well of Slumber, Lin Mu affirmed. After confirming Lin Mu's words, Zhukang started doubting his own judgment. He wondered if he should stop Lin Mu right here and now, or should he let him proceed. But still, whatever he did, Zhukang realized that they still did not know fully about the condition of the juvenile great slumber bear. Wait before you go ahead. We still don't know much about this beast. You saw its strange condition, and we also know about the invader. Unless we know the complete story, it will be immensely dangerous for us to proceed. Zhukang spoke in an urgent tone. Hearing Senior Zhukang's words calmed Lin Mu down and enlightened him to the current situation. I apologize, Senior, I was getting ahead of myself. I still need to learn a lot. Lin Mu apologized. Lin Mu didn't apologize because he thought he had wronged Senior Zhukang, but rather because he realized that he was close to making a mistake which could cost him rather dearly. Zhukang secretly sighed to himself and was relieved after hearing Lin Mu. At least he stopped fast enough, Zhukang thought to himself. Zhukang stayed silent for a few seconds and thought over Lin Mu's idea. Now that he thought about it, the idea did seem to be possible. If the lost immortal's technique worked as he had intended to, then Lin Mu should be able to overcome the flaws of the bloodline ability. While the side effects of the Well of Slumber were rather dangerous, its advantage was great as well. If Lin Mu could somehow get total control over the ability, his prospects would rise up to the heavens. He would have accomplished what countless others had failed to do. Senior, will the ward activate again if I go near the great slumber bear? Lin Mu questioned. No, it should not activate in response to it anymore, Zhukang replied. Then I guess we can return to the other cave and then investigate further, Lin Mu replied. All right, but you still have to be extremely careful. Not only are we dealing with an immensely strong beast, but also an unknown invader, Zhukang responded with concern. Lin Mu simply nodded and walked towards the fissure that was at the end of the cave. He took a deep breath and then triggered the third skill phase. He entered the wall and followed the fissure all the way to the other end of the cave. He soon appeared in the other cave and deactivated the skill. He calmly and carefully walked to the location of the great slumber bear and avoided making any noise. Once Lin Mu was close enough and his spirit sense could detect its position, he stopped. Lin Mu then walked towards the wall on the opposite side and entered it. He then continued his journey all the way along the wall until he arrived opposite to the great slumber bear. He spread his spirit sense over the beast and ensured that it was still asleep. Once that was done, Lin Mu very carefully stepped out of the wall. Now he could finally look at the bear clearly. Although it was still dark in the cave, with the help of spirit sense, it wasn't much of an issue. Lin Mu could now see the most eye-catching part of the beast, that was the inverted triangular pattern on its chest. Suddenly the bear trembled for a moment and let out a low growl. Lin Mu was about to retreat, but then saw something strange. Black smoke was rising from the great slumber bear's body. Chapter 161, The Weakening Beast. Lin Mu kept his eyes trained on the black smoke and unsheathed the short sword from his back. He had seen the black smoke before and had a guess of what it was. The last time he had seen black smoke such as this was when it rose from Dongfeng Zhao's dead body. Lin Mu's guess turned out to be true, as the black smoke accumulated into a black mass that then turned into a figure that had bone spurs coming out of its body and had skulls present on it. Invader, Lin Mu muttered and entered an attack stance. Lin Mu did not know if this black figure of the invader was dangerous or not. The last time it had just disappeared and had not attacked him, but that could have only been because it was much weaker than this one. Looking at the black figure of the invader, Lin Mu could feel the same repulsive feeling that he had felt before, except this time it was much stronger. It was as if there was something deep within his soul that was commanding him to erase the presence that was in front of him. But Lin Mu did not act of this command. He knew better than that. If by some chance he were to wake up the great slumber bear, then it could spell his doom. Thus he wanted to wait and would only attack if the invader were to attack him first. Lin Mu kept on looking at the invader and was bracing for it to do something, but strangely nothing happened. Although this time the invader seemed to be much more stronger than before, it did not do anything. It did not even screech and made no sound. The invader simply disappeared and left behind a small black dot that only Lin Mu could see. It was the spatial point that was left behind. Lin Mu knew that even if he used the ring to open a spatial gate at that spatial point, it would not lead to the location of the invader. Senior Zhukang had already told him that the invader's main body was most likely in a different world, and even if he used the ring to open a gate, it would only lead to a location in the lesser void. The black smoke that was released by the great slumber bear was but a part of the invader's avatar in this world. But now a big question presented in Lin Mu's mind. Why did the avatar of the invader leave the body of the great slumber bear? Lin Mu could understand why it had happened in the case of Dongfeng Zhao, since it was a dead body, and the avatar of the invader could do nothing but leave it due to being forced by Lin Mu. But in this case, the great slumber bear was still alive and was also weakened enough. And from what Lin Mu could tell, the invader had become a parasite and had taken over a part of the beast's body. Lin Mu's gaze returned to the great slumber bear, and then he saw a change happening to it. The black patches it had on its fur were starting to fade away. A minute later, they were completely gone, and the raw and injured flesh beneath it was revealed. Evidently, the invader's hostile takeover had injured the beast plenty. But Lin Mu could notice another thing. The injuries were actually not bleeding and seemed to be slowly healing. What is happening? Lin Mu muttered to himself. The great slumber bear, it's expelling the invader from its body. I should have expected this before. The bloodline of a great slumber bear is not something that can be easily challenged. Zhukang suddenly spoke up. Lin Mu observed with his spirit sense and discovered that the aura of the great slumber bear was actually getting weaker. The minuscule waves of spirit qi that were emitted from its body had gotten even more weak than before. Its cultivation, it's regressing, Lin Mu questioned. Indeed, in order to expel the invader from its body, the great slumber bear is sacrificing its cultivation base, Zhukang answered. But isn't this dangerous for it? I mean, if it gets too weak, won't other beasts attack it and kill it? Lin Mu presented his doubts. That is true, but just the innate strength of the great slumber bear's body is enough to defend against core condensation beasts. Although it is sacrificing its cultivation, it is also saving itself, because if the invader takes over its body, it will die anyway. Besides, the great slumber bear can easily recover its cultivation base back by using its bloodline ability. It is just a matter of decades, and the beast will return to the peak of its strength back again, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu heard Senior Zhukang's words and kept on staring at the changes that were happening in the beast. Its wounds had healed after a few minutes, and it had stopped twitching. Even while all this was happening, the great slumber bear had not woken up. The beast does live up to its name. Its slumber is indeed great, Lin Mu spoke internally. Though the number of black patches on the great slumber bear had reduced for now, there were still many bone spurs and black fur left on the torso of the beast. This does present an opportunity for you. Now, you just have to wait for the beast to expel the entirety of the invader from its body. Once that is done, it should become weak enough that you will be able to kill it, Zhukang stated. Lin Mu heard Senior Zhukang's words and indeed found them to be accurate. Now all he had to do was to wait and watch. Once the beast became weak enough, that would be the opportunity to strike. Still, there was another question, and that was how long would this take? How long would I need to wait, Senior Zhukang? Lin Mu questioned. From the speed, it's expelling it and its current cultivation base, I would say at least a year, Zhukang answered. Chapter 162, Goals. Upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words, Lin Mu did not feel disappointed. If anything, he felt calm, as this only meant that he had more time to prepare for it. Not to mention, even if he killed the great slumber bear, he still did not know how he would obtain its bloodline. Lin Mu's guess turned out to be true, as Senior Zhukang soon continued his explanation. The bloodline of the great slumber bear is very strong, thus you will need to prepare beforehand. Usually, when a beast is killed for the purpose of obtaining its bloodline, it is stored in a special container. But you don't have that luxury. Thus, when you kill the great slumber bear, you will have to assimilate the bloodline right away. But the next problem that you will face after assimilating the bloodline would be the activation of the ability, Well of Slumber. If you do not prepare well and fall asleep, you will simply starve to death. Thus, during this time period, you need to learn the technique of the lost immortal. But simply having the technique won't be enough. Assimilating a bloodline is a tough task. You need a strong will and body to be able to successfully do it. Especially in the case of an immensely strong bloodline of the great slumber bear, your body will need to be very strong. Thus, for that, you will need to reach the completion of the body tempering realm and saturate your body with the maximum amount of vital energy that you can. Zhukang explained in detail. After hearing and comprehend Senior Zhukang's words, Lin Mu started to formulate his plans for the upcoming year. He now had a goal, which was to obtain the bloodline of the great slumber bear. In addition to this, there were some other goals he needed to complete. The first of which was to investigate the culprits, and the next was to increase his own cultivation. Lin Mu sighed at the multitude of tasks that he needed to do, but his eyes seemed to be glowing with determination. He was not appalled at this, but was rather looking forward to it. Lin Mu was also feeling that they were making little waste after coming all this way. Seems like we will have to find the great slumber beast once again next time. Lin Mu spoke. That won't be much of a problem. A great slumber bear, once it enters its sleeping phase, won't move from its location unless it is disturbed. This cave seems to be rather isolated, and just the mere presence of the great slumber bear will repel most beasts. Also, considering its current condition and its recovery period, it's likely that it won't wake up for more than a year at least. Zhukang replied. That should make it easy for us. I'll have plenty of time too, and should be able to prepare everything till then, Lin Mu said while nodding his head. Now that Lin Mu knew what to do next, he wanted to check out the rest of the cave. He continued on forward and entered the wall. Only when he was a sufficient distance away from the great slumber bear did he come out of the wall and deactivate the skill phase. Lin Mu kept his spirit sense alert and would scan the area that was in front of him every few seconds, ensuring that nothing dangerous was there. The way floor that he was walking on once again became sloping, and he started ascending again. Lin Mu must have walked for at least 800 meters more along the winding and curving cave until finally he reached its exit. The exit of the cave was rather large, being about 6 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Lin Mu was rather surprised that such a big cave was unknown. The hunters should have known of it most likely, but somehow it had still stayed hidden. Only when he walked a short distance away did he realize why. The mouth of the cave was at a slanting angle such that the trees and the face of the mountain would hide it. From far away, the mouth of the cave was completely hidden, and no hunter would spot it easily. The snow only made it easy to hide as well. Lin Mu looked around but did not see anything peculiar. I should climb a tree and get a gauge of the area. Perhaps I'll find something nearby, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu found a relatively short tree and used blink to appear at a branch that was at its top. From there, he blinked to another tree and kept on going upwards until he finally reached the highest point he could for now. Lin Mu took a look around and saw the white and green spread of land that was the northern forest. Behind him was the mountain out of which he had walked out of, and in front of him was the rest of the northern forest. Far in the distance, he could see the northern mountain ranges as well. Those mountains were perhaps the farthest any hunter had ever gone, as the area beyond them was considered to be a forbidden area due to the high amount of danger. Lin Mu remembered the scary stories he heard from his parents about how there were monsters living beyond the northern mountains, and that's why it was called as a forbidden area. But now that he looked at the snowy white mountains, they looked anything but scary. They simply looked beautiful, Lin Mu muttered. The clouds in the sky had flown away, and the snow had stopped. The half-moon could be seen hog up in the sky, and stars could be seen twinkling in the blanket of night. Gently flowing wind passed through Lin Mu's hair as he stood on the top of the tallest tree. Having taken his fill of the picturesque scene, Lin Mu had decided to get down when he spotted some broken trees. Because he was at the very top and the snow had covered the land, these trees were hard to spot. Lin Mu descended to some lower trees and went towards the location where he had seen the broken trees. He then discovered that a long trail of broken trees could be seen heading towards a particular direction. Lin Mu immediately recognized what it was, and an idea appeared in his mind. He got down onto the ground and checked the broken trees. All of them were knocked down, with some of them being splintered because of a great force. Lin Mu looked at the leaves of the broken trees and judged that they were broken down not too long ago, most likely a week ago. The trail of broken trees came from the center of the forest and went all the way to the entrance of the cave. Was this done by the great slumber bear? Lin Mu questioned himself. It does seem like it, Zhukong acknowledged. Suddenly, Lin Mu remembered something. Wait. Zhou Yi told us that when he was attacked, the beast later ran away, and while running away the beast had knocked down the trees. If we follow this, we can find the site of the attack. Chapter 163, The Abandoned Cave. Now that Lin Mu had an idea of how to proceed, he acted on it. He followed the trail of the broken and knocked down trees and tried to find the site of the attack. He walked for quite a long distance and reached a relatively wide and open area that seemed to be natural. There were no more broken trees here, so Lin Mu concluded that the site of the attack should have been nearby. Now I just need to look for a broken carriage, Lin Mu muttered to himself as his eyes looked around. Since it was dark, Lin Mu was also using his spirit sense to scan the area. Still, even after searching for over 15 minutes, Lin Mu did not find anything. It was as if the carriage had disappeared into the thin air. The carriage cannot be taken away by a beast, then that means the culprits. They must have removed their traces later on, Lin Mu guessed. You should use your spirit sense to look under the snow. It's likely that the traces of the carriage and the tracks may be buried below the snow, Zhukong suggested. Lin Mu nodded his head as he looked below the snow, but his search seemed to have been for naught, as there did not seem to be any traces here either. Whoever the culprits were, they were smart enough to erase all traces. At least that's what Lin Mu thought until he found something that was stuck in the trunk of a tree. What Lin Mu had found was a broken part of a wooden plan. It had broken off in a diagonal manner, and the sharp part was embedded in the trunk of a tree. Lin Mu only found hits by chance as he was looking around, and he actually did not find this because of his spirit sense, but rather because of his own eyesight. The thing that had pulled Lin Mu's attention was actually the glint of the moonlight that had shined off of a small nail. This nail was stuck into the broken plank that was then stuck in the trunk of a tree. Lin Mu thanked his luck as he pulled out the broken piece of the plank. He looked at the broken plan and saw its finish and size. It was a properly cut and trimmed piece of wood, thus there was no doubt that it was a part of the carriage. Seems like they missed this piece. Now you just need to figure out which direction you're supposed to go, Zhukong chimed in. Lin Mu nodded in response and looked around for more clues, but he still could not find any. Pub future ads. We were supposed to meet up with the other team a distance away from here in the south, so that means the culprit's cave must be in the other direction. It could be something else, but I just have to take a chance, Lin Mu thought to himself. Having decided, Lin Mu turned to the northern direction and walked along the broad pathway. The pathway was a natural one and was basically a clearing. Lin Mu could tell that in other times of the year, animals probably passed through here, large animals. There was no other reason why such a large path was present here in the forest. Another surprising thing that Lin Mu realized was that he had not seen nor heard any beast in the surroundings. He didn't know if it was because of the weather or if it was because of the great slumber bear. It's definitely the great slumber bear. The bloodline aura of it should keep away even beasts that are many cultivation realms above it, away from it. The innate fear that's present in the bloodlines of these beasts will force them to stay away, Zhukong explained. This is good. Now we know that the beast won't be disturbed from its sleep, and we won't have to find it later. Lin Mu replied as he nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Mu had walked for about an hour now and finally got a small clue. Buried in the snow, he found a track mark that was no doubt from the wheels of a carriage. The track mark was very faint and would have been invisible if not for his spirit sense. Lin Mu carefully brushed away the snow from the place that the track was at and revealed it. He looked at it and saw that the track slightly curved to the left. This prompted him to turn his head up and look to the left. Lin Mu saw that another small clearing was present in between the trees. It was camouflaged by the snow, and he would have missed it if not for the track marks. He thus turned left and continued on. This time, Lin Mu was able to find more clues. There were faint footsteps that were buried under the snow and seemed to be coming from a single direction. The footsteps are very shallow. Whoever the culprits are, they are definitely trained in movement techniques. Zhukang spoke. Movement techniques, Lin Mu questioned as his brow raised in response. A movement technique is a special skill that can be used by a cultivator to improve their speed and agility. Some techniques are also specialized for assassination, sneaking, battle, speed, and more things, though the one in this case is but just a minor foot technique used to lighten steps. Zhukang explained. That's interesting. Perhaps I'll get to learn one sometime in the future. Lin Mu responded and continued following in the footsteps. The footsteps led him all the way to a mountain that was covered with tall pine trees. The entirety of it was covered with snow and looked beautiful. Lin Mu finally reached the side of the mountain and came to stand in front of a large boulder. Pub future ads. This is it. There's nothing here, Lin Mu muttered. He looked around, but this was where the footsteps had ended at. He used his spirit sense to observe the surroundings and detected a hollow space behind the large boulder. The boulder was placed in such a way that it leaned against the wall of the mountain. If one looked at it from far, they would think that the boulder had naturally rolled off of the mountain and had come to settle here. Lin Mu moved the snow from the ground around the boulder away and saw the dragging marks. Oh, so this boulder was moved here from the side to block the path to the cave. Lin Mu spoke. Seems like I need to make way for myself now. Lin Mu thought and tried to push the boulder. He knew that he wouldn't be able to push it with his current strength, but he still wanted to try it, hoping for a miracle. His hopes were dashed quickly, as he wasn't even able to make it budge. Even when he used the entirety of his body's strength and stretched it with spirit chi, there was no effect. The boulder was about 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. There was no way Lin Mu could move it. Don't waste your efforts, just use your skill and walk through it directly, Zhukang spoke in a chiding tone. Yes, senior, Lin Mu replied while feeling a little embarrassed. He activated the third skill phase and walked through the boulder. A second later, he appeared in a pitch-black cave. Lin Mu stayed alert and scanned the cave with his spirit sense first and did not deactivate the skill yet. He was fully expecting for there to be people here, but surprisingly there was nobody. Having confirmed that the cave was abandoned, Lin Mu deactivated the skill and lit up an old half-burned torch that was attached to one of the walls nearby. With the flame blazing, the abandoned cave was illuminated, and Lin Mu was finally able to see it. The first thing he noticed was the large number of cages that were present in the cave, along with chains and other types of restraints. There were also some pieces of furniture scattered all around, along with a few random articles. Lin Mu checked out the cages and discovered small amounts of blood in some of them. In another corner, he also found some old food. Some parts of the food had gone moldy, while the rest still seemed to be fine. Looks like they left in a hurry, Zhukang spoke. Yes, but why? Did they know we were coming here or was it something else? Lin Mu questioned in response. Lin Mu looked around and saw the rooms that were located in the different corners of the cave. Most of them were empty, and the others only had some random items left in them. All Lin Mu could understand right now was that this cave was used to temporarily hold the mercenaries here. Looks like I'll need to guide the High Corps here. They have better investigational skills than me. They should know what clues I missed. Chapter 164, Returning to the Camp. Now that he knew a bit more about the place, Lin Mu decided to return for now. He reckoned that spending any more time here would be just wasting it, and thought it would be better to leave it to the high core. But there was another problem that presented to him. He couldn't justify to them how he got into the cave in the first place. Neither could he tell them how he got there in the first place. After all, he could not tell them that he walked through the territory of a terrifyingly strong beast, could he? Not to mention that even if he did show them the path, they wouldn't be able to take it anyway. He was the only one who could walk through solid objects like that. You'll have to find an alternative path for them, Zhukang spoke. Yes, Senior. Seems like I'll need to go around the mountain once I bring them here. This mountain is visible from far, so it shouldn't be hard to guide them here, though I'll need to do something about that boulder at the entrance, Lin Mu replied. He then walked up to the boulder and thought for a minute before finding a solution that was rather simple and straightforward. Lin Mu unsheathed his short sword and amplified it with his spirit chi. Once it had a sufficient amount of spirit chi in it, he slashed it at the edge of the large boulder where it was the thinnest. Tilde swish tilde. Tilde thang tilde. The corner of the boulder was cut cleanly and fell down to the side, making some noise. If one looked at the surface of the cut boulder, they would see that it was smooth and completely uniform. Lin Mu's sword had sliced through it effortlessly. If I can't get through, I'll just cut it apart, Lin Mu thought out loud. He then pushed the piece of rock that he had cut to the side and walked out of the cave. He then turned back and looked at his handiwork. Now they shouldn't mind it, Lin Mu muttered and started walking towards the cave of the great slumber bear. An hour later, he reached the cave and walked all the way over to the beast's location. He checked to ensure that it was still sleeping, and then entered the wall by using phase and appeared on the other side of the mountain. Pub Future ads. The fire that he had lit was still burning, albeit it had grown smaller because no extra fuel had been added to it. Lin Mu looked up at the moon in the sky and estimated that there was still quite a long time till the morning. I'll eat some food and then cultivate. I should be able to return to the camp by tomorrow afternoon if I'm fast enough, Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then withdrew some of the meat and started cooking it. The meat he had taken out was the meat of the core formation alpha steelback wolf. Lin Mu generously dressed the meat in spices and prepared it well before cooking it. A tantalizing aroma spread in the cave, which made his mouth water and taste buds tingle. He sliced a piece of the meat and put it in his mouth. The roasted meat was juicy and flavorful. His taste buds jumped in joy and he felt amazed. Delicious. Seems like the stronger the beast, the better the taste, Lin Mu exclaimed. As soon as the first piece of meat was swallowed down into his stomach, a familiar warmth spread from his stomach. The vital energy and spirit chi that was stored in the meat started being absorbed by his body. It took Lin Mu a few seconds to snap out of the strange sense of euphoria. He quickly ate the rest of the meat and soon got full. The meat of a core condensation beast was rather filling for him and had satisfied his appetite for the first time after quite a bit. Lin Mu then sat cross-legged and started chanting the calming heart sutra to quickly assimilate the vital energy. Half an hour passed by and Lin Mu felt a wave of energy spread from his body. It was as if a stream of energy was drilling into his bones. Lin Mu understood what was happening and quickly focused on it. He channeled more energy and intensified the process. Soon the small stream of energy turned into a raging river, and Lin Mu directed it into his bones. The energy reached his marrows and started dousing them in it. A strange sense of pressure appeared in his body, and he felt as if a weight was placed on him. The pressure intensified until when? Tilde pop tilde. It was as if a dam had broken, and a tremor passed through Lin Mu's body. The waves of energy stopped being emanated from his body, and he opened his eyes. His eyes glimmered in under the flames of the fire in front of him. Lin Mu let out a breath, and a streak of black gas came out. The gas traveled forward and met the wall of the cave. Tilde sizzle tilde. As soon as the gas touched the wall, it started sizzling and corroded. A hole that was about an inch deep and 3 inches in diameter was formed after the black gas was dissipated. Tilda gulped Tilda. Lin Mu swelled his saliva in slight fear after seeing this sight. He had seen this happen before back in his house, but that was a wooden wall. Now it was a solid stone wall that was affected. That looks very dangerous, Lin Mu spoke in a nervous tone. Indeed, this is quite strange, Zhukang spoke in an equally nervous tone. Lin Mu wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. I guess I just need to be more careful, though it seems like I progressed in progressing my body tempering realm by a little. Lin Mu spoke, feeling a little happy now. Yes, that's good. This is the effect of the core condensation beast meat, though this will only be a one-time effect, I think, since it's the first time you've eaten it. The next time should be rather mild, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded and scanned his body with his spirit sense. He could feel the vital energy that was saturated within his skin, muscles, blood, and now his bones. He tried to go deeper and was able to feel his marrows, which did not have as much concentration of vital energy as the rest of his body. Zhukang could guess Lin Mu's thoughts and understood what he was thinking. When you reach the 13th stage of the body tempering realm, your bone marrow should be saturated with the vital energy as well. Once you reach the peak of the body tempering realm, you should be ready to assimilate the bloodline of the great slumber bear, Zhukang explained. Though you will need a little extra help before that. Hopefully, you reach it before the deadline and I'm able to give it to you, Zhukang internally spoke. Lin Mu nodded and responded, I understand, senior. He then sat back down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to continue his cultivation. An hour later, the clouds covered the sky again and winds started to get stronger. Snow soon started falling, and the forest became shrouded in it. Lin Mu peacefully cultivated until the morning and only stopped when the sunlight illuminated the cave. Faint beams of sunlight would enter the cave and get dissipated in the darkness. Since the cave was at a diagonal angle and was blocked by the trees, sunlight barely got through. Still, it was enough for Lin Mu to sense it, and he opened his eyes. The sunlight that diffused through the branches of the trees dappled the floor of the cave. He stood up and looked up at the sun that was hiding behind the horizon. Time to return, Lin Mu muttered as he looked back at the cave one last time. The fire had gone out a long time ago and the embers had cooled down, leaving behind a pile of ash and unburnt charcoal. Lin Mu lightly stretched his body before he started out in a jog. The light jog soon turned into a sprint and he burst forward. Chapter 165, revealing the findings. Lin Mu was passing through the trees with ease. He would wade and flicker through them, dodging each and every obstacle. His spirit sense was spread forward and helped him sense the upcoming path. With the help of his spirit sense, he would know everything that was there. A couple of hours passed by and Lin Mu was still running. He would slow down once he felt the fatigue building up, but would never stop. His progress in his body tempering realm had also helped in increasing his stamina by a notch. After he slowed down, he would soon feel better and then he would continue on and increase his speed again. 3 hours passed like this, and even now Lin Mu could not see any spirit beasts. Where did they go? Even if they hide, they should at least have nests nearby. Lin Mu spoke while running. The spirit beasts are smarter than normal beasts, so they should have retreated to the edge of the forest instead. But for the normal beasts, they probably stuck where they are because of the fear or they too filled the spirit beasts. Either way, you should probably see them soon, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu simply nodded his head in response and kept on running. Another hour passed, and Lin Mu finally saw his first beast. It wasn't a spirit beast, but rather just a common bird beast that could be seen anywhere in the forest. Seems like they ran pretty far, Lin Mu muttered. He then spread his spirit sense around in all directions and observed if there were more beasts nearby. His search showed him that there were plenty of beasts here, and they all seemed to be a bit startled. When he passed by the beasts, they ignored him and let him pass by without bothering him. The number of beasts was now much larger than before, and it became impossible for Lin Mu to avoid them anymore. Eventually, he had his first encounter with a spirit beast. The spirit beast looked like a mongoose and was the same size as that of a normal one. If it were not for the faint spirit chi waves coming from the beast, Lin Mu would have not been able to tell that it was one. Oh, it should have been obvious. No normal mongoose would live this deep in the forest, that too in a cold place like this, Lin Mu thought to himself. The mongoose beast looked at Lin Mu with sharp eyes and watched his every move. With every step that Lin Mu moved, the beast would move too. The beast was wary of Lin Mu and seemed to be a little afraid. Lin Mu watched the beast as well but did not attack it, as he didn't want to be needlessly involved right now. Seeing that the beast had no desire to fight, Lin Mu moved a little distance away and walked away. The beast did the same and just watched him go away. Well, that was strange, Lin Mu said to himself. Most intelligent spirit beasts won't attack straight away, especially in tense situations such as the one right now, when most of them have been scared by the great slumber bear. They will avoid getting into a conflict, as the other beasts may take advantage of this fact and catch them off guard. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded and then continued on his journey. He had more encounters with spirit beasts, but all of them acted the same way the mongoose beast had. They watched him but did not attack, and when he moved away, they let him go. Lin Mu was rather intrigued by this behavior. In the past, he had thought of all beasts as having 0 to no intelligence and only having basic instincts that an animal has. He of course knew that Senior Zhukang was a beast as well, but he was way beyond his comprehension, thus did not include him in his list. Lin Mu felt fascinated by the intelligence of the spirit beasts and wondered if he would get to see any beasts that had the same intelligence as humans here. He also wondered if the great slumber bear would be smarter than this or not. Lin Mu had seen how the core condensation realm alpha steelback wolf had acted and led his pack of wolves. Common of that kind needed a certain level of intelligence, which perhaps only beasts above that of the chi refining realm have. Lin Mu had traveled even more far and guessed that he was rather close to the camp now. His guess turned out to be true, as he could soon see clouds of smoke rising from the front, a few hundred meters away from him. Lin Mu approached the camp with a little apprehension and stayed alert. While Lin Mu knew that the camp would be safe because of the scent of the alpha steelback wolf, he was still a little worried in the back of his head. He wondered if the roar of the great slumber bear had scared the spirit beasts so much so that they would ignore the scent of another core condensation realm beast. Lin Mu's hidden worry turned out to be for naught, as he saw the camp was safe and calm. There were 2 men standing guard at the border of the camp, while 4 tents were set up in a circle with a bonfire in the center. Seeing that the others were not here, Lin Mu guessed that they were most likely resting in the tents. Tap tilde. Lin Mu walked into the camp and made sure to make some noise of footsteps so as to alert the guard. He didn't want to surprise them too much by directly turning up behind them and wanted to announce his arrival. He could tell from their expressions that the guards had been a little stressed, as the fatigue could be seen on their faces. The 2 guards turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Lin Mu enter. "It's Senior Lin Mu," one of them spoke. "Senior Lin Mu has returned," the second one announced to the camp. Upon hearing the shout, 4 people walked out of the tents. Zai Bohai was one of them and looked at Lin Mu, who had just walked in. Lin Mu approached them and came to stand in front of them. All 6 of them cupped their hands in greeting and spoke. "Greetings, Senior." "I hope Senior had a breakthrough in his cultivation," Zai Bohai spoke. Lin Mu nodded in response and spoke. "Ah yes, I did indeed." Lin Mu then looked at the last remaining tent, and the others followed his gaze. Zai Bohai instantly guessed what Lin Mu was thinking. "Senior Hai Yingji is better than yesterday and has improved. His condition has been stable now," Zai Bohai reported. Lin Mu simply nodded and walked into the tent. Upon entering, he saw the unconscious Hai Yingji that was calmly sleeping. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and checked the internal condition of him. The number of small clots and internal bleeding had reduced by a lot. though it still seemed like it would take a long time for Hai Yingji to recover his cultivation base, which had regressed. Lin Mu observed the man's dantian and saw the pale white core floating in the center. It would let out faint wisps of spirit qi at regular intervals and would similarly absorb spirit qi that appeared in the dantian. At least his spirit qi circulation is still working normally now. He just needs to rest more and recover his cultivation on his own, Zhu Kang explained. I guess it's good that there were no culprits in the cave there. At least we won't have to clash with them now that we don't have a core condensation realm expert of our own. Lin Mu spoke in a slightly relieved tone. He then turned around and left the tent. He saw Zai Bohai waiting for him outside, and he looked to be calm. Senior, there has been some strange activity with the beasts since last night. We also heard a faint roar coming from the northwestern mountains, Zai Bohai reported. I know, it was caused by another core condensation realm beast, Lin Mu replied. Zai Bohai seemed to be a bit more nervous after hearing Lin Mu's response. You know about it, Senior, but how? Weren't you cultivating? Zai Bohai questioned. My cultivation went smoothly, and I had a breakthrough rather early. After I was done with my cultivation session, I heard some noises, so I went to check. I ended up finding what we came for here, Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai became surprised after hearing Lin Mu mention about his findings. Senior, you don't mean you? Zai Bohai spoke but was then interrupted. Yes, I did indeed. I found the hideout of the culprits. Chapter 166, The Other Team Arrives. Lin Mu then went on to make up a series of events on how he found the cave where the culprits were supposed to have been using before. He told them that he discovered some broken trees and found the broken piece of the carriage, and how he related it to the story that Zhou Yi had told them. The High Core had known about Zhou Yi and the situation behind him. Thus, when Lin Mu correlated the events with Zhou Yi's story, they did not doubt him. So the cave has been abandoned, Senior? One of the members asked. Yes, it did look like that to me, but there may be clues that I couldn't find there. I hope that you people would be able to find something. I reckon you all are better in that aspect, Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai hit his chest with his fist in a show of confidence before speaking. We shall not disappoint you, Senior. Whatever clues that are left in the cave, we will find them. Yes, Senior, we will do our best and will not disgrace our Lord's trust. Others chimed in. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and felt a little better. His thoughts then went towards the other teams of the High Core. He wondered if they had been contacted yet or not. The total people here were currently 8, including Hai Yingji and him, which meant that the last 2 members had not returned yet. Have they not returned yet from informing the other teams? Lin Mu questioned. They should be here by tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest, Senior. I think the increase in the number of beasts probably delayed their progress, Zai Bohai answered. Ah yes, that is true. They will probably have to fight some beasts in order to reach here, Lin Mu replied. For now, all we can do is wait. Senior can also resume his cultivation in the tent. We'll inform you at the first sign of the other team, Zai Bohai added. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance and then picked a tent at random and walked in after lifting its flap. He had depleted nearly 2/3 of his spirit qi in returning to the camp as fast as possible, thus wanted to take this chance to replenish it. Lin Mu thus sat down onto the bedroll and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Hours passed by in the blink of an eye, and it was finally night time. Lin Mu opened his eyes upon hearing the sounds of people moving around outside. He had thought that the other teams had reached them at first, but then upon using his spirit sense, he realized that it was just the members of the High Core setting up for some dinner. I should eat as well, I guess, Lin Mu thought. He walked out of the tent and looked at the men that were skewing a haunch onto a large skewer for roasting. They had set up a smaller campfire for ease of cooking. The larger bonfire in the center of the camp was better for heating and illumination, and rather impractical for cooking. Lin Mu, too, set up another fire and started cooking the meat of the alpha steelback wolf. Half an hour later, he was done with his meal, and so were the other people. They had finished up and had switched for the guard duty. It was now Zai Bohai and another member's turn for the guard duty. Zai Bohai talked with Lin Mu for a bit before starting his guard duty, while Lin Mu himself returned to the tent. He wanted to assimilate the vital energy and spirit chi from the meat quickly. Lin Mu wanted to see what kind of effect it would have this time. The effect yesterday was rather strong, and Senior Zukong had told him that the effect would be lessened than the first time. It turned out to be as what Senior Zukong had told Lin Mu. While he did experience a slight increase in his vital energy, it was not as great as before, and neither did he expel the black corrosive gas from his mouth again. Well, that was a little disappointing, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Pushing this to the back of his mind, Lin Mu wondered if he should sleep or cultivate for now. He reckoned that the other team may return at any time, thus it would be better to just cultivate. The main reason for him wanting to sleep was that he could learn the legacy technique of the lost immortal. Lin Mu could still learn it right now, but he preferred to stay undisturbed for a long time, and the current situation was not worth it. Thus Lin Mu simply decided to continue cultivating till the morning, and that's what he did. His cultivation had stabilized, and Lin Mu was now attempting to refine another drop of liquid spirit chi. He had heard from Senior Zukong about the use of liquid spirit chi, thus wanted to quickly start refining it. He channeled spirit chi into his meridians and started refining it like before. Lin Mu had to attempt it 5 times and lost quite a bit of spirit chi before he succeeded. Another drop of liquid spirit flowed down his meridians and settled down at the bottom of his danshan. Lin Mu let out a breath of tiredness and focused his attention again. He observed his danshan and discovered that he had spent nearly 500 whips of spirit chi in order to refine that one drop of liquid spirit chi. The drop itself was condensed from less than 100 wisps of spirit chi, but the failed attempts had caused him a small loss. Now that he had refined the second drop of liquid spirit chi, Lin Mu had to replenish the depleted spirit chi first before he could even refine the next. Seeing the rate at which he was refining the spirit chi was a little disappointing to Lin Mu, but he soon picked himself up after Zukong's reminder. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to refine one drop of liquid spirit chi. Thus Lin Mu could only guess how long it would take him to reach the next stage of the chi refining realm. For in order to break through to the peak stage of the chi refining realm, a cultivator had to have at least half of his danshan filled with liquid spirit chi. Don't worry, the more experienced you get, the easier it will get for you to refine the liquid spirit chi. It is usually difficult for most people at the start, Zukong advised. Yes, Senior, Lin Mu responded and returned to his cultivation. Lin Mu could only hope that his speed would soon increase in the future. Pub future ads. More time passed by and now it was the time for the sunrise. But still, the sun could not be seen and was hidden behind the dark clouds. The snow from last night had not stopped yet and was still ongoing. A little more time passed by and finally, the sounds of footsteps came from far. It seemed as if there were tens of people walking together, thus the sound was rather easy to hear. The members of the high corps that were on guard duty immediately became alert. Zai Bohai went to the side that the sound was originating from while holding his weapons. The other guards had woken up by now as well and walked out of the tents and noticed the sound as well. They saw Zai Bohai standing at the edge while holding his sword. They instantly understood what was happening and got ready as well. A minute later, the sound increased more, and the people could finally be seen. Everyone took a collective breath of relief once they confirmed that the people who had just reached them were the other teams of the High Corps. They were being led by the 2 members Zai Bohai had selected for sending the message. Along with the 2, there were additional 3 people standing alongside them. These 3 people were none other than Hai Bao, the captain of the High Corps, Hong Luo, and Teng Xiaolian, the current leader of the mercenaries. You all are finally here, that good. Zai Bohai spoke in a relieved tone. The 2 members of his team came forward and whispered some things in his ear before going behind him. The 2 of them had gone to call Lin Mu, while the 3 men, Hai Bao, Hong Luo, and Teng Xiaolian came forward to talk with Zai Bohai. How is Hai Yingji now? Hai Bao questioned first. Senior Hai Yingji is stable for now. Because of Senior Lin Mu's help, he was saved from qi deviation. Zai Bohai answered. Hai Bao too took a breath of relief and calmed one. He hadn't shown it to others, but he was rather stressed because of this. They only had 3 members of their higher core left right now, and they couldn't afford to lose another core condensation realm expert. They didn't know what kind of conflict they would be having in the future, and they would be needing every bit of their strength. From what his lord and Hai Wan had guessed, Hai Bao felt that the future seemed to be bleak. They had only come halfway, and one of their top experts was already out of commission. Hai Bao was sure that they would be failing their mission now. But when he heard Zai Bohai's next words, his hopes rose again. There's an important thing I need to tell you, Captain. Senior Lin Mu found the hideout of the culprits. Chapter 167, Embarking. Hai Bao was astounded, to say the least, upon hearing Zai Bohai's words, but then soon became elated. For this meant that they would not be failing this mission and would not have wasted their time. Good, good, good. Hai Bao spoke while nodding his head. He was truly relieved more than what others could see from his face. Hai Bao had always been a perfectionist and wanted to do the best for his lord, thus even the thought of failure was dreadful for him. Well then, where is Lin Mu? Hai Bao asked. Senior Lin Mu is resting in the tent. The others have gone to call him, so you need not worry. Zai Bohai replied. Just as Zai Bohai said this, another sound came from behind him. I'm here, spoke the approaching voice. Zai Bohai and Hai Bao looked at the person approaching, who was none other than Lin Mu. Lin Mu was looking at them as well, and in turn also at the large group of people that were coming from the forest one by one. The entire team had gathered there by now, and the border of the camp was now rather crowded. Lin Mu did a quick sweep with his spirit sense and estimated that there were at least 70 people there now. He also noticed that some of them looked a little haggard, as if they had been in a battle of some kind. Seems like they did encounter some beasts, Lin Mu thought to himself. We should move to the camp, I think. It's getting a little crowded here, and the others can rest for a bit as well, Lin Mu suggested. All right, Hai Bao replied. That would be good. My companions are tired from the battle before, Teng Xiaolian said in acknowledgement. All of them thus entered the camp and were shocked by the sheer number of steel-back wolf carcasses that were stacked in the corner. Even Hai Bao, Hong Luo, and Teng Xiaolian were shocked by this. Even though they had heard about the ambush that happened before, seeing something and hearing about it was different. Tilda gulped Tilda. Teng Xiaolian and Hong Luo gulped in shock, for they could not even begin to imagine what kind of battle that must have been. Teng Xiaolian then turned to look at Lin Mu. Indeed, we were not wrong. There is no chance that this could be accomplished by anyone other than the disciples of the top sex, Teng Xiaolian thought to himself. The crowd then moved into the camp and sat down wherever they could. The camp that was once rather empty was now bustling with people. Some of the team members started butchering the beast carcasses to prepare a meal for the people. They all seemed to be tired, thus this seemed to be the best ways to utilize the beast corpses. The mercenaries and the remaining members of the High Corps also seemed to be rather grateful and went along to help them set it up. Multiple smaller bonfires popped up in the camp, and the people were now sitting around them, with the main members sitting at the very center of the camp between the 4 tents. This included Lin Mu, Zai Bohai, Teng Xiaolian, Hong Luo, and Hai Bao. So then, what did you exactly discover? Hai Bao questioned Lin Mu. Lin Mu then repeated the same story that he had told Zai Bohai and others. Hai Bao had a serious expression the entire time and listened to each word intently. 15 minutes passed, and Lin Mu had finally finished speaking. Hai Bao thought for a minute before speaking. I think we should take some of our stronger members to the cave and investigate it. The rest should wait here at the camp and wait for us. Yes, that would be good. We will be faster to reach there with fewer people, and the camp will also be safe with some people looking after Senior Hai Yingji. Zai Bohai spoke in acknowledgement. I'm fine with it as well, Lin Mu replied. He then turned to look at the only people who had not spoken yet, Teng Xiaolian and Hong Luo. I'm fine with it as long as I get to come. I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Teng Xiaolian spoke. I'll do whatever that leader Teng says, Hong Luo added. It'll be no problem. You can pick some of your men to come with us, Hai Bao replied. Well then, it's decided. It will take about 12 hours to reach the cave, so they all should get ready as soon as possible. Lin Mu spoke in an affirming tone. No one objected to his words and nodded. Lin Mu then remembered the injuries that some of the people that had come to the camp had. He could guess that they must have had happened end due to the battle, but wanted to know more. Because if they were to head to the cave, they would have to go through an area heavily populated with beasts. Seems like you people had a hard time getting here. Lin Mu spoke with a questioning tone. We did indeed. The beast suddenly went crazy and started rushing in towards our direction, as if they were scared by something. Only a little while later did we hear the faint roar that followed their arrival, and we understood that they were forced by another beast to escape. Teng Xiaolian spoke. We were able to avoid fighting a majority of them, but some spirit beasts directly chose to attack us, but we were able to either kill or scare them away in the end. Hai Bao added. Still, it's not even close to what your team went through, Hong Luo said while looking at the tent where Hai Yingji was resting. The 5 people became silent after that and simply ate their meal when it arrived. Teng Xiaolian stood up and went to talk to his men while Hai Bao did the same. They both returned 5 minutes later with their respective companions. Hai Bao had 10 people with him, and all of them were the members of the High Corps, while Teng Xiaolian returned with 5 people, which included his personal team and Hong Luo. Zai Bohai had also decided to come with them and had brought along 2 men with him too. Lin Mu looked at the new 20-person team that had just been formed. So is everyone ready? Lin Mu asked. Yes, Senior, Zai Bohai and his companions spoke. We are ready, Brother Lin Mu, Teng Xiaolian and his teammates replied. Hai Bao nodded and spoke. We can leave now, please show us the way. Out of the nearly 90 people, 20 would be going further while the rest will be staying at the camp. They understood that with the increased amount of beasts right now, it would be better to stay where they are. Otherwise, they would have taken Hai Yingji and left for the town. Lin Mu then led the team out of the camp and into the forest. They were going towards the northwestern direction, the same way that Lin Mu had gone before. It didn't take them long for them to encounter the first beasts. Because of their large numbers, the beasts were startled and attacked them straight away. It was not like when Lin Mu was alone and had walked away from the beasts without a problem. To the beasts, their large numbers meant a threat, and that's how they acted. But their attack was for naught, as this was a team made of cultivators, and even if they encountered spirit beasts, they would be able to deal with them. The beasts were quickly killed, and the team continued on forward, though Lin Mu did store them in his ring. The snow was still falling and cold winds were blowing, making their journey tougher. Although all of them were cultivators, not all of them were at the same stage and were thus susceptible to cold. Another thing that made a difference that Lin Mu noticed was the body-tempering realm cultivation of others. While traveling, he had asked Hai Bao and some others about their body-tempering realm cultivation and received some surprising answers. Nearly all of them had only reached the 9th stage of the body-tempering realm before becoming a cultivator. None of them had actually progressed their body-tempering realm cultivation after that, and neither had they tried. According to Teng Xiaolian, the only people who would even attempt to go below the 9th level would be the ones that had no chance of becoming a cultivator or the ones who had used some unique alchemical pills. Lin Mu had witnessed 2 such people back at the mercenaries' camp at the northern town. They were the 2 guards who were guarding the tent of Hong Luo. He had heard from Hong Luo that they had taken a pill called as the Vital Spring Pill. Lin Mu had asked Senior Zukong about them, whether he could take pills such as those, but he had denied him. Senior Zukong had told him that unless it was an alchemical pill that was made especially for body-refining experts, it would only harm him and burn his potential. From what information Lin Mu had collected, most people would become cultivators when they reached the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, and very rarely would there be anyone that did it at the 10th stage. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this, and so was Zukong. This world is strange. It's almost as if someone intentionally skewed their understanding of cultivation. Chapter 168, Clues. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's mutterings in his mind, but did not react. Although they were a little shocking to him, there were far too many people around him. Thus he did not want to arouse unnecessary attention. "What do you mean, Senior? How can someone do that?" Lin Mu questioned. "I am not 100% sure. It could be something else. But there are far too many flaws in the understanding of the people in this world. Even if it is a low-level world, they should have at least figured out the basics such as these. This world most likely has a history of at least 10,000 years or more. This much time is enough for many generations of cultivators to be born, such that they would know most things about the body tempering realm at least," Zukong answered. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zukong's words and found them to be correct. Now even he started to think that there was something wrong with this world of his. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. It was something that he had heard about a long time ago. "Senior, could it be because of the sex? When I was younger, I had heard of stories from people about the top sex and how they were the most powerful and had a great amount of knowledge," Lin Mu asked. "Top sex, huh? We'll see. For now, you should focus on the current task. We can think of this later at a more opportune time," Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded and returned his focus on to the path. Within the time that Lin Mu and Senior Zukong had their conversation, another hour had passed by. He could now see the first mountain within which the great slumber bear was sleeping. Lin Mu estimated the distance and guessed that it would take them another hour to get close to it. They would have to go around the mountain, as they could definitely not take the same path that Lin Mu had taken before. Once they got even more close, Lin Mu could finally see the rest of the northern mountains in the distance. They came to a halt in front of the cave that Lin Mu had previously rested. They took a short rest there before deciding to discuss a little before continuing their journey. "How much farther is it, Brother Lin Mu?" Hai Bao questioned. "You can see the mountain behind this one, actually. We only have to go around this mountain first, and then the route is rather straightforward from there," Lin Mu answered. Pub Future ads. Everyone had seen the mountains before, thus they felt a little relieved with how close their target was from here. Some of them were looking around in the cave, and they had not failed to notice the ashes and charcoal that was left behind by Lin Mu. "Did you stay here as well before?" Tang Xiaolian questioned. "Ah, yes. I took a rest here the night before when I heard the loud roar. I then went to investigate from here," Lin Mu answered. "I see," Tang Xiaolian replied before looking around the cave. He eventually reached the back of the cave and noticed the deep fissure that existed at the end of the cave. Tang Xiaolian seemed a bit interested in this part of the cave, but then noticed the water at the bottom of the fissure. The water was staining his shoes, but he did not mind and bent down to take a closer look at it. He even went so far as to smell and taste the water. He did not find anything peculiar about the smell of the water, but the taste of the water was a little unique. Tang Xiaolian had been a mercenary for about 20 years now and had seen many caves. Thus he was able to tell instantly that it was fresh water that had flown down from the mountains. This cave would have been the perfect abode for some beasts, if not for the size of it. Perhaps some smaller beasts would live here, but it is surprisingly empty for some reason. Tang Xiaolian spoke. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at Tang Xiaolian's judgment, as he was actually right about it. Except the beast in question was on the other end of the cave, and this was just a small external part of it. "Where did you see the broken trees, Senior? Were they somewhere nearby?" Zai Bohai questioned. Lin Mu, who had been focused on Tang Xiaolian, all this while turned to look at the person who had just called him. "Ah, yes. The trees are right behind this mountain. We should see them as soon as we cross this," Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai nodded, while Hai Bao stood up. "We should continue now. Is everyone ready now?" Hai Bao spoke. Yes, Captain, the High Corps replied. We are ready, the mercenaries replied. Let's go then. Lin Mu spoke before standing up as well. Under the guidance of Lin Mu, everyone left the cave and soon crossed the mountain. It took them a little over an hour before they reached the site of the broken trees. The trees were broken rather randomly in this area, and if one did not know the location of the Great Slumber Bear's cave, they would not be able to find it. Upon seeing the broken trees, the people could tell that the beast must have been incredibly strong to do something like this. Will we even be able to fight against a beast like this if we encounter it? One of the mercenaries questioned in a shocked tone. We have the advantage in numbers. Even if it is a core condensation realm beast, I'm sure we would be able to restrain it. Another one commented. While their people were discussing about the beast, Lin Mu knew how far from the truth they were. It was in fact their fortune that the Great Slumber Bear was currently sleeping and would most likely not be awakening for at least another year. Lin Mu could not even begin to imagine what kind of a disaster it would become if they were to encounter the beast right now. Even Hai Yingji had a tough time against the alpha steel-back wolf, and the beast in question right now was definitely many times stronger than that. Lin Mu hurriedly led them towards their mission target and brought them to the hidden cave, which was used by the culprits before. This is a rather unique location. If it were not for Brother Lin Mu's luck, perhaps we would have had an incredibly hard time finding this place. One of Tang Xiaolian's teammates spoke. Some of them then went closer and looked at the cut that had been made to the edge of the large boulder. They could see the size of the boulder and knew that it would have been impossible to get in without doing that. They thus placed their hands against the boulder and built up their strength. They strengthened their muscles with qi and focused on it. Pub Future adds. Now push, one of the men shouted, and the people then started moving the large boulder. Tilde GRR tilde. The sound of small rocks and stones grating against each other appeared, as the large boulder blocking the entrance was moved. Everyone took a collective gasp of relief and looked inside the cave, which was partially being illuminated by the fading sunlight. It was the time for sunset, and the bare minimum of sunlight was still present in the sky. But the others were already prepared for something like this, as they all brought out the torches they had prepared beforehand. We can go inside now. I've already checked the entire cave before and we can go in safely. Lin Mu spoke, trying to assure the people a little bit. They all walked in and could finally see the cages that were placed everywhere and also the other stuff that seemed to have been abandoned here. While the mercenaries had more free expressions compared to the High Corps, they were still a little shocked by this. They also noticed the moldy and rotten food that was left behind in the cave. How many cages are here? Zai Bohai asked, feeling a little amazed and unsure at the same time. I didn't check them all clearly, but there should be at least 100 cages here, Lin Mu answered. Seems like we got a ton of clues to look forward to. Xing'an spoke, feeling a bit tired. The members soon noticed that some of the cages were bloody and had bald spots on them. This is rather peculiar. Only the shackles and the restraints have blood on them. Hong Luo suddenly spoke up. There are no signs of torture here. Rather, it seems like the prisoners that were the mercenaries tried to escape on their own but could not. Hai Bao spoke in a grim tone. Chapter 169, Piece of Cloth. The others were a little confused after hearing Hai Bao's words and wanted a better explanation. Hai Bao too noticed their expression and knew what they were thinking. The blood splatter here is only concentrated around the shackles. Look around, there is none outside and neither is in any other rooms. It seems like the prisoners were treated rather well and were not unnecessarily harmed. Hai Bao explained. The people looked around and indeed found Hai Bao's assumption to be correct. There was no blood in any other rooms either. Even in the cages, only 10 out of the nearly 100 cages even had any blood in them. And it did not look like it had been cleaned either. There is another thing. Hai Bao spoke and pointed at the furniture and items in the hall. These seem like they have been moved around in a rush. Some of these things are randomly strewn about, and even the food was left unattended. Hai Bao stated. That means, a member of High Corps spoke. Yes, they were taken away in a rush. My guess is that the beast attack probably made them scared. From what we saw before and what Brother Lin Mu showed us, they even cleaned the traces of the attack and removed the wreckage of the broken carriage. They were trying to hide their tracks because they realized they were discovered. Hai Bao explained. But this should be good for us, Tang Xiaolian added. How so, leader? One of his subordinates asked. Tang Xiaolian is right. Since the culprits left in a hurry, they should have definitely left some clues behind. From what we know, there were at least 50 or more mercenaries captured here. It would be a Herculean task to transport them all to a different location in a short period of time and also erase all their traces. Hai Bao answered while looking closer at the blood splatter. Hai Bao also felt a little impressed, but Tang Xiaolian's intellect, and was now feeling good that he had allowed him to come with them. Pub Future adds. All right, everyone spread around and look carefully. This is extremely important for us, Hai Bao ordered. Yes, Captain, his subordinates replied. The others also went to look for any clues. Lin Mu did the same and extended his spirit sense in the cave. He was a little intrigued by the design of the cave. While it looked natural mostly, he could tell that the rooms that were in the cave were specifically made by carving in the rocks of the mountain. Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the surroundings while he walked and looked around. Even though he had come here yesterday, he had not spent much time here and didn't get to see it clearly, thus he wanted to see what he could find. Their search turned out to be successful, as soon, one of the members of the High Corps shouted. I found something, the man shouted. Lin Mu and the others soon gathered around the man after hearing him call everyone. Hai Bao was the first to walk forward and stood in front of the man. What did you find? Show me, Hai Bao asked while extending his hand to him. The man was holding a piece of cloth that was folded up. He handed it to Hai Bao, who quickly took it from his hands. I found this here beside the cage. I saw the strange blood drops which were spared in a linear manner and saw that they went in one direction. I looked at its end and saw this wedged at the edge of a box that was kept behind the cage. That man explained while pointing at the cage and the box that was behind it. Looks like the mercenary who hid this piece of cloth injured his wrists while trying to hide it. Let's see what it was that he tried to hide. Hai Bao spoke and unfolded the piece of cloth. The piece of cloth was rather damaged and looked to have been torn from the sleeve of a robe. Hai Bao carefully opened it and saw lines of text written on it with blood. The handwriting was rather bad, and it was barely legible. It took Hai Bao nearly 10 minutes before he was able to make out what was written in there. But once he read it, his face fell, and a grim expression filled his eyes. The others were not able to see it, as he was facing way diagonally, and the light was flickering under the torches. But Lin Mu and Tang Xiaolian, who were standing close by, could see it clearly. What does it say? Lin Mu questioned with a straight face. This, Hai Bao muttered. Tilde gulp tilde. He couldn't continue speaking, and simply handed the piece of cloth to Lin Mu while he clutched his forehead in stress. Lin Mu looked at the piece of cloth and tried to make out what was written on it. 5 minutes later, even he had a grim expression on his face. The others were now getting tense, and a strange feeling of dread was rising from the bottom of their stomach. Hong Luo perked up a bit of courage and spoke up. What does it say, Brother Lin Mu? The culprits, they are capturing the mercenaries for a sacrifice. They need their blood for something. The mercenary who wrote this was able to hear some things from the culprits' conversations and was able to secretly make this. Apparently, they had found out that they had been attacked by the beast and had decided to escape from here. The mercenary was barely able to mention that in here, and the writing seems to have trailed off from there. Lin Mu answered with a heavy heart. Tilde gulp tilde. A collective gulp was heard in the hall, as the tense expression were now changed to dread. Why do they need the mercenaries? Blood, though, does it say that? Tang Xiaolian questioned. Lin Mu shook his head in response before speaking. It only says that their master had ordered them to do so, and they have been doing it for a few months now. Hundreds of mercenaries have already been captured and sent to their secret location. Apparently, this is not the only place they are capturing mercenaries from, and it has been happening in the eastern, western, and southern regions as well. Lin Mu answered. Chapter 170, Morality. We need to do something. There should be something more here. Hong Luo spoke with frustration. We've already looked enough. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. Hai Bao finally spoke after getting a hold of himself. The faces of his subordinates and the other mercenaries dropped upon hearing his words. But then he spoke again. Fear not, we will eventually figure out something. In fact, we do know of one such location that we had previously found before. Everyone looked up at him with questioning faces. The abandoned warehouse, Lin Mu suddenly spoke. But didn't we already investigate that before? A member of High Corps spoke up. Yes, of course we did. But before we didn't know why they were gathering the mercenaries and had thought whether if they were just hiding corpses. But now we know that they have a proper use for them. They need their blood. That means they have to keep them alive and fed to keep their blood fresh. But for doing this, they will need another location that is as large as this to keep them. Also, after the beast attack, I doubt they will take the risk of setting up a place like that here. Hai Bao explained. Then that means they will hide in the town or the areas around it, one of the men asked. That is one of the possibilities, but we at least know that whatever their final destination is, the northern town is probably close to it. We don't know about the other locations, but do know that we know the mercenaries are being captured from there too. We will be able to expand our scope of investigation. This is far too big of a conspiracy to keep hidden. There is bound to be a leak of some kind. We just need to look out for it and wait for the right time. Hai Bao answered. The people nodded in understanding and realized that there was no use obsessing over what had already happened. All they could do for now was to wait and see. We should rest for now. We leave at first light, Hai Bao ordered. Everyone decidedly agreed, as the sun had already set by now. Even the snow had started falling heavily. In fact, now that the large boulder that was blocking the entrance of the cave was removed, the wind was blowing in swathes of snow. The floor of the front part of the cave was already covered in snow. The men thus gathered around and sat near the braziers. The braziers were there in the cave already and were used to heat up the cave. But since the cave had been abandoned and no one was keeping them lit, all that was left in them was ash and charcoal. A few of the members of the High Corps decisively went out and gathered a sufficient amount of wood for them to burn. Lin Mu took out the carcasses of the beasts that they had killed on their way here and let the others prepare it. Lin Mu didn't have the mood to do it himself right now, and his mind was not in the right place. While he was reading from the piece of cloth, Senior Zhukang was also watching it. After he had finished reading it, he had asked him what it could have meant, and Zhukang had told him to wait for them to be done first. What did you think, Senior? Lin Mu questioned in his mind. There are far too many things that they could have been doing with the blood of the mercenaries, but the most likely thing that I can think of that would require so many of people's blood would be what you humans call an evil cultivation technique, Zhukang answered. An evil cultivation technique, Lin Mu asked in a confused tone. While he could understand the meaning behind the words themselves, he could not understand the context. Senior Zhukang had just told him that it was something that humans called it. Cultivation techniques themselves are rather neutral. It is only the humans and other intelligent beings that give them a bias. It all depends on the perspective. While here we can see that this master of the culprits is gathering blood for himself, it is only bad because the humans are the ones being hurt. If it was beasts in question here, not many would mind it, but such is the truth of the universe, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu thought over it, but still felt a bit lost. Then, Senior, you mean that it is right even if humans are getting killed and I should not mind it? Lin Mu questioned, feeling uneasy. No, rather, as long as it is something that bothers you, you should mind it. It does not matter if it's humans, beasts, demons, or immortals. These things that you hear, good and evil, are but a matter of perspective. But in the end, all that is right in the world is the might of the strong. If you are strong, you can decide what to do and you won't have to mind what others think of it, Such is the way of the strong. A strong will comes from a firm mind, and a firm mind comes from an unyielding heart. And finally, the fastest way to gain an unyielding heart is to be ruthless. Be ruthless to your foes and be even more ruthless to yourself. Only then would you survive and flourish in the cultivation world, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu went silent after hearing the words of Senior Zhukang. At first, he felt that the words of Senior Zhukang seemed to be wrong. Lin Mu had always been taught by his parents to be kind and righteous. He didn't understand how it would be correct to equate the killings of humans to that of the beasts. Lin Mu also didn't understand why Senior Zhukang had told him about this right now and had related it to the sacrifice of the mercenaries. He was feeling frustrated, but knew that being hasty would not do him any good. Instead, he decided to calmly think over it. Lin Mu did not speak anything, even when he was given food to eat, and simply ate it before returning to cultivate again. Chapter 171, The Journey Back. Even while cultivating, Lin Mu could only focus on it because he was chanting the Severing Heart Sutra, which was suppressing his thoughts and emotions. Perhaps without it, he would have never had the will to cultivate and would have only kept on thinking about Senior Zhukang's words. The morning soon came, and the team of 20 people began their journey back to the camp. Their journey this time was rather uneventful, and the only difference that they observed was that the number of beasts in the area had increased again. Seems like the effect of the great slumber beast's roar has finally worn off. At least we won't have to unnecessarily fight the beasts when we get closer to camp, Lin Mu thought to himself during the journey. 10 hours later, they had reached the camp and were greeted by the rest of their companions. Looking at them, Lin Mu could tell that everything was normal while they were gone and nothing untoward had happened. It was evening now, and all of them decided that they would be returning to the northern town tomorrow morning. The people who had stayed back at the camp wanted to know what they had found out at the culprit's cave, but Hai Bao had suggested that they wait till reaching the town before informing the rest. He didn't want them to lose their morale or worse, become agitated. They could not afford to make any mistakes now, and the situation had become even more serious. While the members of the High Corps were fine with this decision and were willing to obey the orders, it was not the same for the mercenaries. It took the combined effort of Teng Xiaolian and his team in order to placate the mercenaries. Even Teng Xiaolian was in agreement with Hai Bao and knew that it could be devastating for the mercenaries to hear that their comrades were being sacrificed for their blood. During the night, Lin Mu and Hai Bao went to check up on Hai Yingji's condition, but did not find much difference. He was still unconscious, and when Lin Mu observed him using his spirit sense, he could see that his internal injuries were the same as well. It's as if his recovery has halted, Lin Mu spoke. It does seem like that, but we can't be sure. Once we get to the town, I'll get a physician to take a look at him. The Lord should send a good physician from the Wu Lim city at the first message, Hai Bao replied. Yes, that would be good. Lin Mu spoke in a straight tone and stayed silent. His expression was rather cold as well, and Hai Bao was feeling strange upon looking at Lin Mu like this. But he did not question him, as he did not want to bother him, and he too had a lot of things that needed to be dealt with for now. Hai Bao walked out of the tent and came to stand in front of his subordinates. We shall leave tomorrow morning. Some of you shall carry Hai Yingji and stay in the center of the party. The rest should guard and keep an eye out for any dangers. We don't want any more misfortunes, Hai Bao ordered. Yes, Captain, the members of High Corps replied in unison. Hai Bao then went and informed Teng Xiaolian about their departure tomorrow as well. Lin Mu too walked out of the tent and looked at the people that were sitting around the bonfires. Pub Future ads. What is right? What is wrong? I hope time will show me, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu returned to the tent and decided to sleep for now. He did not enter sleepscape either and just went into a deep sleep. He felt like he had heard too many things to deal with and simply wanted to get a rest for the journey tomorrow. It would after all take them 3 more days to reach the northern town if they were lucky, as this time many of the people were injured and could not continue on at the same pace as before. The biggest thing of all, they had to take care of Hai Yingji, who was still injured. At the first light of dawn, the entire camp was awake and ready to go. The tents had been rolled up and stored away for the journey. Hai Yingji was being carried in a makeshift stretcher that was made by attaching some branches and bedrolls. Lin Mu, too, had woken up early and was similarly ready, although he was still feeling a little tired mentally. The entourage of 80 people began their journey and continued on for 3 days. During their journey, they encountered beasts multiple times but were easily able to deal with them. Lin Mu didn't leave this chance behind as well and fought too. He wanted to take every chance there was at getting some training in. Not only that, but he was also practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture and was using the 2 slim swords that he had got from Hai Wan. Lin Mu could observe that he was improving at a much greater speed by directly fighting beasts than he did while in the sleepscape. Another thing that Lin Mu did was to store the corpse of every beast that they encountered. Tang Xiaolian and Hai Bao had an agreement that they would be selling the beast corpses to the mayor in order to compensate the mercenaries. It would have been an impossibility for them to carry the corpses by themselves, thus Hai Bao had asked Lin Mu for assistance. Lin Mu was fine with it, on the condition that they would give him some of the meat from the beasts. They did not deny him that, and were rather just happy that they were gonna get some compensation at least. Back at the camp as well, Lin Mu had stored the remainder of the steel-back wolf corpses in his ring. They had already eaten nearly half of the meat anyway, and the rest was for Lin Mu to take. Hai Yingji's condition did not improve during the journey either. 3 days passed by, and on the afternoon of the 4th day, they had finally reached the northern town. Finally, Lin Mu muttered in an exhausted tone, Chapter 172, More Trouble. The large group quickly separated after reaching the town, with the mercenaries going to their camp at the western entrance and the members of the High Corps going to 2 places. A majority of them went to the town center, while a small number of them went to the safe house instead. Lin Mu first dropped off the beast corpses in a warehouse for the mercenaries. Hai Bao had shown them this warehouse and had told the mercenaries to use it for the time being. "We will prepare the corpses and give you your share, brother Lin Mu." Hong Luo spoke in a grateful tone. "It's fine, but what are you going to do with the corpses now? Are you going to take them to Wu Lim City?" Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, we will be seating a caravan that will be transporting the beast corpses to the northern town. This is a rather large amount, so we should be fine for a while," Hong Luo answered and took a pause. "Besides, we need to contact our companions in the other parts as well. If what we learned about the culprits is true, then we need to know what's happening to the other mercenaries as well. We had already sent a messenger to the headquarters, but Leader Tang has decided to head there personally," Hong Luo continued. "How long would it take for him to reach the headquarters? It's in Xiangwei City, right?" Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, the headquarters of most of the mercenary companies are in that city. Leader Tang is going to rush there, so he should be there in about 4 days at the very least. He's also going to inform the other companies as well and gather some information from them as well," Hong Luo answered. "I see," Lin Mu muttered while nodding. He then turned around and left the warehouse. His next destination was the town center. He was told to come there after dropping off the beast corpses and meet up with Hai Wan. 15 minutes later, he reached there and stood in front of the large building. Lin Mu could see the rest of the guards standing around along with the reinforcements of the High Corps. He took a look around before walking in through the entrance of the town center. This time, he was not stopped by the guards as they recognized him and had already been informed of his status. Lin Mu went up directly to the 3rd floor, where the town head's office was. He opened the door and found Hai Bao sitting there along with Hai Wan. Hai Wen was reading a letter and had a pile of scrolls kept to the side on the desk. Even though her face was covered with the veil, Lin Mu could still sense the fatigue that she had. He could tell that she had been working hard for a while and was possibly quite tired. He came to the desk and pulled the chair to take a seat. Lin Mu did not interrupt her and simply waited along with Hai Bao, who soon poured him a cup of tea from the teapot that was kept on a warmer at the side. Lin Mu took a sip from the cup and closed his eyes to wait. 5 minutes passed by, and Hai Wan finally put down the letter she was reading from. Seems like our troubles are only getting worse. First Hai Yingji and now this. Hai Wan spoke in a frustrated tone. What's the new problem now? Hai Bao asked, while Lin Mu listened intently as well. Some of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have arrived in the region. They have been stirring up trouble as well, Hai Wan answered. Hai Bao narrowed his eyes upon hearing Hai Wan's words and thought to himself for a bit. Why are they here and what kind of trouble are they causing? Hai Bao questioned. We don't know the exact reason for their arrival, but they are apparently going to be staying in Wu Lim City for a while. My best guess is that they have been appointed posts here. As for trouble, it's the usual things that they've done before. Hai Wan spoke and rubbed her forehead. Lin Mu had listened to her words and was wondering what kind of trouble was usual for the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. From what he had known, most disciples of the cultivation sects were aloof and did not bother with commoners. They've caused trouble before, Lin Mu asked. Yes, the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect like to throw their status and power around. They will take things forcefully, and some of them even take women. Most people can't handle them, or rather they can't. Even the mayor ignores their misdemeanors as long as his business is not affected. Especially after the plague last year, he had to go into a debt with the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. That is also the reason why they have been assigned here, I think, so that the sect can have their disciples watching over the mayor at all times, Hai Wan explained. It was rather surprising to Lin Mu that the behavior of the disciples of a cultivation sect was so vile. This is rather common, and you will see it a lot in the future. It is like I said before, only the will of the strong is obeyed in this world. Zhu Kang suddenly spoke. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing this, and was actually able to clear some of his doubts from before. He now understood Senior Zhu Kang's words that he had said in the culprits, cave better, and knew that he was right. If I want to do anything, I need to be stronger, much stronger, Lin Mu thought with determination. Unknown to him, when he thought that, his eyes had glowed for a brief instant, and not only that but the two people that were sitting with him, Hai Wan and Hai Bao too, felt a sense of danger. Their eyes went wide, and they became alert. Chapter 173, A Wooden Plate. Hai Bao and Hai Wan were already tense from the assassination attempt and were expecting another attack, and this is what they thought it was. But even after a couple of seconds, nothing happened, and that feeling faded away. Hai Bao looked at Hai Wan with eyes filled with confusion. It was as if he was asking what had just happened. Hai Wan did not speak and simply shook her head in response, showing that she did not know either. Hai Wan then looked at Lin Mu and spoke. Also, I investigated more about the things that you had given me from the town head office. It is confirmed that the town head and the vice captain of the town's guards were involved in the matter. Whoever the culprits are, they were paying them off, apparently. Another interesting thing we found was the first mercenary you had found in the abandoned warehouse. Lin Mu looked up at Hai Wan upon hearing her speak. What about that mercenary? Lin Mu asked. You found the beast inciting powder on that mercenary, right? Well, we were able to find one of his companions. One of the mercenaries finally recognized him and gave us some information. Apparently, the beast inciting powder was found by him in the northern forest, Hai Wan replied. It was found in the forest. How is that possible? Lin Mu further questioned. The mercenary who recognized him said that they were together when they found it. The vial was lying on the ground, nestled in some grass. Luckily, while the two mercenaries did find it, they were not stupid enough to open and check a vial filled with an unknown substance, or we would have had a much bigger disaster on our hands. They thus stored it and wanted to get it appraised later on. And guess what? That was not the only thing they found with the vial. They also found a rather special item. Hai Wan answered and then opened the drawer of the desk. Out from the drawer, she pulled out a wooden plate that had some metallic parts fixed in it. The plate was flat and was 7-sided. The metal plates protruded from the plate and formed a rather unique pattern on it. The overall size of the plate was slightly less than that of a palm. The pattern was composed of a bird's wing, a tiger's claw, and a serpent's tail. The three parts crossed and formed a triangle, at the center of which was an eye. The eye was in the form of a plus and seemed as if was formed by two eyes intersecting at a perpendicular angle. Lin Mu looked at the plate closely and found it to be very peculiar. Hai Bao, too, looked at it with great interest. "This is rather different. What material is this? I don't think I've ever seen it before," Hai Bao questioned. He touched the plate and tried to get a feel of its wooden and metallic parts. The wooden parts were light brown, but the pattern on its grain seemed to be rather dense. The metallic parts were black-colored and were made from a metal that Hai Bao had not seen before. "I don't know what the materials are either. I don't think I've seen this kind of craftsmanship before either. And this pattern of a wing, claw, and tail, I do not know what it means either. Overall, this thing is a mystery," Hai Wan explained. Lin Mu and Hai Bao heard her words and started to think about the plate. How would something like this turn up in the forest? First, the beast inciting powder, and now this, Hai Bao wondered. Whatever it may be, but we know that whoever originally had the beast inciting powder also owns this plate. Perhaps it is related to the culprits as well. We don't know. I have already sent a sketch of this plate along with a report to the Lord. With his knowledge and expertise, maybe he can find it for us, Hai Wan answered. Lin Mu too wanted to see what kind of thing this plate was, thus he went ahead and touched it. But as soon as his fingers touched the surface of the plate, the mysterious ring on his hand lightly hummed. Pub Future ads. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he hurriedly pulled his hand back. Hai Bao and Hai Wan noticed the strange behaviors of Lin Mu and wondered what that was about. "Are you okay?" Hai Bao questioned. "Yes, I'm fine." Lin Mu casually tried to brush off his strange behaviors. The two didn't mind this and went back to discuss a few other matters. Hai Wan unrolled a few more letters and continued her discussion about other matters with Hai Bao. But while this was happening, Lin Mu was having a different conversation of his own in his mind. "Senior, that plate, I could feel it. There is space inside that plate," Lin Mu spoke. "I know, I felt that too. There were spatial fluctuations from the plate, albeit faint ones," Zhukang replied. "Is that a spatial storage treasure, perhaps?" Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, it is indeed a spatial treasure, but it is not a normal spatial storage treasure, but rather one that's used to store beasts," Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu had heard about beast storage treasures before and knew that they were rather rare and unknown. They could be used to store tamed beasts and were very useful, as they could pretty much double the fighting strength of a cultivator. "But Senior, is there even anyone that can make a treasure like this in this world?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling uneasy. "There should be some that are able to make a low-tier beast storage treasure, but not one like this. This is no normal beast storage treasure. Do you see those three markings of the feather, tiger claw, and serpent tail? Those denote the rank of the treasure." Zhukang spoke and took a pause. "A wing is for beast storage treasures that can store common fierce beasts that are in the body tempering realm. Such a kind of beast storage treasure should relatively common in this world, at least as common spatial treasures can be. The tiger claw denotes that it can store spirit beasts that are in the chi refining realm and above." Zhukang spoke and trailed off. Lin Mu could not bear the suspense and questioned again. "What does the serpent tail denote then?" Chapter 174, Beast Storage Treasure. Lin Mu was eagerly waiting for Senior Zhukang's answer, but it still didn't come. He wondered why he had suddenly gone silent and was getting uneasy. "Senior," Lin Mu called out. "Senior Zhukang," he called out again. "Senior." Just as he was about to call him for the third time, Senior Zhukang finally spoke again. "It should be fine now," Zhukang spoke. "Huh, what should be fine now?" Lin Mu questioned. "I just had to check the world's restrictions before I could speak further. It would do no good if you were not able to hear or understand it even if I said it," Zhukang answered. "So what does the serpent tail denote?" Lin Mu questioned, having understood Zukong's rationale. The serpent tail denotes that the beast storage treasure can store beasts that are above the immortal ascension realm, Zukong finally revealed. Lin Mu had his guesses about what the serpent tail would have meant, but after hearing it and confirming it from Senior Zukong's own mouth, he still felt shocked. But how would a beast storage treasure that could store such an immensely strong beasts even be found in this world? Lin Mu asked. Remember when the beast inciting powder had an effect on those stray dogs, and they were able to sense the ward that was placed on you, even though they should have been absolutely incapable of doing so. That was when I doubted whether it was normal beast inciting powder or not. But now that we've seen this beast storage treasure, I can say for sure that both of those items are not from this world, Zukong explained. Is it possible that they are unrelated, perhaps? I mean, how would something like this even appear here? Lin Mu asked with a confused tone. The beast inciting powder is likely a higher grade one, which is used as a weapon. The powder is made so that they not only make beasts attack others randomly, but the powder also sharpens and enhances the senses of the beasts, making them more deadly. While it could be possible that it was made in this world, but that has a negligible chance of happening. Another thing is the markings on the beast storage treasure. Those 3 markings are the standard markings that are used across the myriad of worlds and realms. But the people of this world should definitely not know of that. This is an additional reason why I can say for sure that both of the items are from another higher-level world, Zukong elaborated. After hearing Senior Zukong's explanations, Lin Mu felt a bit better and understood well, but then his curiosity made him wonder about more things related to it. Senior, can I use this beast storage treasure? Lin Mu questioned with a slightly expectant tone. Sadly, no. It would indeed have been an excellent addition to your strength, but this beast storage treasure is damaged. The formation array on it has been broken, thus it cannot store the beasts anymore, although it still has a spatial storage in it right now. It is rather unstable and will collapse in a short period of time, Zukong answered. How would the beast storage treasure break, though? It didn't look damaged from the outside, at least. Where are the formation's array of it? Lin Mu questioned further. The formation arrays are too high-leveled for you to be able to sense them, but from the faint spatial fluctuations, you sensed I was able to tell their condition. As for why it broke, there is only one reason for it. The beast that was kept in the beast storage treasure broke through its confines and escaped it, Zukong answered. Wait, Senior, doesn't that mean that the beast that had escaped the beast storage treasure is now roaming in the area? Lin Mu asked with a shocked tone. Yes, that is quite likely, but the thing is, we don't know if it's one beast's or more, Zukong replied. More beasts, Lin Mu wondered. Yes, a beast storage treasure can store more than one beast depending on its grade and the cultivator's strength. It can either store a single beast at the very peak of its maximum capacity, which would be dependent on the cultivation base of the cultivator. A cultivator can only tame and store beasts of a cultivation base that is equal to or less than theirs. This means that, for example, a cultivated at the immortal ascension realm can store one beast that is at the same stage as him in a beast storage treasure that has a tiger claw marking on it. If he were to store a beast of, say, one realm lower than him that is at the Tao treading realm, he would be able to store 2 such beasts of the Tao treading realm. For the Tao shell realm, it would be 4 beasts and so on and so forth. This number only doubles as the realms go lower, Zukong fully explained. Lin Mu was absolutely astounded by this information and had another realization. The beast storage treasure has 3 markings, with the highest one being that of the serpent tail. Then this means... No, Lin Mu inferred. Senior, then isn't it possible that there are more than one beast of high cultivations reaming around? Lin Mu questioned with a slightly fearful tone. No, luckily it's not the case this time. Don't worry. If there were more than one spirit beasts of even Tao shell realm stored in the treasure and were then released by it, then there would have been a massive commotion. The strength of such beasts would have been too much for a world such as this. Another thing we need to factor in is the strength of the cultivator itself. If the cultivator did have a beast storage treasure with 3 markings, if he did not have a high enough cultivation base of himself, he would not be able to tame and store stronger beasts. Besides, I already have an idea of what beast was stored in the beast storage treasure. Zhukang answered in a calm tone. What beast is it? Chapter 175, The Escaped Beast. We've seen the beast before. It's none other than the great slumber bear. Zhukang finally answered. That does seem likely now that I think about it, Lin Mu replied. Indeed, it would work since a great slumber bear cannot be found in a low-leveled world like this. Also, the 3 markings on the beast storage treasure prove that it's from a higher-level world. It would make sense that the beast came from there. Though this gives rise to another question, whether the beast was brought by the same person that brought the invader, or perhaps it was the invader that is behind this, Zhukang said in an unsure tone. Lin Mu pondered on it for a bit and found it to be too much of a coincidence for it to not be related. We will just have to wait and see, I guess. The clues should turn up soon, Lin Mu stated. Suddenly, Lin Mu remembered another thing. Senior, should I tell them about the beast storage treasure? Lin Mu questioned. You can tell them that it's a beast storage treasure, but I don't think they will believe you if you tell them its rank. I think it's better that you just tell them that it's one and not its capabilities, Zhukang suggested. Yes, Senior, I'll do that, Lin Mu replied respectfully before opening his eyes. During the entire conversation that Lin Mu had with Senior Zhukang, 15 minutes had passed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Hai Wan and Hai Bao were still talking, but the topics they were talking about were unknown to Lin Mu. Lin Mu did not speak up abruptly, but rather chose to wait for them to finish their conversation, as the current topic of their conversation was a little interesting to Lin Mu. The celebratory tournament went well, apparently. A lot of hidden talents and black horses were discovered dating that. Hai Wan spoke. Oh, are there any that we knew of? Hai Bao asked. Just the usual ones from the top sex. All the others were a surprise to us. But that was expected too. Our network is not that strong beyond the upper 3 countries of the northern lands. Hai Wan replied in a dismissive tone. Who won it this time? I mean, which top sect won it? The Sky Precepts sect, the Rainbow Pill sect, or the Centennial Sword sect? Hai Bao questioned in an interested tone. Surprisingly, it was not a disciple from any of the 3 top sects. Hai Wan spoke, but was then interrupted by a shocked Hai Bao. What? How is that possible? There's no way any of the top 3 sects would let go of a chance such as this to raise their prestige. They always like to flourish their strength. Hai Bao spoke. Yes, I was surprised by that too. Even the Lord had not expected such an outcome. For some reason, all of the disciples of the top 3 sects chose to not fight in the finals. The one who won in the end was a disciple from the 4th-ranked top sect, Unity Wind sect. Hai Wan replied. Hai Bao was lost in thought after hearing about this and wondered what could have caused them to do such a thing. While Hai Bao was thinking this, Lin Mu was curious about the top sects. This was the first time he was actually hearing the names of any of the top sects. In the past, they were so beyond him that he had never bothered to know more about them. But now that he had heard, he wanted to know more. But just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Senior Zhukang. Are you forgetting that they are still mistaken that you are a disciple of a sect? If you ask them about the names straight away, they will be suspicious, Zhukang advised. Ah yes, you're right, Senior, Lin Mu replied in a grateful tone. He thought about how to frame the question for a moment before asking, what were the rankings of the other sects in the competition? Hai Wan and Hai Bao turned to look at Lin Mu, who had just spoken. All this while when they were talking, they had forgotten that there even was a 3rd person in the room with them. They were that engrossed in their work. Both of them felt a little awkward about forgetting Lin Mu. Hai Wan forcefully suppressed her embarrassment, which was easy since her face was hidden behind a veil anyway. The rankings were as follows. The Unity Wind sect came first, Ivory Sable sect came second, Sky Precepts sect came third, Centennial Sword sect came fourth, Rainbow Pill sect came fifth, Cloud Mountain sect came 6th, and the 8th position was taken by Starry Jasper Court. As for the 7th, 9th, and 10th positions, they were taken by cultivators that did not belong to the sects. The 7th position was taken by a lieutenant from the Vermilion Legion, while the 9th position was taken by a prince of the Eastern Ming dynasty. We do not know who took the 10th position, though. They were a nameless cultivator, and they left soon after the competition. They did not even take their prize, Hai Wan explained. While Lin Mu was not able to find out about all of the top 10 sects, he was still fine with being able to find out about 7 of the top 10 sects. Before this, he had never heard of any of them. Though still out of the 10 winners, he recognized one name. The Vermilion Legion, huh? Lin Mu muttered with a little surprise. Oh, what the problem? Hai Bao asked after seeing the hint of surprise in Lin Mu's voice. Nothing, it's just that I didn't expect to hear that name, Lin Mu replied. Why's that? Hai Bao questioned, and even Hai Wan looked on in curiosity. I thought the Vermilion Legion never moved from the frontier. Isn't a lieutenant a very high position in the Vermilion Legion? Lin Mu replied. Chapter 176, Rise in His Image. Zhu Keng was also a little surprised upon hearing that Lin Mu actually knew about one of the winners. He had fully executed for him to be in the blind about such things. That is indeed true. The Vermilion Legion never moves from the frontier, but there are a few exceptions. One of them being the summons from the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. Some people from the Vermilion Legion were invited by the Emperor for the Grand Festival. As a request, the Emperors asked for them to give a demonstration of strength in order to show the sects that they were no less from them either. Hai Wan answered. Lin Mu had heard about the festival from the mouth of Teng Xiaolian and his team before, so knew that there was one organized in celebration for the Crown Prince reaching the core formation realm. But it was still interesting for him to know more about the details of such. Seeing that Lin Mu was satisfied with the answer, Hai Wan was about to open another scroll to discuss the next matter when Lin Mu spoke up. I have something to say, Lin Mu spoke. Oh, please do tell, Hai Wan replied. I thought over it, and I think I have an idea of what this wooden plate is, Lin Mu replied while pointing to the wooden plate on the desk. You know, Hai Bao explained. Hai Wan was equally not expecting this, but did not react as such and kept her composure. So what is it? Hai Wan questioned in a calm voice. From what I can tell, it's a beast storage treasure, Lin Mu answered. Pub future ads. Hai Wan and Hai Bao went silent after hearing this and took a few seconds to digest this information. But once that was done, a mixture of emotions appeared in their eyes. How do you know this? Hai Wan asked in a nervous tone. I can feel the spatial fluctuation coming from it. They were faint at first, thus I was not able to grasp them, but after a while I was able to determine what it was, Lin Mu replied. Tilde gulp tilde. Hai Bao gulped in astonishment and started to think about all implications of this information. He knew that spatial storage treasures were incredibly rare and only a few people owned them, but beast storage treasures were a rarity amongst the spatial storage treasure. Every single one of the beast storage treasures was known to most informed and influential people, and he knew for sure that none of them would be so carelessly be abandoned. Their value was far too high, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a cultivation sect to start a small war in order to get their hands on one. If his apprehension were true, and this was indeed lost or worse stolen from a cultivation sect, it could potentially spell a disaster for them. He turned to look at Hai Wan and could see a similar apprehension in her eyes. Leader, the beast storage treasure. Hai Bao spoke and was interrupted. But the beast storage treasure is currently damaged, and the formation arrays within it would soon dissipate. It can't store any beasts in it currently, Lin Mu continued. Hai Bao's face visibly relaxed as he let out a breath of relief. Pub future ads. You should have started with that. You nearly scared us out of our wits, Hai Bao complained. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have framed it better, Lin Mu apologized. It's fine, there was no harm done, but now this revelation puts forth more questions, Hai Wan replied. Hai Bao nodded in acknowledgement. That is true. We still need to find out and verify who is the owner of this beast storage treasure. We do not want to be caught off guard if someone comes looking for it and suspects that we broke it. Hai Bao spoke. I guess I'll have to leave that up to you people. I believe you will be more capable of investigating that. Lin Mu said in a calm tone, trying to pretend as if he didn't know that the High Corps would not be going on a blind goose chase. Although Lin Mu knew that he would be wasting the time of the High Corps in hiding the full truth, it was still better than exposing his own reality and lifting their misunderstanding. It was that very misunderstand-int that was proving to be quite advantageous to him right now. Lin Mu definitely did not want to do anything that would compromise his current status quo. Of course, we will do that, Brother Lin Mu. You can leave that to us, Hai Wan answered with confidence. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance, and then thought about what he should do next. What should I do for the time being? I mean, we've seen the culprits' hideout and know that they are hiding the prisoners somewhere near the town, but when would we be doing more? Lin Mu questioned after thinking for a bit. Hai Wan was a little impressed by Lin Mu's detailed question, because she thought that he was worried about the investigation and wanted to fully help them. But in reality, Lin Mu wanted nothing more than to know a time period so that he could go cultivate peacefully till then. He did not want any more interruptions, and wanted to finally begin learning the nameless technique created by the lost immortal. After knowing that he had less than a year to reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm, as well as learning the technique of the lost immortal, Lin Mu was impatient. This impatience was seen in Lin Mu's eyes, and was once again mistaken by Hai Wan as an eagerness to help. Lin Mu is indeed an exceptional and righteous youngster. His future is very promising. I need to talk with the Lord about investing more into him, perhaps, Hai Wan thought. Unknown to Lin Mu, his image in the eyes of Hai Wan was raised once again. Chapter 177, Respite. Hai Wan composed herself again and thought for a bit before speaking. You need not worry, Brother Lin Mu. We will inform you when the time comes, but considering the current situation, I think we will need to stay in the town for a while. At least until Hai Yingji recovers. Yes, unless Hai Yingji recovers, we will be in danger. Considering the efficiency with which the culprits were able to transport and hide the prisoners, I wouldn't be shocked if they have a core condensation realm expert of their own helping them. If by any chance we were to have a conflict, it would be absolutely necessary that we have a core contesting realm expert on our side, Hai Bao said. Without one, it would just be a lost battle, even if we have many more chi refining realm experts. All right then, I'll take my leave then, Lin Mu replied and then stood up. Oh, and if you need anything, you can ask Hai Ping. He is still assigned to guard duty near your house, so you should be able to inform him, and any news that we send will be given through him as well. Unless it is too sensitive, then one of us will come to inform you, Hai Wan added. Lin Mu simply nodded before leaving the office and heading down the building. Once he was out of the town center, the guards that were standing there bid him farewell with respect in their eyes. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon seeing this change, but did not think much of it. A little while later he was at his house and had decided to get a much well-deserved bath. For the past week, he had not had the chance to take one, and heavens knew that he had gone through a lot in this time. Lin Mu thus heated up some water and took a comfortable bath. Once he was done with it, he randomly chose one of the sets of clothes from the hundreds he had bought and went to the kitchen, for he needed to cook the beast meat. Lin Mu's current focus was to reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm, and there was no easier way than to consume beast meat for that. Lin Mu quickly finished his meal and sat down to chant the calming heart sutra to assimilate the vital energy that was being released in his stomach. It didn't take much long for him to assimilate all of the vital energy from the meat, but he did not see any difference in his body. Unlike back when he had eaten the meat of the core condensation realm alpha steelback wolf, Lin Mu did not have any major progress in his body tempering realm cultivation. But he had already known of this and did not lose hope. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and started refining the spirit chi wisps within his danshin into liquefied spirit chi. Once afternoon arrived, he ate his lunch and assimilated the vital energy again. The same thing was repeated in the evening at dinner time, and he finally stopped when it was midnight. During his entire cultivation session of today, Lin Mu had refined 2 more drops of liquid spirit chi. That was a bit more tiring than I thought. At least I get to sleep now, Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then took out the soft white bolster to use as a pillow and laid his head upon it while lying down. It didn't take Lin Mu much time from closing his eyes to fall asleep. Soon he appeared in the sleepscape and was standing in front of the spirit apple tree. Lin Mu looked at it and saw nearly 15 ripened spirit apples on it. He went ahead and plucked them before storing them in his ring. He took a look inside the ring and saw that his stockpile of spirit apples had reached a little more than 100 now. Oh, I kind of forgot about them. I should eat them while I train, I guess. It should provide me with additional spirit chi, even though it would not be much, but it should still help me a little bit, Lin Mu thought out loud. He then sat down below the sprite apple tree and withdrew the wooden slip within which the lost immortal's legacy was contained. Lin Mu opened it and got to reading it. Although he had already read it before, he still wanted to take another look before formally starting to practice it. Lin Mu slowly read it, ensuring that he understood every small character before beginning. He already knew the complexities of the Tao script, and thus knew how important it was to know every aspect of a character before reading it, as its meaning could change depending on its position in the text. There were even times when the same character meant different things depending on the context. Thus he did not want to make a mistake and hurt himself with that. Now let's begin, Lin Mu said before putting the wooden slip away. He closed his eyes and recalled the nameless technique in his mind. He then followed the methods that were prescribed in the technique and moved the spirit chi according to that. The spirit chi was following a strange path that he had not known about. Although Lin Mu had leered about his meridian circuit on his own, he had not known that he could have circulated it in that manner as well. While there were many steps in the nameless technique, Lin Mu was only starting up and was thus at the very beginning of the first step. This step involved guiding the spirit chi to the meridians in the stomach and bathing the tissues of it with the spirit chi in a certain pattern. Lin Mu had to ensure that only a specific amount of spirit chi flowed to the stomach at once and at the right place. He had read the warnings and knew that if he increased the volume of spirit chi by too much or too less, the entire effort would be wasted in the best case, or he would harm himself in the worst. Chapter 178, No Respite. Lin Mu sat there for hours following the technique, yet could feel no difference, except for his spirit chi being consumed. He only stopped when it had been nearly empty and only had about 100 wisps left, along with, of course, the liquid spirit chi drops. This is much more difficult than I thought, Lin Mu muttered. Tilde pop tilde. Well, cultivation techniques usually take a while to learn, and for auxiliary ones like this one, the time frame is even vast. It's a technique that has never been cultivated, thus we cannot put an estimate on it, Zhukong said, after suddenly appearing in front of Lin Mu. Ever since Lin Mu had progressed in his cultivation, Zhukong had been able to freely appear and disappear from the sleepscape as long as he himself was there. Zhukong did not tell Lin Mu this, but he himself was starting to enjoy his time there. While he was beyond habituated to cultivating in seclusion in the void, having a break like this felt refreshing to him, and he even felt a slight improvement in his cultivation speed. I will have to wait and see then. Hopefully, I learn it before the great slumber bear awakens from its sleep, Lin Mu replied. He then stood up and withdrew a long spear from the ring. Lin Mu had practiced a sufficient amount with the 2 slim swords and now wanted to try out the other weapons. His next choice of weapon was the spear, as it had the farthest reach for him. Lin Mu started his practice with the spear and followed the stances and maneuvers mentioned in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He practiced until he felt mentally tired and then stopped. Lin Mu noticed that he had tired much faster than before. Is it due to my depleted spirit chi? Lin Mu questioned himself. Well, it could be that. Perhaps you need a certain amount of spirit chi in order to maintain your connection with the Garden of Karma. If that is true, then having a low amount of spirit chi may be reducing your capability to practice further here. Though this is all that I could deduce, we still don't know how exactly a Garden of Karma works. Zhukang replied from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. I see. Well then, time to sleep again. Lin Mu then willed it, and his body disappeared from the sleepscape, and he entered deep sleep. Waking up in the morning, the first thing Lin Mu did was to clutch his stomach. Tilda groaned tilde. Arg, he screamed in pain. Is this pain? Lin Mu uttered between breaths. He could barely breathe right now and was slumped up against his bed. Lin Mu was unable to think clearly right now and did not know what was happening to him. He did not even hear Senior Zhukang, who was calling out to him. Lin Mu stayed like that for about a minute before he was able to get used to the pain. Why is this happening? This is worse than the time when I ate that purple spirit fruit, or even when I used the boulder collapsing fist at its full potential. Lin Mu thought. But just as Lin Mu was thinking this, it suddenly hit him. It's the effect of the technique. Did I make a mistake? No, if it was like that, then I would have known it then and there. This is something different. Lin Mu realized. Jur. Lin Mu suddenly heard a faint voice in the back of his head. It didn't take him long to realize that it was Senior Zhukang that was calling out to him. He attempted to chant the calming heart sutra to be able to hear better, but the pain was making it incredibly difficult. To Lin Mu, it felt as if his guts were being twisted into a mush. With great effort, he was able to focus enough to chant the calming heart sutra. With the activation of the effects of the calming heart sutra, Lin Mu was finally able to hear Senior Zhukang's words. It's hunger, eat, Zhukang shouted out in Lin Mu's mind. It actually was not just Lin Mu that was having a problem in hearing Zhukang, but rather Zhukang too was having a hard time trying to communicate with Lin Mu. The mental connection that they had was fading in and out, making it nearly impossible for him to talk. Zhukang was very shocked by this, as the last time this had happened was back when Lin Mu had gone through the awakening of one of the 9 divine heart sutras, or when he was having an epiphany. What kind of technique is this that it's even able to disturb my link with Lin Mu? For it to be able to do that, is it on the same level as the 9 divine heart sutras, or is this something different? Zhukang thought to himself with confusion. Lin Mu heard Senior Zhukang's words in his mind, loud and clear, making him stumble to get something to eat. In his delirium caused by the pain, he had nearly forgotten that he could just summon the food that was stored in his ring. Lin Mu instinctively pulled out some of the cooked meat that was left in the ring. He started eating and quickly finished it in mere seconds. The food stored was barely enough for a few bites. Not enough, I need more, he spoke in a hoarse voice. A faint wisp of vital energy was released from the roast meat that he had just eaten, and it was absorbed from his stomach. Still, it did not even come close to providing him relief. It was the same as throwing a cup of water into a wildfire. Lin Mu then withdrew the spirit apples that he had stockpiled in the ring and swallowed an entire apple in 3 bites. He had thought that these would show some effect, but alas, the spirit apples had no vital energy in them. More, Lin Mu yelled again. Pushing all semblance of sanity away, Lin Mu withdrew a beast carcass that he had stored in the ring and started tearing into it. Chapter 179, Strange Changes. In a house in the northern town, a gruesome scene could be seen. There was blood splattered all around in a room, and the scent of the same was spreading around. The pungent and slightly disgusting smell of the mixture of flesh and blood would assault one's sense if they entered the room. At the center of the room was what could only be called as a remnant carcass of a beast of some kind, having only its bones left behind with small pieces of flesh on it. Even the bones seemed to have bite marks on them, and at some places seemed to have been shattered and cracked. At the side of this carcass was a person who seemed to have been drenched in blood. His face, hair, and clothes were stained in blood, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot as well. This person was none other than Lin Mu. He was taking deep and tired breaths, making it seem as if he had gone through a great battle, but such was not the reality. For it was none other than Lin Mu who had eaten the beast carcass in such a gruesome manner, no different from any other predator beast. If such a corpse was found out in the forest or the wild, no one would bat an eye. But when such a corpse was found in a house with a person drenched in blood no less, people would be shocked and astonished, to say the least, and no doubt would call the person that was drenched in blood insane. Pub future ads. That is too much, Lin Mu muttered between his breaths. Lin Mu could not help but turn up his head to look at his handiwork that was in front of him. Even he himself could not bring himself to believe what had just happened and what he had done. Still, that very thing in front of him and the blood on his body was proof that he had done it. Lin Mu could no longer hold back and laid down on the ground in fatigue, not having any energy to function well. What in heaven's name was that? Lin Mu questioned himself. It seems like the lost immortal's technique is far more dangerous than we thought. I had not expected for there to be such a severe side effect. I don't know how you should proceed from this. Zhukang suddenly spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu did not respond, but rather just stayed there on the ground contemplating about his situation. There were now far too many things that he needed to consider. Firstly, the effect of the lost immortal's technique had made him disappointed and frankly a bit scared. No normal human would like to eat raw flesh like he just did, and this thought made him nauseous and would have nearly made him vomit if it were not for the fact that there was surprisingly nothing in his stomach. Lin Mu realized that and touched his stomach. If it were normal, his stomach should have been bulging out. Even if he was used to having a large appetite and eating a lot of food, his stomach would still bulge for a while before going back to being flat. Pub future ads. But right now it had not even been 5 minutes, and he had eaten the entirety of a beast except for the bones, which was nearly twice his own weight. There was no way that this should have been possible, yet here he was having witnessed it. Wanting to know more, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and checked his own body. He directly observed his insides and found no change in them, at least from what he knew about his body and what he had seen before. His organs seemed to look the same as before to him, and he could find no fault with them. This nameless technique, I can't comprehend its effect. It's supposed to stop hunger, right? So why is it giving me a hunger that makes me want to die? Lin Mu questioned himself in frustration. Try checking the vital energy in your body. I can't feel it, Zhukang spoke. What senior? But it seems to be normal to me. Lin Mu replied before chanting the calming heart sutra and sensing the vital energy within his body. That was when he discovered a difference. While he still had his vital energy that was saturated in his skin, flesh, blood, and bones, he could not sense their faint fluctuations. It was as if they had been sealed into his body, and not even an iota of it was leaking out of his body. Normally, vital energy in a person's or a beast's body creates faint waves that are naturally emitted by their body. While this results in a loss of vital energy, this is fairly negligible and has no overall effect on the creature involved. But for some reason, the vital energy in Lin Mu's body was being fully contained within. Usually, when Lin Mu sensed his vital energy, it would be pulsating, as if it were resonating with his heartbeats, but right now, it was not. Instead, it was calmly flowing in a loop. Such a peculiarity made Lin Mu curious and wonder why it was happening. Wanting to rest something out, he flexed his fist to see how the vital energy would react. Usually, by doing this, his vital energy should have gotten agitated, but no such thing was happening. An idea appeared in Lin Mu's mind, and he punched out at the air. While no effect could be seen with the naked eyes, Lin Mu could tell that the punch he had just thrown had the same power as before in it. The change in the vital energy had caused no change in his strength itself. What is the cause of this? Lin Mu wondered. Whatever it may be, at least it is not harmful. Let me think for a while. I'll try to find something in my bloodline memories and see if I have any information about your peculiar condition. Zhukang replied. All right, Senior, thank you for your help, Lin Mu replied in a grateful tone. Lin Mu turned his head from side to side and looked at the mess that was his room right now. Chapter 180, Strange Changes Lie. Damn, this will take a while to clean. Those bedsheets and my clothes are as good as useless now, Lin Mu muttered to himself in frustration. Tilda sniffed Tilda. Tilda sniffed Tilda. Finally, Lin Mu could feel the stench assault his nose. I need to take a bath too now, Lin Mu thought. He then laid there for another hour, after which he could finally feel the strange fatigue fading away. He then stood up and stretched. Tilda pop, tilde tilde pop, tilde tilde pop tilde. Popping and cracking sounds were heard as Lin Mu stretched. The stiffness in his joints was being relieved with each moment. Lin Mu clenched and unclenched his fist, finding that the movement seemed to be slightly better. Lin Mu did not think much of it and started cleaning up the mess in his room. After he was done with it, he gathered up the bedsheets and his clothes in a ball to be thrown away. Finally, he went to and took a bath to clean himself of the blood and bits of flesh. Lin Mu didn't even bother heating the water and took the bath with ice-cold water, not wanting to bear the disgusting feeling anymore. Thankfully, his body-tempering realm cultivation was very high, allowing him to bear the cold without shivering or with his teeth chattering. Steam could be seen rising from his body after he was done with his bath due to the difference between his body temperature and the surrounding temperature. It was still snowing right now, and the snowflakes would melt away as soon as they touched his bare body. Pub future ads. Lin Mu quickly switched to a new and clean set of clothes before checking out the area around his house. He knew he had yelled out in pain and was wondering if it was loud enough to escape the confines of his house. He had expected for at least Hai Ping to have heard it as he was standing outside his house. Fortunately, it seemed like he had not yelled out as loud as he had thought. No one else seemed to have heard him, or they would have definitely been wondering what was happening in there, and the guards would have been gathered outside his house by now. At least I escaped that. It would have been far too bothersome and difficult to explain to them what had happened. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he took a breath of relief. Lin Mu decided to return to his house to continue his cultivation. He did check his danshan and saw that he only had half of his spirit chi for now, as only that much was replenished while he had slept. He thus sat down cross-legged and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to replenish his spirit chi. 2 hours later, the snow had stopped falling, and even the sun had come out from behind the clouds as they had finally scattered away. Lin Mu opened his eyes as he could feel his stomach rumble with hunger. What? I ate an entire spirit beast earlier. How am I still hungry? Lin Mu exclaimed with astonishment. This just keeps on getting more confusing, Lin Mu thought before standing up and going towards the kitchen. He quickly cooked some beast meat and ate it, but unlike before, this time his stomach was bulging like it should have been. It seems like your earlier hunger and this is different. The previous one seemed to be completely due to the Lost Immortals technique, and this one seems to be the normal one that your body feels. Zhukang spoke inferred. Lin Mu could feel the vital energy being absorbed by his body, and could feel the concentration of it increasing by a minute amount, unlike before when it had stayed the same. You are right, Senior. This time I can feel an increase in the vital energy within my body as well, Lin Mu replied. He quickly assimilated the vital energy, and just as he finished, an idea popped up in his mind. He went to the kitchen and set up some meat to cook, and then went to his backyard and started taking out wood from his ring before lighting it on fire. Pub future ads. Lin Mu prepared some meat to cook on that fire as well. Zhukang noticed what he was doing and felt a little confused. What are doing? Zhukang questioned. I'm guessing that, since practicing the Lost Immortals technique had that effect, I may as well prepare a large amount of cooked meat beforehand. At least I would not have to eat raw meat again, and even if it does not happen, I can still eat it later, Lin Mu explained. That is, actually smart, Zhukang praised. Lin Mu nodded and watched over the cooking meat. After it was done, he stored it in his ring for easy access. He had cooked the meat of 2 entire steel-back wolves and estimated that it should be enough considering the amount he had eaten before. It had taken him about 2 more hours to cook it, and he quickly returned to his room to cultivate. The room still had a faint scent of the blood, but it was no longer strong enough to bother Lin Mu. Soon he was engrossed in his cultivation, and the time started passing by quickly. While Lin Mu was busy cultivating, something else was happening in Wu Lim City. In a large manor that was situated beside a small lake, a man was sitting in a room that looked like an office. There were multiple bookshelves to the sides and a large desk at the other end of the room. A scholarly-looking man was sitting at the desk who seemed to have an erudite aura. The man was reading a letter and had a calm expression on his face. The contents of the letter seemed to be interesting to him, and a peculiar sketch was drawn on the letter. The most unique part being the 3 patterns of a wing, a tiger claw, and a serpent tail in a triangular formation present on it. Just as the scholarly man was about to reach the end of the letter, the door of the office opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. The man walked up to the desk where the scholarly man was sitting and cleared his throat. The scholarly man put down the letter and seemed to be caught a little off guard. He looked up at the man standing in front of him and forcibly composed himself before speaking. "What are you doing here, father? Does a father need a reason to come visit his son? Tell me, am I wrong, Wu Hai?" Chapter 180, One Father and Son. The scholarly-looking man, named Wu Hai, stared at the person in front of him for a few seconds in silence. "Fine, what is it that you need? And don't repeat the same thing, I know you have an excuse for coming here." Wu Hai spoke in a dismissive tone. "Ah, look at you talking to your father like that. Your mother would be so disappointed in you." Wu Er's father spoke in the same teasing tone as before. "As if, mother hates you no less than me. If it were up to her, she would have left just as elder brother did." Wu Hai spoke in a condescending tone. Upon hearing the harsh words of Wu Hai, his father's expression changed. It was no longer the teasing and playful one, but rather one of seriousness. The man's entire aura had changed. If it was mellow before now, it exuded power and authority. "All right, as you wish. I'll just tell you what I am here for," Wu Er's father spoke. "That would be for the best," Wu Hai said with a straight face, without moving his eyes from his father. "The disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have been posted here. They will be living at a property here in the eastern district of the city," Wu Hai's father spoke. "Oh, that's rather surprising. I thought nothing went past your eyes and ears, Mayor," Wu Hai said, with a sarcastic tone. "Looks like your influence has fallen such that even outsiders from a sect can go behind you and buy property here." An irritated expression appeared on Wu Hai's father upon hearing his words. "I've been busy lately. There are far too many things to handle lately. You would know this if you ever came and saw, but here you are spending your life in reading and more reading. At least your brother went and joined the kingdom's army. That is a thing of prestige. If you want to be a scholar, go and join the royal court. At least that way you would make use of your worthless life," Wu Zun said, trying to insult, but elicited no reaction out of Wu Hai. Wu Hai kept the same straight expression and did not mind his father's words. This was not the first time he had something like this, and over the years he had become far too used to them, that at this point he was just numb. "And what is it that you need with these disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect?" Wu Hai questioned, completely ignoring the earlier words of Wu Zun. "I want you to keep an eye on them, make sure they don't try anything too much. I don't want a repeat of last year again," Wu Zun answered. "And why would I do this?" Wu Hai asked in a sarcastic tone again. "Because if you don't, then I will nominate your name as the next annual gathering of the young aristocrats of the kingdom. You will be the person representing this county, and before you tell me that you will not mind my reputation, know this, that the king will be there this time. Your tricks won't work there." Wu Zun spoke in a slightly triumphant tone. Wu Hai's expression finally changed upon hearing that, but he soon recomposed himself, not wanting to give his father this victory. "I'll see to it," Wu Hai curtly replied. Wu Zun responded and looked around the room before speaking. Seems like your collection of books has only increased. Ah, if only you were better at cultivation and spent more of your effort in it than this." While Wu Zun was looking away, a slight hint of a smirk appeared on Wu Hai's face, but quickly disappeared as soon as Wu Zun turned around. Wu Zun's attention was then pulled towards the letter that was kept on the desk, more accurately on the unique pattern that was drawn onto it. He unceremoniously picked up the letter from the desk, not minding any manners or privacy. Wu Hai's expression became tense for a moment, and he quickly snatched the letter from his hands before he could see the next page. "You do not touch my things," Wu Hai responded in a cold tone that almost bordered on violent. For a moment, his scholarly and erudite aura faded and was replaced by that of power. It was almost the same as Wu Zun's, yet was different in some aspects. It was as if there was a hint of rebelliousness within it. Humph tilde. "What is this? Another one of your random musings? Are you still looking into the old myths and lores? Grow up and give up on them. That's all they are, myths." Wu Zun spoke in a dismissive tone before leaving the office. He soon left the manor and entered a luxurious carriage that had the crest of Wu Lim on it. The carriage swiftly left the manor, leaving a cloud of dust behind. A serious and grim expression appeared on Wu Hai's face as a wave of spirit qi was emanated from his body. The wave of spirit qi spread out of the manor and scanned all over the area. This was none other than spirit sense, and if one were to see the range of the spirit sense, they would be shocked, for the area of the manor was more than 300 meters. A few seconds later, the spirit sense returned to Wu Hai's body, and he opened his eyes. The second door of the office opened, and in walked a man that was dressed in a dark blue robe and had a mask on his face. The masked man seemed to be tense as he came and kneeled on his left knee in front of Wu Hai. Wu Hai did not speak anything and silently stared at the masked man. The masked man only kept on getting more and more nervous, such that his back was covered in a cold sweat. An entire minute passed by, and only then did Wu Hai speak. Chapter 182, Affinity and Idea. "Why was I not informed of the mayor's arrival?" Wu Hai questioned in a cold tone. "My lord, we could not. We sensed the spirit qi scanning over the manor before the mayor's carriage entered the manor. As per your previous orders, we chose to hide and did not expose ourselves to the mayor." The masked man spoke in a nervous tone. A confused expression appeared on Wu Hai's face for a moment before he spoke again. "The mayor used spirit sense, but I did not detect it. Are you sure of this?" Wu Hai questioned. "Yes, my lord. I swear on my life," the masked man answered as he tapped his chest with his fist to show his determination. Wu Hai hummed as he rubbed his chin. "Father is getting sneakier. He never did this before. Has he started to suspect something, perhaps?" Wu Hai thought to himself. "All right, it's fine then, but keep a closer eye next time. I want to know if he even gets close to the Eastern District next time," Wu Hai ordered. "Yes, my lord," the masked man replied. Wu Hai then continued thinking for about 5 minutes, during which the masked man stayed silent and waited. "There will be some new guests in our district soon, the disciples of Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. I want every single movement of theirs reported to me when they arrive," Wu Hai ordered. "As you command, my lord," the masked man responded with his head lowered. "You can go now," Wu Hai dismissed the man. The man thus stood up and was just about to leave the office when Wu Hai called out to him again. "Wait, inform Hai Wan about this as well. Tell her that we may need the assistance of our ally if something gets problematic. He should be useful if our assumptions about him are correct. So far, he's only lived up to it," Wu Hai said in a calm tone that changed to a more expectant one at the end. "As you wish, my lord," the masked man replied before swiftly leaving to complete his assigned orders. Wu Hai went to sit at his desk again and slouched slightly as he rubbed his forehead in fatigue. What is father planning now? First, he turns a blind eye to the northern town head's actions, and now this. There is certainly something bothering him I need to find out, Wu Hai thought to himself. And these culprits, I wonder if they found out anything new about them yet. In the sleepscape, Lin Mu was sitting down below the spirit apple tree and had his eyes closed. Lin Mu was currently on his second attempt at practicing the nameless technique created by the lost immortal. He was channeling his spirit chi according to the instructions in the wooden slip and did not find a difference this time either. Lin Mu had exhausted nearly all of his spirit chi wisps and was barely left with 100 wisps now, along with 6 drops of liquid spirit chi. He had successfully refined 2 more drops of them during the entire day. He had thought that his speed of refining liquid spirit chi would improve, but no such thing could be seen for now. Still, he did not lose hope and knew that he should improve sometime later. Senior Zhukang told him the same thing as well. Lin Mu let out a breath as he opened his eyes. No difference even now. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He thought for a bit and stood up to practice with his weapons. He took out the spear and practiced the routine demonstrated in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. While practicing, Lin Mu noticed a new thing. The spear seemed to feel comfortable to him now. Although it was not at the level of his short sword, it was still better than any of his other weapons. Looks like I have a second preference now, Lin Mu thought to himself. He continued practicing the moves of the 1,000 armament blade scripture and continued thinking about it. Perhaps I should try visiting Old Man Jiang again. Maybe he has a spear that is a spirit weapon as well, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Zhukang suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mu and was almost at the sharp tip of the spear, being barely a millimeter away. Still, he showed no reaction and simply kept on floating there. Oh, your control is getting better, Zhukang said in a slightly praising tone. Ah, yes, I think that too, Senior. For some reason, my progress with the spear is much faster than the other weapons, except for, of course, my short sword, Lin Mu replied. Seems like you have some affinity with spears as well, Zhukang spoke in acknowledgement. Senior, should I try visiting the Jiang Wei's Emporium again? Lin Mu asked. Zhukang stayed silent for a bit before he let out a slight laugh. You could try, of course, though I do not know if you will even be able to find the shop again, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu had a slightly embarrassed expression, but soon calmed himself again. You're right, Senior. Still, I'll try and see if I can sense it. If not, there is no harm. My enhanced spirit sense should help now, I think, Lin Mu spoke. Senior Zhukang did not respond and simply floated around. He had been appearing at random times, testing out Lin Mu's response time. Unknown to Lin Mu, he had been secretly enjoying this too. Lin Mu soon returned to his practice and thought of his plans. While he was doing so, he suddenly had an idea as his eyes went wide. Lin Mu abruptly stopped and stored the spear away in the ring before sitting down. He then closed his eyes and tried to do what he had thought of. Lin Mu chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and focused on a place at the very bottom of his danshin. Chapter 183, Reports I. This was the place where the 6 drops of liquefied spirit chi were floating. Lin Mu willed it and guided a single drop of it into his meridians. He then repeated the method mentioned in the nameless technique, but this time with the drop of liquid spirit chi. The drop of liquefied spirit chi traveled through the meridians and reached the meridians in the stomach. Upon reaching there, it merged with the tissues of his stomach. A feeling similar to that of goosebumps spread in Lin Mu's body for a moment and quickly faded away. Unknown to him, the obscure pattern that had appeared on Lin Mu's abdomen when he first bound the wooden slip to him appeared again. It glowed for a brief moment before disappearing again. A few seconds passed, and Lin Mu stayed still. He had successfully used the drop of liquefied spirit chi in practicing the nameless technique of the lost immortal, yet he could feel no difference. Lin Mu had expected something new to happen, but alas, nothing of such kind happened. Am I doing something wrong, or I just need a lot more time? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu thought about how to proceed for a bit, and eventually came upon a decision. I'll cultivate and pour all my spirit chi wisps into practicing the lost immortal's technique, and of the 2 drops of liquefied spirit chi that I refine, I'll invest 1 into it as well. That way I'll be able to balance the both, hopefully. Having planned for the upcoming days, Lin Mu threw himself into cultivation. He repeated the same routine every day, assimilating vital energy, cultivating, refining liquefied spirit qi, practicing the lost immortals technique, and finally practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture. While the routine seems hectic to him at the start, soon he became habituated with it. He continued it for 10 days, after which on the 11th day he witnessed his progress. Lin Mu was now able to refine 3 drops of liquefied spirit qi, instead of just 2 in a single day. Finally, it increased, Lin Mu said to himself in joy. It was bound to happen eventually, though your pace should only keep on growing from now, Zhu Keng replied. Yes, senior, Lin Mu replied before returning to his cultivation. While Lin Mu was engrossed in his cultivation, something else had happened in Wu Lim City. A few days ago, in a large manor beside a lake, Wu Hai was standing in a large room that looked like a library. He was facing towards a bookshelf and had a book in his hand. Behind him, 3 men in dark blue robes and masks were kneeling on one leg. While Wu Hai was reading, the 3 masked men stayed silent and waited for him patiently. The sound of a book closing resounded in the room, and the 3 masked men became tense upon hearing it. What do you have to report? Wu Hai questioned. One of the masked men that were kneeling in the middle took out a scroll and held it out in his hand. Leader Haiwan has sent her report, my lord, the masked man answered. Said Wu Hai as he took the scroll from the man's hands. He opened the scroll and started reading it. It took him 5 minutes to read the entire thing, during which his expression went through a variety of changes. Wu Hai felt more emotions now than he had felt in the entire past month. He felt happy, excited, fearful, relieved, angry, and perplexed. He was happy that the mission had been completed, and excited that they had found out more about the culprits. He was fearful about the beast storage treasure that had been found, as knew what kind of a situation that they could lead to, and was then relieved to find out that the beast storage treasure was damaged and unusable. Also, he was angry that one of his higher core members, and one of the only 3 core condensation realm experts, was injured in this mission, and that too not because of culprits, but rather because of the beast attack. Finally, Wu Hai was confused after he found out the truth that the link behind all these happenings was none other than Lin Mu. If it were not for him, then perhaps the entire series of events would have become a biff tragedy for the High Core. Still, he could not understand how and why Lin Mu was able to uncover so many things. He wondered if he had still underestimated Lin Mu's capabilities and if he should do something more. This thought was soon affirmed once Haiwan confirmed it and wanted to invest more into their new ally. His strength had already been proven before, and him being able to fight an entire pack of steel-back wolves, and coming out alive along with killing the alpha steel-back wolf that was at the core condensation realm, made it sure in Wu Hai's mind that he should not let him go. Even the fact that Lin Mu knew healing techniques was quite shocking to him, especially one that had been able to save a cultivator that was at the core condensation realm like Hai Yingji from Qi deviation. From all that he had learned about the healing techniques, Wu Hai knew that there were only a handful of sects outside of the top sects that had one of such a high grade. Wu Hai silently sighed to himself after he finished reading the entire scroll. What else do you have to report? Wu Hai questioned. The masked man that was kneeling to the left lifted his head and looked up at Wu Hai. My lord, as you ordered, we have been keeping an eye on movements of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. We asked our comrades to follow their path, and finally today they have arrived in Wu Lim City. As we speak, the disciples are moving towards the eastern district and are going towards their property. The masked man spoke. Chapter 184 reports I. Wu Hai kept on listening silently and did not respond straight away. He thought for a bit and contemplated before speaking. Oh, so they're finally here. They were a little late than expected, though. Why is that? Wu Hai questioned. My lord, we do not know either. The truth is, We lost track of them for a few hours in between, and we do not know what they did in that time period. But from what we saw, they seemed to be tense after that time and chose to take a halt in another town. The masked man answered. That is strange. How did you lose track of them? Wu Hai asked in a calm voice. But upon hearing his calm tone, the masked men only became more tense. They knew they had made a mistake before and were wondering if they were going to be punished for it soon. They entered a pleasure pavilion and didn't come out for 6 hours. We thought something was wrong and went to check. From there, they had somehow disappeared, and we don't know where they went. We wanted to investigate the pleasure pavilion, but we couldn't. 6 more hours later, one of our scouts reported to us that they had seen them in the next town in the path. The masked man replied in a hurried manner. Wu Hai went silent and thought again about it. He was not starting to get more interested in the matter, along with being a bit perplexed. This pleasure pavilion, what town is it in and who is it owned by? Wu Hai questioned. The pleasure pavilion is in Cliff Rain Town and is owned by the Xiangwei Jin Armaments. The masked man answered as a bead of sweat dripped from the side of the mask. Xiangwei Jin Armaments? What are they doing in this kind of business? And that too in Cliff Rain Town, which is a small town. From my knowledge, there was no pleasure pavilion in Cliff Rain Town before. Wu Hai spoke, feeling a little confused. That is the reason we were astounded too, my lord. Somehow we had missed this intelligence that a new pleasure pavilion was opened in Cliff Rain Town, and that one owned by Xiangwei Jin Armaments. But from what little news we gathered, the pleasure pavilion was opened with the orders from the new backers of the Xiangwei Armaments. The masked man replied. The disciples of the top sect? Are they the same ones that bought the Xiangwei Jin Armaments or someone else? It would be too uncouth for a disciple of any of the top sects to start an establishment like that. There must be something else we're missing, Wu Hai thought to himself. Wu Hai turned his gaze back onto the masked men and asked, the town that the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect appeared in after disappearing, it's Blue Mill Town, right? Where exactly did you see them there? We discovered the disciples at the entrance of the town. Apparently, they had a small scuffle with the guards and injured a few of them. From what we could tell, the disciples seemed to be bothered by something, as even though they could have very easy crippled the guards, they did not, and only hurt them enough to give them pain by breaking some bones. The masked man replied. Wu Hai was once again surprised by these words, as the gears in his mind started turning. So they are restraining themselves. That means they have been ordered to do so or perhaps been scared to do so as well. Seems like whatever power is behind the Xiangwei Jin Armaments is doing this. We'll have to look into it further. I don't want any more surprises, Wu Hai thought to himself. All right then, how many of them are here right now? Wu Hai questioned. My lord, there are 4 disciples currently here, and all of them are at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Though we suspect that one of them may be hiding their cultivation base. We did not dare to check it ourselves, thus cannot confirm our suspicions. The masked man answered. That's good. Stay low for a while, I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, just observe them from far and tell me when they are completely settled in. I'll go pay them a visit then, Wu Hai ordered. In the present day, Lin Mu had just finished up cultivating for the day and was thinking of taking a short break as he had sensed something. The mysterious ring had hummed for a bit, and Lin Mu instantly knew the reason for it. He was cultivating before and instantly opened his eyes upon feeling it. A spatial rift will be opening, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Ever since gaining better control over the ring, there had been no incidents of the uncontrolled appearance of the spatial rift. Instead, Lin Mu could not see and feel when one of them was going to appear, or he could just choose to open one wherever he wanted. But Senior Zukong had told him that doing so would be a waste of time, and his previous attempts were likely only because there were some items in the lesser void parallel to this world. At least in this area, Zukong doubted that he would find more items. Let's see what is it this time, Lin Mu thought to himself before standing up. He followed the mysterious ring's beckoning, which took him to the outskirts of the town. But this time it was talking him towards the southern exit instead of the northern one. Lin Mu exited the town and went a little distance to the southeast, where he finally felt it. Lin Mu could see a small black dot traveling across from the distance, a rather fast speed, and understanding the peculiarity of the situation. Oh, so it's a teleportation channel and not just a normal spatial rift. Lin Mu muttered before going after it. Chapter 185, Another Letter. Ever since getting better control over the ring, Lin Mu had not used it to open any more spatial rift, and neither had he encountered any more teleportation channels either. He knew that, while he could open a spatial rift anywhere he wanted, that would be useless, as it was likely that he had already taken all the items he could that were lost in the lesser void of this region. He was now excited to see what he could find this time, and was looking forward to it. Lin Mu ran along with the black dot and extended his right hand towards it. As soon as he got close enough, he willed it and the black dot stopped moving. Soon the black dot started expanding and reached the diameter of a meter. "Let's see what I can find this time," Lin Mu muttered before plunging his hand into it. The familiar feeling of flowing water appeared on his hand as he roamed it around to catch whatever that was coming through the teleportation channel. Senior Zukong had explained to Lin Mu about the workings of a teleportation channel, thus he knew what to expect this time. Whenever an item is to be transported through a teleportation channel, the formation is activated. What the formation does is that it makes a safe and stable path in the lesser void through which the item can be transported through. The change that happens is such that the spatial energy starts moving in a particular direction, talking the path of least resistance. Thus, it is often hard to estimate how or where a teleportation channel may appear if one does not have a good understanding of spatial energy. The spatial channels are often so random that even if you are transporting an item just 1 meter from its original position, it is likely that the teleportation channel it passed through was long and winding, and could have extended for hundreds if not thousands of kilometers. Still, even if this does seem like it is counterproductive and would take more time instead, it was not as such, because the speed of transportation is rather instantaneous over short distances in a single world. Only when something is being teleported over different worlds and passes through multiple layers of the void does it take longer. Senior Zukong even told Lin Mu that teleportation between different realms could take years, if not tens of years, to complete. The distance between each could not be imagined. Lin Mu thought of trying something different this time. He extended his spirit sense and let it enter the spatial rift. As soon as his spirit sense entered the spatial rift, he felt a strong tug on it. The short tendril of spirit sense was quickly pulled to its maximum length and was flown along with the spatial energy. "Ow!" Lin Mu groaned in pain as he tried to control the spirit sense. It was hard for him to control his spirit sense under the flow of the spatial energy, and decided to just reel it back in. You won't be able to navigate a teleportation channel with your current spirit sense. It is too strong for you. You will have to either reach the core condensation realm to strengthen it further, or you will need to gain an understanding of spatial Tao. Zukong spoke upon seeing Lin Mu's failed attempt. "Spatial Tao," Lin Mu muttered in confusion. "Yes, spatial Tao. I've told you about it. Spatial Tao is the higher level understanding of the spatial elemental qi. Once you learn more about the spatial elemental qi, you can start comprehending the spatial Tao," Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded in response, but was still a little confused. He wanted to ask more, but thought it would be best left after he gets whatever is coming from the partial rift. And just as Lin Mu thought that, something hit his palm. Knowing what it was, he immediately grabbed it and pulled out his hand. Lin Mu looked down to see what he had obtained and saw that it was a scroll. The scroll was about 10 inches long and seemed to be made of good quality paper. The cylindrical wooden handles of the scroll were finely polished and had additional tassels at their ends. Lin Mu could even smell the fragrant smell coming from the wood, and could tell that it was made from the same wood the box within which the 4 vessels restoration pills were stored in was made of. Finally, there was a wax seal placed on its opening, and it also had a short tassel hanging from it. The wax seal had the imprint of 3 cauldrons with a peony flower above it. As soon as Lin Mu saw it, he knew where it had come from. The Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, Lin Mu spoke out loud. He wondered if he should open it or not, but after remembering the current situation, he thought that it would be the best to open it. If there was any problem, he could still drop it back into the spatial channel as it was still open, and would stay open for a while, and could be opened for even longer if Lin Mu poured in his spirit chi. But looking at the wax seal, Lin Mu was a bit bothered, and thought that if he opened it and the formation triggered, the other party may find out about it. Go ahead, place it in the ring. I'll open it for you so that the formation does not trigger, Zhukang suggested. All right, Lin Mu spoke before he stored the scroll in the ring. A few seconds later, he withdrew it and saw that the wax seal had broken in half and the scroll came undone. The first thing Lin Mu could see was the crest of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect at the very top of the scroll. Below it, he could see the text, and from the format of it, he could tell that it was another letter. Having understood this, he started reading the letter. Chapter 186, Formation Node. Mayor Wu Zun, as you may have noticed by now, a few of our disciples have been dispatched to your city, and they will be posted there for the time being. The time period for which they have been assigned there is undecided, and they will be there until they have been ordered to return. During this period, you are to assist them in whatever task they may need assistance with, and will ensure that they are not hampered in their work. If you do so, your previous transgressions will be forgiven, and our previous cooperative relationship will be reinitiated. You can choose to reject this, but know that the consequences of such will be yours to bear. The letter this time was much shorter than the one that Lin Mu had seen before, and seemed to be more of a threat than an actual letter. What is this? It's strange. Could it be because of what I did before? Lin Mu muttered in confusion. I'll tell you the same thing I said before, don't bother, Zhukang simply said. This time Lin Mu did not think much. He had learned a lot more and knew that if he's getting some benefits, it's best not to think much and just take them as it is. Unless, of course, there is some absurd reason behind it. Now then, what are we to do with this information? Lin Mu questioned himself. Just keep it to yourself for now and wait for the right moment. See how it plays out and use it according to your judgment, Zhukang suggested. I understand, Senior. Lin Mu responded before rolling the letter and storing it into the ring. Currently, it was evening, so Lin Mu had no problem in staying away from the eyes of the people. Even since the few incidents that happened before, people had been avoiding going out at night. This helped him, as he couldn't really explain chasing after air, could he? Still, Lin Mu did not know if others could see the spatial rifts. That is a little difficult to answer. Zhukang intercepted his thought. Huh, what Senior? Lin Mu questioned as feeling confused. I can't tell if the spatial rifts are only visible to you because of the ring or if they would be visible to others too once they are open, but it's most likely the latter. Still, the cultivators who have spirit sense should be able to sense it even if normal people can't, Zhukang explained. This was new information to Lin Mu, as he had not asked Senior Zhukang this before. He simply nodded and continued on to his way. He checked the gate and saw that the guards were still standing there. He didn't avoid them and simply walked towards the gate. Halt, who goes there? One of the guards shouted upon seeing Lin Mu. The guard lifted a torch and brought it closer to see Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu too waked closer to show the guard that he was fine and there was no problem. Upon seeing his face, the guard felt relieved and let him enter the town. Hai Wan and the others had done a thorough check of the town's guards and had ensured that there were no suspicious people in it. Unsurprisingly, a few of the guards had secretly disappeared, confirming their suspicion that there were a few of the people from the culprits mixed in. Upon doing a deeper check, Hai Wan and the rest discovered that all the information about them in the registers was fake and seemed to have been forged. The absence of them was the reason why Lin Mu felt safe enough to directly walk in and did not go over the wall. While returning to his house, Lin Mu passed by the alley where Jiang Wei's emporium was located. He looked around and he still could not see the alley there, but upon using his spirit sense, he felt something different this time. Far up in the sky, he could feel something. It was as if there was a solid object of some kind floating there. Pub future ads. What is that? Lin Mu muttered in wonder. Looks like you found one of the nodes of the illusory formation array, Zhu Kang answered. A node, what's that? Lin Mu questioned. A node is basically the point where the multiple formations continued within a formation array intersect. They are the points which are quite important to the stability and functioning of the formation arrays, and any damage or modification to it can lead to its deactivation or getting destroyed. Zhu Kang answered. But how can I feel it, senior? Isn't it supposed to be immaterial? Lin Mu asked. Yes, but your spirit sense is different. There's a reason why it is one of the requirements to make formations, because without it, sensing formations after they have been created is difficult. Zhu Kang replied. Is that so? Lin Mu muttered and started tracing over the invisible formation with his spirit sense. He followed along with it and discovered that there were faint lines that extended from it. The place that he had sensed the node at was the only place that was a little broad. All the branches that arose from it were thin, like threads. Lin Mu tried to follow them with his spirit sense and found it to be difficult. He soon lost focus, and the branch of the formation that he was following disappeared. Even if he used his spirit sense to observe the place that he had last felt the branch at, he still could not find it. This is strange. Why did it disappear? Lin Mu questioned in confusion. It was to be expected, of course. If it was this easy to find formations, they would have never been used. Formations are much more complex than you think they are. Zhu Kang answered in a slightly humored tone. Lin Mu felt a little embarrassed upon hearing that and tried to look for it again. I'll give you a hint. Follow it back from the node again. Know that nodes are often the weak points of formations, and if you can find them, you can trace the rest of the formation. Though this is valid only for formations of a low level such as this. Zhu Kang explained, Chapter 187, Tracing the Formation. Following Senior Zhu Kang's advice, Lin Mu tried it again. He extended his spirit sense all the way to the place where he had observed the node and started tracing it from there again. Alas, he made a mistake again and lost track of it again. I need to think of a better method, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu didn't know why he was doing this. He just felt like this was something new and interesting, thus he wanted to know more about it. He had seen the beast storage treasure and knew that it had formations on it too. But their level was too high for him to be able to sense them. Now that he had this opportunity to observe and study formation here, he didn't want to stop. Luckily, it was night time, and the place Lin Mu was in was a rather desolate part of the town, where people rarely went past in daytime, not to say at night. After a few more attempts, Lin Mu decided to chant the Severing Heart Sutra while tracing the formation. He had already tried the Calming Heart Sutra, but it was not suitable for this situation where he needed to be completely still. This time, Lin Mu had better success and was able to go much further than before. Yes, this is it, Lin Mu shouted inwardly in excitement. But just as he thought this, he had accidentally stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and had faltered in his concentration. Swearing to himself that he'll focus better this time, Lin Mu tried again. He had been here for about an hour now, and the snow had started falling again. In his latest attempt, Lin Mu was able to trace the branch of the formation to the next node and found it to be present on the wall of one of the old shops. He walked closer and touched it with his hand. Nothing, just as Senior said, Lin Mu muttered to himself. When Lin Mu touched the wall, he could not feel it to be any different from a normal wall. But when he touched it with his spirit sense, he could see the difference in the texture. It was as if there were countless patterns made on the wall that could only be felt by him. That should be the second node, Zhu Kang informed upon seeing Lin Mu feeling a little lost. Lin Mu's eyes lit up at this, and he kept on exploring further. He must have spent nearly 2 hours there at this point and had forgotten about time. Because he was standing still for most of the time, a layer of snow had settled on his head and shoulders by now. The sky above him was thickly covered by clouds, and all the stars and moon were hidden. The only source of light in the area was from far-away lamps that were lit up. It was even more dark in the street Lin Mu was in, and there was only a single torch burning at the entrance of it. Because people rarely entered it, there wasn't anyone keeping an eye on this place either, and thus had no one to light up torches here. Most of the torch holders were empty and had no torches placed in them, while those that did have torches in them had snuffed out a long time ago. Because it was not a main street, it did not have any street lamps either. In the rest of the town, at least in the main areas, tall poles had been erected along the roads, from which lamps hung. These lamps were maintained by some people assigned by the town center and had to be refilled with oil every day. Because maintaining the upkeep of so many lamps was difficult due to oil being expensive, the street lamps were only lit alternatively. One could also attribute this to the former town had not been taking care of the town and rather embezzling the funds assigned to it. If the town head could steal the funds that were for the welfare of the people, then embezzling funds for the maintaining of the town was nothing compared to that. While Lin Mu was a lot bothered by this fact in the past, right now this situation was coming to his benefit. Because if anyone were to see him, there would be likely to ask questions. Questions that Lin Mu would prefer to not be asked and did not want to explain. Over the past few days, as he engrossed himself in cultivation, Lin Mu realized that he was now getting used to it and was preferred to be alone. Well, as alone as he could be, since Senior Zhukang was with him always. Another hour passed by and Lin Mu was still standing there. He had barely moved, and the snow around him had gotten thicker. The snow layer had now reached a little above his ankles, and frost had settled on his eyebrows. Every time he took a breath, a small cloud of steam was expelled from his nose and mouth. If there was anyone else standing out in the snow for such a while, they would have been incredibly cold and would have been shivering. But Lin Mu was not bothered by it and stood still. He felt no stiffness or soreness in his legs, nor did he mind the layer of snow on his head. Strong winds would blow from time to time, removing the snow from his head, yet a few minutes later more would settle down there. Even Lin Mu did not realize this, but he had entered a strange sense of mind. For him, the only things that existed right now were his spirit sense and the formation array in front of him. He had even forgotten why he was doing this, and his only aim right now was to reveal more and more of the illusory formation. Just by doing this, he was unknowingly increasing his understanding and control of the spirit sense. Although he could not comprehend the runes from which the formations were made out of, he was still starting to get a rudimentary level of understanding of them. While Lin Mu was engrossed in this, Zhukang was thinking about something else. This kid, his talent in formations is monstrous. Chapter 188 Distortion. Zhukang was currently floating around in the mysterious ring, and a small distance away from him was the ethereal altar. During the time Zhukang had spent in the ring, he had tried to approach the altar many times, but he never could unless Lin Mu himself was present here. Every time he would get close to the ethereal altar, a mysterious barrier would appear and would block him. This prevented him from going any further, and the closest he could reach was within 100 meters of the altar. The barrier that blocked Zhukang was an enigma to him. He could not recognize any of the runes that were present on it, and neither could he recognize the script. It wasn't written in the Tao scripts, and neither was it written in any of the other common scripts that numbered in the millions. From the countless years of experience that Zhukang had, he had seen many incomprehensible things, yet this was one of the times where he was the most confused he had ever been. He could swear on his bloodline that this was perhaps the most complex array of runes he had seen. Even though Zhukang did not understand the runes, he could still tell that the formations that made up the barrier were beyond any grade that existed. While he was floating near the ethereal barrier, Zhukang was thinking of Lin Mu. He had been seeing what he was doing and could read some of his surface thoughts. From his memories, he could see that he had revealed around 7 of the nodes of the illusory formation array that was hiding the Jiang Wei's emporium. How did I not notice this before? It just took him 2 hints before he was able to reveal an illusory formation on his own, Even high-grade spirit formation masters will take a day before they would be able to do the same. Zhukang muttered to himself. Is it just formations, or is his talent in other professions similar too? No, I need to make sure of this. Just his talent in formations is good enough to open up a lot of opportunities for him. If he has even 10% of the same in any of the other professions, his potential would be endless. Zhukang thought while swaying in the empty space. He was not floating around the barrier, the same ways a person would pace while they were thinking about something deeply. Along with Zhukang's every movement, the spatial energy in the surroundings would stir while being attracted to him. Ever so often a streak of spatial energy would be absorbed by his body and disappear into it. Even while thinking, Zhukang was unconsciously cultivating. He then suddenly came to a halt as more thoughts appeared in his mind. While his talent in formations seems evident, testing for the others would be difficult at this point. He still needs to reach the peak stage of the Qi refining realm before he would be able to ignite Qi flame. No, wait, his Danshan's capacity is much higher than others. It should be possible for him to do it much earlier. I'll tell him about it when the time is right. As for weapons forging and spirit tool refinement, we'll need to wait till he gets the proper equipment. Though if he can have a good understanding of formations, he would simply be to place formations on weapons and tools. He can take that route as well, although it may be much long-winded. Beast taming? That is a complex one. At his current cultivation base, it would depend on the beast itself rather than his talent. Perhaps I can ask him to try to tame a few smaller spirit beasts. Zhukang thought to himself and was interrupted. Zhukang suddenly felt a wave of every in the ring and looked towards the ethereal altar. The altar was now faintly glowing, or rather more accurately a few of the runes of the altar were glowing. Unlike before, when Lin Mu received the skills or the 9 divine sutras, the altar was less active. There was no blinding glow of light, but a rather more somber tone. Zhukang could feel the change in the spatial energy as the streaks of it were moving in a uniform manner now. The silvery gray streaks of spatial energy in the mysterious ring were now circulating around the altar. What is happening? Zhukang exclaimed, feeling confused. Zhukang realized that in his thoughts, he had forgotten to keep an eye on Lin Mu. He hurriedly used his connection with Lin Mu and saw what was happening. And when he saw it, he was surprised once again. How did he? Out in the real world, the snow was still falling and Lin Mu had his eyes closed. His eyelids suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. The space that was in front of him stirred and a storage distortion appeared. The space turned blurry, as if there was a foggy mirror there. While the things behind it were still visible, it looked as if one was looking at them through a fogged-up glass. The snow that had settled on Lin Mu's head and shoulders fell down as he moved. A hint of confusion appeared in his eye before turning to a look of understanding in the next moment. So this is the full extent of the formation, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he walked closer. He extended his hands towards the space in front of him, and the ring on his middle finger hummed in response. The distortion in the space that looked like a foggy mirror at first soon changed to a twisting appearance. The twisting appearance lasted for a few seconds before it settled, and the fabric of space in front of him unraveled. A circular opening had now appeared in front of Lin Mu that was about 2 meters in diameter. But unlike the spatial rifts that he had opened before, this was not black. Chapter 189, The Courtyard. A pleasant fragrance entranced Lin Mu's senses as soon as the opening appeared. An elaborate and luxuriant courtyard appeared, with flowers and trees everywhere planted in an auspicious pattern. Although it was night here as well, no snow was falling. A crescent moon could be seen high up in the sky and had as a slight tint of blue. A blanket of stars covered the night sky. There were small rivers and streams along with fake mountains in the courtyard, giving one a feel of aesthetic luxury. At the end of the courtyard, there was a large mansion that looked more like a palace instead. Statues of auspicious beasts were placed in the surroundings and gave the place a strange yet calming aura. Lin Mu subconsciously took a step forward and entered the courtyard. As soon as he was fully in the courtyard, the opening behind him closed up and disappeared. He snapped out of his daze and his eyes went wide. A sense of alarm washed over him as he turned around to look at the place where the opening was. Looking back, he could see nothing but more trees and plants in the distance. And at the very end of it, he could see a tall wall that was at least 10 meters tall. But even on that wall, he could see paintings of mountains and rivers that looked realistic. If he did not look at the very top of the wall and see its edge, he would have thought that's what was actually what existed. "What is this place?" Lin Mu muttered in shock. Still unable to believe it, he did a 360-degree turn, taking in all the sights of the place. In the opposite direction of the mansion, there was a small building. Compared to the size of the mansion, it was comically small and looked out of place for a courtyard such as this. It seemed to be old and weathered, whereas the mansion was the epitome of luxury. Lin Mu thought that even the houses and courtyards in Wu Lim City would not compare to it. "Seems like you have entered a minor plane," Zhu Kang suddenly spoke up. Zhu Kang himself had been reeling in shock about what Lin Mu had done. How did he open a stable portal to a minor plane like this? Wasn't he just studying the formations? How did it lead to this? Zhu Kang internally thought. "A minor plane, the ones that you talked about, senior?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. "No, what I told you was minor worlds, not minor planes. Minor worlds are entirely self-sustaining, while minor planes need to depend on an actual world to anchor themselves to. Minor planes are also much smaller than minor worlds, so small that this place you see, it only exists within the confines of the four walls," Zhu Kang answered. Lin Mu felt fascinated by this and had twinkling in his eyes. Also, another big difference is that while a minor world is part of the Great Void, a minor plane exists in the Lesser Void. Although the way a minor plane exists is a bit unique in that they can either be artificially created or naturally as well, Zhu Kang added. A string of questions popped up in Lin Mu's mind as he started walking around. Looking around, he could tell for sure that there was someone living here, and he was sure that it was the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Jiang Wei and Duan Qi. Still, Lin Mu wanted to ensure that it was safe before approaching the mansion. It didn't take him much longer to walk around the three sides of the courtyard, leaving the side with the mansion to the last. He wanted to take a closer look at the boundaries of this place, thus went to the walls. While the walls were 10 meters tall, it was nothing to Lin Mu. He simply blinked to the top of a tree nearby and then blinked again to the top of the wall. While the wall looked sturdy from the inside, when he was at the top, he could see that it was actually very thin and narrow. In fact, the area that he had to stand in was only about a foot wide. If he had not judged properly and was careless, there was a chance that he would fall into the other side, which he certainly did not want after seeing what existed there. A vast black expanse came in the view of Lin Mu that expanded from one edge of the horizon to the other. When he was standing inside the courtyard, he could see a completely different scenery, with there even being a sky above him. But as soon as he was at the top of the wall, the scenery changed, and all he could see was darkness. It was a darkness he was familiar with. The Lesser Void, but how? Lin Mu wondered. From the information he had received from Senior Zhu Kang, Lin Mu leered that Lesser Void exited in parallel to the real world and enveloped it simultaneously. Although it seemed hard to understand and comprehend, it was just how it was. Think of this place like a bubble. There are multiple formations placed on this courtyard that isolate it from the rest of the Lesser Void, Zhu Kang explained. Seems like the ring can open portals to minor planes as well, despite there being the isolation and barrier formation arrays. Did he actually manage to find a flaw in the formation array? That would be very impressive if it's true. Or is it the work of the ring, perhaps? Zhu Kang thought. While Zhu Kang was thinking to himself, Lin Mu was walking along the wall, trying to get a sense of this place. While from the inside it looked large, from the top of the wall Lin Mu could see its actual size, which was of about a square kilometer. He then jumped down and walked towards the small building that was to the opposite of the mansion. This is rather peculiar. I wonder how it works, Lin Mu was thinking to himself when he got interrupted. Who are you? Chapter 190, A Shocking Visitor. Lin Mu immediately turned around after hearing the voice and recognized it. Duan Qi, Lin Mu muttered to himself. The person who had called him was none other than Duan Qi. She was standing there a short distance away from him and had a sword floating above her. The sword's tip was pointed towards Lin Mu, and Duan Qi herself seemed to be standing in an offensive stance. The day had been normal for Duan Qi, and she had spent it the same as she had spent these past 2 months. Especially after getting injured, most of her time was spent in rest and recovery. The rest of it was spent in either cultivating or staying in the library. She and her grandfather had been trying to find the clues to all the incidents that had been happening until now, and were also looking into the identity of the hidden expert that had ascended along with the sword intent of the other. While they were secretive, Duan Qi's grandfather was sure that the experts must have left some traces somewhere. Thus they were checking their records, which were perhaps the most extensive in the entirety of the empire. Still, even after spending weeks on it, they had little progress. Today was a similar day, and Duan Qi had just finished reading another record. She was feeling spent after the repeated failures and felt like taking a walk. In the past, she would secretly go out to fly around the county, but ever since the incident with Lin Mu, they had sealed the courtyard completely. Now all she could do was take a walk around the courtyard itself. Although she had become used to the courtyard over the years, it still felt refreshing to her. But she had never expected that she would end up finding someone here that was not her grandfather. Duan Qi was 100% sure that the formation arrays were still intact and had not been tamped with. Her mind quickly started to think of all the possibilities. She wondered who could be able to enter a place as secure as this without them ever noticing or with the formation array breaking. With every possibility that came to her mind, her face only fell more, for each of those possibilities were bad. There were far too few people who could enter this courtyard, and she could count them on one hand, with 2 of them being her and her grandfather. The other 3 she did not think would ever enter here, as they had long been dead. The only other way she could think of was if there was a formation master who could enter through a flaw in the formation array, and the other being even more dangerous. A cultivator that was in the immortal ascension realm. She could not think of anything else than those 2 possibilities. After a little thinking, she discarded the possibility of it being a formation master, as according to her knowledge, there was no one that would match the age of the person in front of her. Although she did not see the face of the person, she could still guess it from his back. The person in front of her was about 170 centimeters tall and had a slim frame with hair that was about 3 inches long and free-flowing. All the signs only pointed to her that the person in front of her was young, and she knew that there were no formation masters of a grade that high in the empire. Her mind then went towards the second possibility. At first, she doubted it because of the same reason as the first. The person was way too young. But then a story that she had heard from her grandfather came to her mind. There were certain exceptions where a cultivator would return to a youthful appearance. This combined with the existences of the hidden expert with the sword intent, Duan Qi only became more fearful. Still, she did not back down and cower. Instead, she stood her place and decided to face it. If it really is an expert that strong, they were doomed either way, she thought to herself. Taking a deep breath, she finally called out. But as soon as she saw the face of the person in front of her, she was shocked even more. For this was a possibility she had never expected. "What?" was all she could mutter before she saw him move. Lin Mu walked forward casually with a calm demeanor and came to stand in front of her. A gentle smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. "It's been a while, Duan Qi," Lin Mu spoke in a genial tone. Duan Qi's brain almost shut down after hearing him speak, and for a moment she felt like she was about to faint. The memories of that day came rushing back, the being that she had witnessed. She clearly remembered it, for it was etched into her heart. That day she had known what true terror felt like. She realized the reality of her existence and how minute she or her grandfather were compared to that being. And behind that encounter was none other than Lin Mu. While she had suppressed this deep in her mind, it all broke free upon seeing him. What are you doing here? Duan-Ki let out, struggling to speak still. Unknown to Duan-Ki, her hands were trembling as she stood there staring at Lin Mu with a pale face. Lin Mu noticed all this and could sense a storage feeling coming from Duan-Ki. What happened to her? Lin Mu thought to himself. It seems like this may be my fault, Zhukang replied in an unnerved tone. Why? Lin Mu questioned, and then remembered what had previously happened. You mean to say she's still affected because of it? Lin Mu questioned. It does seem like it, but I didn't expect this either, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu let out a breath and looked at the still trembling Duan-Ki, before an idea popped into his mind, and he opened his lips. Chapter 191, Calming Duan-Ki. Looking at Lin Mu act like that made Duan-Ki only feel more uncomfortable. Especially when his lips gently opened, and he lightly came forwards, a myriad of thoughts popped into her mind. Thoughts which she had never thought of before. Feeling scared at these thoughts, she closed her eyes in acceptance. But just as she was awaiting the thing that she had imagined, it never happened. Instead, a wave of calmness washed over her body and relived her worries. Duan-Ki could hear some esoteric chants in her ears and could tell that they were coming from the front. She did not understand what the chants meant, but they were helping her. It was as if the chants were lifting a hidden weight that was placed upon her heart. Duan-Ki couldn't tell how much time had passed as when she opened her eyes after the chants had stopped. She no longer felt the terror she had felt before, and a feeling of serenity and peace had replaced it. She had not felt like this in a long time and was cherishing every moment of it. What is this? Did he do it? But how? Wondered Duan-Ki as she basked in the peaceful feeling. Her eyes lifted from the ground and looked back at the person standing in front of him. For the first time ever, she was taking such a close look at him. Lin Mu had changed from what she used to remember he looked like. Duan-Ki couldn't almost believe her eyes as she saw the changes in him. Lin Mu's height had increased by a little bit, and his hair had grown as well. His physique had also changed slightly, but it wasn't as apparent. Strangely enough, she felt as if his shoulders had become broad like a shield. She felt as if they would be good for protecting her for some reason. As she thought of this, her face was tinged with a slight shade of pink. What am I thinking? Why do I feel like this? Duan-Ki questioned herself. Forcibly suppressing her thoughts, she focused her attention again. This time on more important things, such as why Lin Mu was here and how he was able to enter this place. Lin Mu saw the strange look on her face that lasted for a couple of minutes before he actually stopped chanting the calming heart sutra. He was feeling a little guilty at Duan-Ki's condition, thus thought of this solution. He reckoned that it should help her to a certain extent, but had never expected for there to be a reaction such as this. For some reason, her face had turned a shade of pink, and he didn't know what to think of. Perhaps it's just the effect of the calming heart sutra reliving her fear. Yes, that's probably it, Lin Mu thought to himself. He then saw Duan-Ki open her eyes and struggling with something before finally speaking. How did you enter here? Duan-Ki questioned. Lin Mu was at a loss of what to answer. He couldn't just tell her that he appeared here because of sheer curiosity, could he? It was now that the voice of Senior Zhukang rang in his mind. Actually, that's what you should do. Did you forget they already suspect your capabilities? Take advantage of this the same as you did with the high core, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu thought over it for a moment before deciding that it should be fine. Many people already believed that he had a strong background. Adding a couple more people didn't really matter at this point. Besides, even if he told them the truth, he didn't think they would believe it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu finally opened his mouth. I sensed a formation outside and wanted to know what it was doing here in the middle of the town. And ever since your shop disappeared, I was wondering where you guys were. It eventually led me to this, and I ended up finding an opening in the formation. Lin Mu answered rather truthfully. Duan-Ki heard Lin Mu's words, but could not bring her to believe in them. They seemed far too good to be true. She knew the complexity of the formation that was placed on this courtyard, and knew the difficulty one would have in finding a flaw in it. One could not just find an opening, as what Lin Mu had just said. There is definitely something more that he's hiding, Duan Qi thought to herself. But just as she did so, Duan Qi remembered the incident from the past again, and that combined with the peerless sword intent she had felt before, an idea formed in her mind. She could imagine Lin Mu standing there and a mysterious figure behind him, guiding him. Yes, that's it. He definitely has a hidden expert behind him. The only question is which one. Is it the expert who had the peerless sword intent, perhaps? Duan Qi thought to himself. A multitude of thoughts and ideas passed through her mind, but in the end, she realized that it would be best to leave it to her grandfather for now. Jiang Wei was much more experienced than her and would be able to understand the situation much better than her. With this temporary solution in her mind, she just decided to take Lin Mu to meet her grandfather. Let's go, we'll meet my grandfather and there you can tell him the rest. Duan Qi spoke in a cold tone. Lin Mu finally heard the familiar cold tone and felt a bit better. He was used to Duan Qi acting like that and was feeling uncomfortable with her previous behavior. Calmly nodding to show his acknowledgement, he spoke. All right, show me the way, Lin Mu replied. Duan Qi turned around immediately and the spirit sword that was floating above her floated down and came to hover in front of her. She lightly held the sword and it disappeared. Looking at this, Lin Mu immediately felt the spatial fluctuations. Chapter 192, The Spirit Qi in the Courtyard. So she does have a spatial storage treasure as well. Lin Mu thought to himself as he continued walking behind Duan Qi. Along the way, Lin Mu kept on smelling the sweet fragrance of the flowers. It was the first thing that he had felt upon opening the portal to this courtyard and was still smelling it. The fragrance was calming and helped him feel a bit relaxed. Lin Mu could only imagine how stressed Duan Qi must have been, considering she had access to a relaxing place such as this. Not only this, but Lin Mu could even feel the faint spirit qi in the air. While it was still faint, he could sense it very well. It was different from the other places. The concentration of the spirit qi was higher than the real world, and it was easy for him to sense it as well. Even without using his spirit sense or the Severing Heart Sutra, Lin Mu could sense it. In fact, he felt as if he could even absorb the spirit qi straight from the air. Feeling curious, he tried that very thing. Tilde whirl tilde. The sound of wind blowing was heard, and Duan Qi abruptly halted. She knew that wind never blew in the courtyard unless the formation array artificially did that. But looking at the status of the formation array, no such thing had been triggered, which made her think of only one thing. She immediately turned around and saw the wind swirling around Lin Mu. She could clearly sense the wisps of spirit qi in the wind as they were absorbed by Lin Mu. This was already surprising to her, but with the ease that Lin Mu was absorbing the spirit qi only made her more shocked. Duan Qi knew this courtyard inside out and knew of every formation array that was placed on it. There were in fact around 100 formation arrays placed in this courtyard, which were in turn composed of many more individual formations. One of those formation arrays was a qi gathering formation array, which absorbed the qi from the atmosphere and ground of the real world and channeled it to this courtyard. There was another special function that was added to it with the virtue of another formation array. This formation array was a kind of identification array and helped verify the identity of persons. The way it did it was with the qi signature of a person. A qi signature was basically the unique traces that appeared in every person's qi due to the cultivation technique that they practiced. A cultivation technique not only gave a person's spirit qi a unique signature, but the person themselves would add small traces of their individuality to their spirit qi. While this was of little use most of the time, in situations such as these it was very important. When a qi gathering formation array was layered with an identification array, they combined to give a completely new effect. The effect was such that the qi that was gathered by the qi gathering array could only be utilized by the persons whose identity was registered in the identification array. If their identity was not registered, They would not be able to absorb the qi no matter what they did. But clearly, in front of Duan Qi, a big exception was present. Somehow Lin Mu was absorbing the spirit qi in the air, and that too without much effort. With the casual way he was walking, Duan Qi could tell that it was very easy for him. Even she herself could not do anything such as this, and would have to sit down to properly cultivate. But then more questions popped up in her mind. What kind of effect would it have on the formation array if the spirit qi was forcefully absorbed, even if the person was not registered in the formation? A lot of negative ideas pop up in Duan Qi's mind, and her face fell. Not wanting to take any chance, she hurriedly spoke up. "Stop, don't absorb the spirit qi," Duan Qi ordered. Lin Mu was astonished and snapped out of his own thoughts. He was engrossed in the feeling of spirit qi and had not noticed when Duan Qi turned around. Since this was the first time he had absorbed spirit qi with such an ease, he wanted to revel in the moment. In fact, in the few tens of seconds that Lin Mu had spent absorbing spirit qi, he had already gained over 100 wisps of spirit qi. The only time he had even gained spirit qi this fast was back when he absorbed the spirit qi from the spirit stones when he was helping Hai Yingji. "Huh, is there a problem?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling confused. "Yes, there is a problem. You can't just absorb the spirit qi here without our permission," Duan Qi answered, feeling slightly angered. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have consulted you before." Lin Mu apologized immediately. Tilde. Duan Qi harumphed before speaking. "Don't do it again," and then turned around to continue walking. Lin Mu rubbed the back of his head in helplessness and followed behind her. Along the way, he got a closer look at the flowers that were planted in the gardens. He could now tell that the fragrance was actually coming from these flowers, and he could even sense something else. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and observed the flowers with them. But when he did, he was surprised to find them filled with dense spirit qi. "These are spirit flowers," Lin Mu muttered to himself. "Yes, they are indeed spirit flowers, and looking at their numbers, it's an entire garden of them," Zhukong spoke in agreement. Lin Mu was amazed at them, as this was the first time he had seen them. The only other thing that he had seen that was rich in spirit qi like this was the purple grape-sized fruit he had eaten in the past. Still, the density of spirit qi in that fruit was unknown to him, as he did not have spirit sense back then. He could only estimate that it was perhaps on the same level. Eventually, both of them reached the entrance of the large mansion where an old man was standing. Chapter 193, Jiang Wei's Confusion. Jiang Wei was busy in cultivation the entire time, and when he woke up, he saw that his granddaughter was not there in hall. He checked the library where she usually spent her free time and did not find her there either, which was rather unexpected to him. Ever since the incidents, including the one with Lin Mu, Duan Qi had been obsessed with finding the clues to the identity of the hidden expert. Jiang Wei himself had been doing the same, but even his memory was betraying him. He could not recall if he had ever known of something like that before. He had scanned the old records of his clan, yet even after 2 entire months, he had barely been able to search in 30% of them. And this was when he had the help of his granddaughter as well. Still, after knowing that Duan Qi was not in the library, he checked the other parts of the mansions. It didn't take Jiang Wei much effort, as he just did a simple sweep of the entire mansion with his spirit sense. For a cultivator of his cultivation base, their spirit sense was massive. Even though his cultivation base was sealed by himself, and his full potential of spirit sense restricted, it was nothing for Jiang Wei to do such a task. Jiang Wei did not even wade through the rooms individually, but rather directly pierced through them with his spirit sense, the wall acting less than air. After learning that she wasn't in the mansion, he didn't worry as there wasn't anything that could harm them here. This courtyard was one of the heirloom treasures that had been refined by each head of the clan. It had hundreds of formation arrays inscribed into it, with many of them being defensive ones. Jiang Wei was confident that even with his sealed cultivation base, he would be able to hold off Dao-treading realm experts as long as he was in the courtyard. The entirety of the courtyard was actually a special spirit tool that was bordering on the level of an immortal tool. It was one of the few spirit tools in existence that were able to manipulate space and create a spatial dimension such as this. While it could not compare in size with the inheritance grounds of the top sex, which were similarly based in different spatial dimensions, there was one thing that put this courtyard above them all. While the top sex inheritance grounds were big, they were immobile. They could never be moved from the location they had been created at and would forever stay there. The only time they could be moved would be when it was the time for the destruction of that spatial dimension. Jiang Wei's clan had some information about the peculiarities of space and had learned from it that every space would one day collapse as it reaches its end. The biggest advantage of this courtyard was that it could be moved around. The courtyard was in a bubble-like space from where a connection could be formed to the real world. The secret to it was kept by Jiang Wei, and no one else knew about it, not even Duan Qi. Because of this very reason, he never doubted the safety of his granddaughter as long as she was in this courtyard. It wasn't like she had left the courtyard either, as he would have been alerted if the restrictions of the courtyard were lifted. Without his permission, no one could enter or leave the courtyard. Thus, the shock that Jiang Wei felt after discovering that there was a third person in the courtyard was terrifying, to say the least. Jiang Wei knew even better than Duan Qi and knew the level of danger they may be facing right now. In the thousands of years he had lived, he had learned and seen many things that others could only come to imagine. He knew the cultivators that would be able to do such a thing would be immensely strong. So strong that perhaps even with his cultivation unsealed, and the courtyard in his control, it would not be possible for him to resist. Such a person was none other than an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator. It was someone he definitely did not want to meet. He had the chance to experience their might before, and it was terrifying to say the least. He doubted he would be able to fight against one. But when he saw that Duan Qi and the other person were calmly walking without any sign of agitation, he was dumbstruck. Even more so when he recognized the person who was with his granddaughter. What? How? That was all Jiang Wei could say before he rushed out of the mansion and appeared at the entrance. There he finally confirmed with his own two eyes that it was Lin Mu who had appeared in the courtyard. Seeing that nothing bad was happening, Jiang Wei waited patiently till they reached him. He did not show a change of expression on his face, even though internally he was nervous. Lin Mu looked up at the old man, who looked the same as he was the last time he had seen him. Except this time he was wearing much better quality clothes and looked to be a proper cultivator. Back when he had seen Jiang Wei at the shop, he had been dressed in a robe that, while it was clean, still looked old. The one thing Lin Mu noticed seemed different was that Jiang Wei was no longer wearing the black beaded bracelet in his left hand. He then remembered that Jiang Wei had forcefully pulled on it and broken it apart. Only after doing that had he been able to return to normal after being affected by Senior Zukong's ward. Looking at Jiang Wei's face, Lin Mu could tell nothing and could only feel calmness on it. He was unaware that Jiang Wei was perhaps much more nervous than back when he fought in the war 1,000 years ago. Lin Mu walked forward and came to stand beside Duan Qi. He lifted his hands and cupped them in greetings. "Hello, Owner Jiang Wei." Lin Mu greeted respectfully. Chapter 194, Peculiarity of the Courtyard. Jiang Wei did not know how to respond at that moment and was at a loss. But to his fortune, Duan Qi was the next person to speak, and he did not have to respond first. "Grandfather," he was able to somehow find an opening in the formation array and entered the courtyard, Duan Qi informed. Many thoughts appeared in Jiang Wei's mind upon hearing that, and he began thinking of all possibilities. His train of thought went in the same direction as Duan Qi and arrived at the same conclusion as well. Seems like the being supporting him helped him, Jiang Wei thought. Jiang Wei took a deep breath before speaking. "And why did you come here? I reckon you understood that we were intentionally not allowing anyone here," Jiang Wei questioned. Although Jiang Wei felt a little scared at asking him like this, but he surmised that since the expert behind Lin Mu hadn't attacked them till now, it should be safe for now. In the past 2 months, he had also come to an understanding. Jiang Wei understood that what the being behind Lin Mu had done at that time was a mere warning. A show of power, to say the least. It was not even a threat. But considering the being's standing, Jiang Wei reckoned that it was to be expected. Powerful cultivators had eccentric personalities and habits. He himself could attest to it. He had lived for over 2,000 years now and knew that he had picked up some strange habits himself. He just attributed it to a natural thing that happened to most cultivators once they lived long enough. Jiang Wei had seen others that were on a similar level as him and had witnessed the same kind of eccentricities. He could only imagine a being that was who knows how many times more powerful and long-lived than them would act like. Still, since Lin Mu was already here, there wasn't much that he could do. I may as well clarify all things, Jiang Wei thought to himself. While Jiang Wei was thinking all this, only a couple of seconds had gone by. Lin Mu thought during that time and then decided to speak. He gave him the same explanation that he had given Duan Qi, except this time he added a few more details. With Senior Zhukang's suggestion, Lin Mu told them how he had discovered the formation with his spirit sense and had traced the entirety of it. He then told them that by doing that he found a way to make an opening and appeared here in the courtyard. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi couldn't help but think, the proverb stands true, a monster can only be created by a monster. They reckoned that, with a powerful backing such as his, Lin Mu must have had a lot of time and guidance to be able to do such a thing. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi finally realized another thing. Wait, he said spirit sense. Both of them exchanged a look and knew exactly what the other was thinking. Duan Qi tried to sense Lin Mu's cultivation and realized that while she could feel the faint waves of spirit qi from him showing that he was a cultivator, she could no longer sense any vital energy in his body. How is this possible? Did his body tempering realm cultivation regress? No, his physical condition is too good for that to be true. What could it be? Duan Qi wondered. Jiang Wei too was having similar thoughts. He had a brief thought about probing Lin Mu with his spirit sense to get a better idea, but then quickly remembered his previous misfortune. No longer daring to even think of that, he decided to get more information. We'll talk more inside, that would be more appropriate, Jiang Wei suggested. That's fine with me, Lin Mu replied while nodding his head. Soon Jiang Wei and Duan Qi brought Lin Mu to a hall. Along the way, Lin Mu got to see all the luxuries that were in the mansion and was amazed by them. The paintings, calligraphy scrolls, and statues all emanated spirit qi. Even the wood from which the walls and floor were made from emanated faint spirit qi, making him wonder what they were made from. Lin Mu could not even begin to imagine what all these materials were and how much they must have cost. He had never seen such luxury before, and the only thing that he had to compare it with was the town head's office. But that and this were completely different. If that was an opulent luxury, this seemed to be more sober. Everything was tasteful, and nothing seemed out of place or too much. All of this stuff, I can't even imagine. Lin Mu internally felt overwhelmed. Such is the world of cultivators, Lin Mu. From this, I can tell that these two have a powerful background in this world. I can actually identify some of the rare materials here. While they are common in the higher worlds, for a low-level world such as this, they are perhaps the epitome of luxury. Zhukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Not just this, but have you sensed anything peculiar here? Zhukang asked. Lin Mu tried to think over it, but could not understand what Senior Zhukang was asking. He curiously extended his spirit sense and scanned over the place. It was then that he got a familiar feeling from multiple places in the mansion, and not just that. He tried to extend his spirit sense out from the windows and sensed it out in the middle of the air as well. There are formation nodes everywhere, Lin Mu internally exclaimed. That's good, you realize that at least. Now, what more can you tell me when you feel this place? Zhukang further asked. Lin Mu tried hard but could not feel anything more. He probed all the items and even the walls, but all he could sense except for the formations was spirit qi. It was then that he realized it, and his eyes went wide. This place, The chi here is uniform, too uniform. Lin Mu answered. Chapter 195, Pseudo-Immortal Tool. Lin Mu sensed the spirit chi and found it to be quite stable. In fact, it was moving in a strangely harmonic way. It would flow from different channels and then return to the beginning. Lin Mu had seen something like this before, and it was in something that he owned. It was his short sword, which was a spirit weapon. This surprised Lin Mu as he had never expected this. Senior, this entire place, Lin Mu muttered. Yes, this is not just a minor plane, but rather an entire spirit tool. That too, a spirit tool that is bordering on the level of an immortal tool and is at a grade called as pseudo-immortal tool. Zhukang revealed. This was the first time Lin Mu had seen something that was this powerful. The closest item he had to this was his own spirit sword, but the difference was great between those two. Lin Mu had heard about pseudo-immortal tools from Senior Zhukang before and knew that they were one-peak grade spirit tools that were half a step in turning into an immortal tool. Though Lin Mu still did not know what was it that they lacked in order to become an immortal tool, and this was what made him curious. Senior, what is it that makes a spirit tool pseudo-immortal, and what is the that will turn it into an immortal tool? Lin Mu questioned. In order for a spirit tool to evolve into an immortal tool, what it needs is sentience, Zhukang answered. Sentience? But isn't a spirit tool or spirit weapon already sentient? Like that time when my short sword responded to me and formed the link. Lin Mu asked, feeling slightly confused. No, while your sword did react to you, that was but a basic instinct. The sentience I'm talking about is different. At that level, the spirit tool will become conscious of itself and will be able to think for itself, Zhukang explained. After hearing Zhukang's words, Lin Mu was amazed and wondered if he would ever get to see something like that. His mind then went back to the place they were in, as they had reached a hall while he was thinking about the courtyard. Jiang Wei reached in front of two large doors that were about 5 meters tall along with Duan Qi and Lin Mu. The doors automatically opened as he approached them, allowing the three of them to walk in without any hindrance. Lin Mu was fascinated by it and continued following them silently. After entering the hall, he could see the decorations in it. They were the same as the rest of the mansion, except for the large throne-like chair that was placed at the head of the hall. The chair was as if made from marble and had delicate carvings on it. At the front of the throne-like chair, there was a large table that was empty. On the sides of the table, one could see 4 more chairs. These chairs were smaller than the throne-like chair and were at a lower level than it. The hall was almost 50 meters long, Lin Mu guessed. But now that he had taken a look at it, he for some reason thought that it looked incomplete. It was as if there was something missing in it, but he couldn't place his finger on it. This is a royal hall. Looking at its design and the large throne-like chair, I would say this is where the head of organizations would have a meeting. Zhukang informed Lin Mu after sensing his thoughts. Lin Mu had never seen anything like this, not to mention that there was not a single house as big as this anywhere in his knowledge. Even back when he went to the Wu Lim city, the biggest building there was 10 times as small as this. Lin Mu could only guess that perhaps the royal palace would compare to this, but even then, there was a doubt in his heart that it would still not compare. He looked around in the hall and then realized what was missing from it. He had also heard Senior Zhukang's words and knew that it was used for meetings, and looking at the lack of chairs, it was evident that it was no longer used for that specific purpose. Lin Mu then realized. There seemed to be only 2 people in the entire mansion that was as big as this. So that is why it feels strange. There are simply no people to fill it, Lin Mu thought to himself. And as he thought this, the 3 of them reached the large table. Jiang Wei went to sit at the large throne-like chair, while Duan Qi went to sit on another smaller chair near it. Lin Mu understood what they were going to do and selected a chair to sit opposite to them. Jiang Wei sat down comfortably and let out a sigh that was reminiscent of fatigue. He then looked up at Lin Mu and thought for a moment before speaking. Now you can tell us why you are here, properly, Jiang Wei spoke. Lin Mu looked over at Duan Qi. and saw that she was looking at him with a curious look as well. As I said, I was just passing by and noticed a few strange things. I observed them with my spirit sense and found them to be formation nodes. I was confused at first, but then realized that it must be you people. At first, I was just curious and wanted to explore more on the formation, but I just ended up finding a way to open it up. Lin Mu spoke frankly. Upon hearing his answer, the corner of Duan Qi's lip could be seen twitching. What finding a way to open it up? It's clear that someone helped him. Duan Qi inwardly cursed. Jiang Wei listened to his words, but did not speak straight away. Instead, his attention was actually palled towards what Lin Mu had said. He used his spirit sense to observe the formation arrays of the courtyard. What level is his spirit sense that he can even attempt that? Even Duan Qi shouldn't be able to do it. Jiang Wei thought to himself with astonishment. Chapter 196, Myriad Armament Canopy Abode. Jiang Wei thought it over and decided that it would be better if he didn't ask further, as if it really was someone else that helped him. Then perhaps they preferred to stay in the dark and did not want to be revealed. He had also come to the same conclusion as Duan Qi, as he could not believe that it would be possible for someone that was in the Qi refining realm. Even someone that was at the nascent soul stage and was a formation master would take a long time to analyze a single formation, not to mention an entire array. It was even more difficult in the case of the courtyard, as there was not one, but rather hundreds of formation arrays layered together. Lin Mu was simply looking at Jiang Wei as he stayed silent. Seeing that he was not speaking anything, Lin Mu was now feeling awkward. Wanting to break the awkward silence, he decided to ask something. This is a nice courtyard, and the mansion is even better. I would have never guessed that something like this would ever be in a small town such as the northern town. A pseudo-immortal tool is indeed amazing. Lin Mu spoke. Jiang Wei and Duan Qi's eyes went wide as they heard Lin Mu guess the truth about the courtyard. What? How do you know about this? Duan Qi questioned with shock. I just sensed its uniform spirit qi, and considering the hundreds of formations arrays on it, I guess that it must be a pseudo-immortal tool, not to mention that it is also able to manipulate space. Lin Mu truthfully answered. Lin Mu would not have said something like this usually, but he had been suggested this by Senior Zukong. He said to him that this will show his capabilities to the due of granddaughter and grandfather. Besides, they had always helped him until now and hadn't actually harmed him, thus he thought that it would be good to develop a relationship with them. Even Zukong was in approval of this, as he too was at a loss about this world. While he had endless knowledge about many worlds, it was still impossible for him to know about everything. This world also had too many mysteries which made him confused, and he reckoned that it would be better to ask someone that would be more knowledgeable. The first candidates in his mind were actually the High Core, but he later rejected seeing their dedication to their Lord. For an unknown person like that, he did not want to leave it up to luck, thus decided that Jiang Wei would be a better choice. Pub future ads. 1. They had already had a few interactions before, granted that the last one may have been a bad one, but it was nothing that they could not fix. The second, that they had been surprisingly accommodation of Lin Mu for some reason. The third reason was that Zukong was confident that after the little scare he gave them back then, they would never think of doing anything even close to threatening Lin Mu. Zukong was also suspicious of Jiang Wei's cultivation base and could estimate that he was at the Dao Shell realm at the very least. A cultivator that was at a stage as high as that in a low-leaved world should be knowledgeable about many things that common cultivators didn't know. Jiang Wei let out another sigh as he heard Lin Mu reveal the truth about the courtyard. So you know about pseudo-immortal tools as well. That is impressive. Jiang Wei praised in a helpless tone. Lin Mu was still looking at him with the same casual look as before and did not react to his words. Does this place have a name? I mean, it should write, it is after all a pseudo-immortal tool, Lin Mu asked. It does indeed. It is called as the Myriad Armament Canopy Abode, Jiang Wei answered. Hearing the name, Lin Mu felt a little impressed. He thought that the name did suit a pseudo-immortal tool. He wanted to ask what it could actually do, but decided against that, as it would not be good to ask that straight away. Was that all? Is that why you came here? Duan-Ki asked, feeling a little underwhelmed. She had been having so many thoughts about how things could go bad, and she was nervous about them. But now that she saw Lin Mu sitting here calmly and interacting with them, she didn't know what to do. She couldn't believe that he had no hidden intentions. I actually do, Lin Mu replied. See, I knew it, Duan-Ki thought to herself. I wanted to ask you if you have a spear that is a spirit weapon, Lin Mu asked. Huh, Duan-Ki responded, feeling a little dumbfounded. Heh. Jiang Wei let out a laugh. Lin Mu heard it and was a little surprised at his laughter and wondered what it was about. So you broke in through the defenses of a pseudo-immortal tool to ask us for something like this? If those old elders of the sects were ever to listen to this, they would spit blood. Good, very good, Jiang Wei spoke in a jovial tone. Even Duan-Ki was astonished at her grandfather's reaction and wondered if he was fine. So you say you want a new spirit weapon, eh? Why do you want it? Is the spirit sword I gave you not up to your expectations? Jiang Wei asked. About that, I almost forgot. Thank you for giving me such a precious thing for cheap. I don't know why you did, but thank you. And yes, the short sword is great. It has been very useful to me. Lin Mu replied in a grateful tone. Jiang Wei placed his hand on his chin and stroked his unruly beard as if he was thinking. All right. If you want a new spirit weapon, I'll give you one. But first, you have to pass my test. I won't give you one easily. Jiang Wei spoke in a teasing tone. Chapter 197, Jiang Wei asks for a test. Lin Mu looked at Jiang Wei with the same resolve he had and did not feel strange about this. He had already experienced the way that Jiang Wei tested him before and was confident that he would easily pass it, but had never expected that he would be suggesting something else. But the test will be you fighting my granddaughter Duan-Ki, Jiang Wei declared. Lin Mu felt surprised at this and didn't know what to think of this. He had a little idea that this could be a choice, but had little expectations about it. In fact, even Senior Zukong had not expected this and had told him that he would be testing him the same way he had done before that. What is he thinking? I thought he wanted to hide their identities and capabilities. Seems like it doesn't matter to him anymore. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Not only were Lin Mu and Zukong surprised by this, but Duan-Ki herself was too. She had not expected for her grandfather to suggest this. In her mind, her grandfather had always been calculative and careful and never the one to take the risks. But what he had just suggested had overturned that idea that she had in her mind, though she could understand his perspective on this. They had already known that Lin Mu had a certain kind of protection on him, and the previous method was likely to be useless. Thus Jiang Wei decided to use this method. It was a rather straightforward method and would ensure that they actually got the proper results. This way they would not be the only losing party, and Lin Mu would have to reveal his fighting strength as well. Let's see how good is the kid that a being such as that will take him under his wing, Jiang Wei thought to himself. All right, I accept, but how do we go about this? Lin Mu finally replied. It will be straightforward. I know you are not in the core condensation realm and thus will be mismatched against Duan-Ki. Hence, all you need to do is last for 5 minutes against her, and I will declare you a winner, Jiang Wei explained. Lin Mu could not find any doubts about it, and neither did Duan-Ki have any apprehensions with it. In fact, she had not fought properly in a while and was now looking forward to it. I wonder if he will be able to make me use my full strength, Duan-Ki thought to herself. At first, she thought she would be overestimating Lin Mu, but then remembered what kind of person she was against. But still, to get a more accurate idea and ensure that it was fair, she decided to ask Lin Mu about it. What is your cultivation base, though? I don't want to be unfair, Duan-Ki spoke up. Lin Mu felt a little good in his heart that Duan-Ki actually thought of this and did not start right away, though he would have not minded it either way. He had lasted against a wave of spirit beasts and a core condensation beast for about an hour. Lin Mu thought that it would be easy for him to last mere 5 minutes against Duan Qi. Don't be overconfident. Remember, this is not a beast you're fighting, and neither is she a half-baked cultivators like the ones you've been fighting. She has a proper foundation and would be a tough match. If you don't focus, you will no doubt lose. Zhukang chided immediately as soon as he sensed Lin Mu's thoughts. Lin Mu was a little taken aback by Senior Zhukang's harsh tone, but then realized the meaning behind it. I'm sorry, Senior. I will keep your advice in my mind. Lin Mu apologized. That's good. Now focus on your opponent. I won't help you this time. I want to see how you fare against a well-trained cultivator as well, Zhukang declared. Lin Mu's eyes brightened with determination, and he wanted to make Senior Zhukang proud. He had taken it upon his heart to defeat Duan Qi now, and would try to defeat her at any price that he could. In fact, Lin Mu was wondering if he should use his skills that were bestowed by the ring. No, you shall not use them. This will be a fight of pure prowess. I can guess what that man Jiang Wei is thinking. He wants to assess your skill level and wants to see if you're worthy of a spirit weapon, perhaps. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu heard his words and was surprised by some parts. Senior, you mean? Lin Mu muttered. Yes, he may be thinking of giving you a spear at the same level as your short sword. Zhukang interrupted. Lin Mu had never expected that this would be the case. He would be happy with a normal low-grade spirit spear for now, and did not mind if he would be getting one. But now that he had the hope that he would be getting one on the same level as his spirit sword, he was motivated even more. Lin Mu had learned from Senior Zhukang about the grades of spirit weapons and knew how much of a difference they can make in the long run. Although Lin Mu could not use the full potential of his short sword right now with his current cultivation level, he knew that it will be much more useful later on. Senior Zhukang had told him that according to his estimation, low-grade spirit weapons should be the most common in this world and should be the basic level weapon that a cultivator used. The mid-grade spirit weapon was something that rich core condensation and nascent soul cultivators would use, while high-grade weapons would be used by cultivators that were either rich nascent soul cultivators or Dao shell realm cultivators. As for the peak-grade weapons, it was likely that only Dao treading realm cultivators had access to them. Chapter 198. The test begins. The hierarchy was the same for spirit tool as well, and would be the same for a lot of other things such as pills and formations. Of course, there were exceptions to it, but those were only up to a certain extent. One of them was the 4 vessels restoration pill that Lin Mu had. It was a mid-grade healing alchemical pill that was effective on everyone from mere mortals to core condensation realm cultivators. That was also the reason why it was so expensive and rare, as it would take a mid-grade spirit alchemist to manufacture those. Even for a low-grade alchemist, the basic requirement was that they needed to be able to ignite their chi flame. Doing so was a difficult task that would require huge stores of spirit chi, and would only be possible for peak chi refining realm cultivators at the very least. And that was not all, as becoming an alchemist also involved a ton of learning. One had to learn a mountain of texts to gain an understanding about herbs and pills. Their knowledge revolved around the efficacy of the herbs, their medicinal properties, their dosages, and their refinement process. A similar picture came into the view when one considered the other professions of the cultivators, such as the formation masters, weapon forgers, and spirit tool refiners. The difficulty only increased as one became more involved. Though don't get your hopes all the way up. There is still a chance that he may not give you a weapon of that grade. We do not know Jiang Wei's true identity, but I can guess that he is either a weapon forger or a spirit tool refiner. There is no other way he would be so knowledgeable about weapons otherwise, and his control on a pseudo-immortal tool like the myriad armament canopy abode only affirms my belief, Zhukang advised Lin Mu. Lin Mu silently nodded and showed that he fully understood Zhukang's words. While this entire conversation had happened between Lin Mu and Senior, Zhukang, mere 5 seconds had actually passed in real time. Pub future ads. When Duan Qi saw Lin Mu nod his head, she thought that he was responding to her about her previous inquiry. Lin Mu knew that he should not stall anymore and replied quick. I am currently in the late stage of the qi refining realm, Lin Mu answered truthfully. Duan Qi was inwardly expecting something like this and was thus not shocked. Lin Mu's previous revelations had already tested her wits, and she had simply increased her expectations by a few levels. But these very few levels in the eyes of common cultivators would be a mountain to compare to. Jiang Wei, meanwhile, had not changed his expression and was looking as if he had already expected this outcome. He knew for sure that Lin Mu was not in the core condensation realm, which left him with two viable options, the late stage of qi refining realm or the peak stage. Knowing that Lin Mu could use the spirit sense beforehand helped him in devising this conclusion. Even Jiang Wei himself, in his thousands of years of life, had not seen a single cultivator that could refine their spirit sense before the late stage of the qi refining realm. According to their belief, having dense and saturate spirit qi was one of the basic requirements of refining spirit qi. It was a pity that they did not know Lin Mu was not doing it in the conventional way. He did not even have a true cultivation technique, to be honest. If Jiang Wei was to know this fact, he would rather doubt his ancestors that believe this. Follow me, this place is not suitable for a spar, Jiang Wei said, and gestured for Lin Mu to follow him. Duan Qi and Lin Mu followed behind him as he took them to a different hall that was much wider than the previous one. While the previous one was longer than this, it did not have the same area as this. Lin Mu looked around and could see the solid stone floor underneath him. This was completely different than the rest of the mansion, which only had wooden floors. Even the walls of this room seemed to be reinforced with metal in places. Lin Mu's curiosity was ignited, and he extended his spirit sense to observe the hall. His findings were amazing to him. The hall was covered in tens of formations, the design of which Lin Mu found to be different. This is a reinforcement formation whose function is to contain all the forces that are inflicted on it. The walls are specifically made as well. Do you see those metal parts on the walls? Zhu Kang spoke up. Yes, Senior, I do, Lin Mu replied hurriedly. Guess what metal they are made of. You have already seen it before, Zhu Kang questioned in a mentoring tone. Lin Mu thought for a bit before he linked the defensive features of the hall with what Senior Zhu Kang had just said. It is the heavy depths iron ore, Lin Mu answered. Correct, the heavy depths iron ore has been refined and combined with the wooden wall to contain spirit qi attacks. This means that while you can't use the skill bestowed upon you by the ring, you can use the skills Tai you learned yourself, including the basic strength amplification by your spirit sword. Zhu Kang spoke in a suggestive tone. Lin Mu immediately grasped what he meant, and ideas started forming in his mind. Lin Mu had not used the full potential of his spirit swords as it was too strong, and he would simply split apart all enemies that he had encountered until now. He had even tested the short sword on the heavy depths iron ore chunk that he himself had and had cut it apart. But according to Senior Zhu Kang, he did not have to worry about it right now as it should be properly refined. Lin Mu and Duan Qi stood on the opposite sides of the hall and entered an offensive stance before Jiang Wei spoke. Start, Chapter 199, The Spar. Lin Mu unsheathed the short sword that was hanging from his waist and entered an attacking stance. Duan Qi similarly extended her hand, and her spirit sword appeared in her hand. She let go of the sword and it kept floating in the air. Duan Qi then extended her index finger and middle finger together, as if it were a sword, and pointed forward. Her spirit sword that was floating in front of her changed direction, and the point of the sword was now pointing towards Lin Mu. The spirit sword Duan Qi was using was longer than Lin Mu's and was a normal-sized sword. It was about 60 centimeters long and was decorated with a tassel at its handle. Its hilt was made in the shape of two leaves curling around the base of the blade, while there was the pattern of a lily on its handle. Compared to Duan Qi's sword, Lin Mu's was shorter, and its design was also rather mundane. If not for the visible good craftsmanship that could be felt from the aura that the blade exuded, One would think that it was any common short sword that could be found at a blacksmith. Lin Mu looked at Duan Qi and saw that she was using her spirit sense to control the spirit sword instead of using it to fight directly. Lin Mu had also learned how to do it by now, but barely had any opportunities to do so. In most of the fights he had been in, he had finished it rather quickly using his skills in tandem with his sword. Senior Zhukong had taught him that the best way to fight was to end it as quickly as possible. No matter who the opponent was, it was better to use your full potential. Even a lion used all his strength to hunt a rabbit. Lin Mu had taken this to heart and thus had finished all fights quickly and efficiently. The only fight that had lasted long was when he was battling the pack of the steel-back wolves. But even then, that was only due to there being too many opponents. Otherwise, Lin Mu was still killing the individual steel-back wolves at a quick pace. Duan Qi stared at Lin Mu and their eyes met. She decided to make the first move and gestured in a slashing manner, putting her fingers to her chest and then slashing outward. Her spirit sword followed the same gesture and went flying forward. Lin Mu kept his eyes trained on the sword's path and skillfully dodged it while moving forward. Duan Qi gestured again and the sword turned back, going towards Lin Mu's back now. Lin Mu himself was running towards Duan Qi and knew that if he defeated her first, the fight would end. Still, he was able to sense that the sword was coming towards his back with his spirit sense, and used his short sword to block it. Tilde clang tilde. Metal clashed against metal as a sharp sound spread in the hall. Lin Mu felt the impact of the swords and was pushed back. That was strong. It's better if I just dodge her strikes, otherwise the impact will knock me off the path. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Maneuvering under the spirit sword that was still trying to pierce him, Lin Mu deflected it to the opposite direction. Duan Qi gestured upwards, and the sword turned to face Lin Mu again, but he was ready this time. Channeling spirit qi into the short sword, he slashed at the very moment that it was about to clash with him. Tilde swish tilde. A different sound was heard this time, as the force contained within Lin Mu's short sword was greater. Duan Qi's spirit sword was knocked back and got slammed into the back of the wall. Duan Qi's eyes went wide as she saw this. What? How much spirit qi did he amplify the short sword with? Nearly half of the spirit qi I stored in my spirit sword is already depleted from this. Seems like I'll need to take this more seriously. Duan Qi thought to herself with shock. Jiang Wei was looking at this and nodded his head. Seems like my old sword has accepted him and is now attenuated with him, Jiang Wei thought. After knocking the sword away, Lin Mu kept on running towards Duan Qi. Before he was halted midway and even had to take a few steps back, but now he was gaining on her again. This time, though, Duan Qi moved herself. She started moving towards Lin Mu and gestured in a calling manner. Her spirit sword that had fallen onto the ground shot back and returned to her hand at a blinding speed. The speed was even fast for Lin Mu to see clearly, and he only observed it due to his spirit sense. Although Lin Mu's spirit sense was about 80 meters long now, it still couldn't cover the entirety of the hall that was about 100 meters in length and breadth. Still, with his spirit sense, a majority of the area of the hall was covered, and he was able to observe most things within it. Lin Mu's eyes went back to Duan Qi, and he found that she was at a mere hand's distance from him and was about to slash at him. What the? Lin Mu uttered as he quickly brought his short sword forward to block the blow. Tilde clang tilde. The force this time was even more great as Lin Mu nearly lost hold of his short sword. You need to do better than that. I won't hold back anymore, Duan Qi declared with a sharp gaze. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he tightened the grip on his short sword. A smile appeared on his face as his eyes light up with fervor. All right, this will be my first time fighting like this as well. I never get the opportunity before. Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone before quickly taking a back step while strengthening his legs with spirit qi and vital energy. This amplified the force generated by his leg muscles, and he shot backward 5 meters away. Duan Qi withdrew her stance and was now pointing the spirit sword diagonally towards the ground. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a brief moment before opening them. His lips started to move, and strange chants started to come out of his mouth. Chapter 200, The End of the Test. Duan Qi looked on at Lin Mu with slight apprehension in her eyes. For a moment there, she had thought that it was her grandfather standing in front of her, and not Lin Mu. The aura that had appeared on Lin Mu was now completely different from before. It was as if she was seeing her grandfather back in his peak, ready to fight against 1,000 enemies. "What is he doing?" Duan Qi whispered to herself. Lin Mu looked at Duan Qi with a sharp gaze, and it felt as if hundreds of blades were dancing at this moment within it. Duan Qi finally felt the effect. Her gaze went dull. The Severing Heart Sutra was working. "Now," Lin Mu shouted in his heart as he threw his short sword forward. Jiang Wei too was astounded by this change, and wondered what had just happened to Lin Mu. This change in demeanor. Is he starting to develop sword intent? Jiang Wei muttered to himself as he kept on looking, not wanting to miss a single moment. Lin Mu's short sword kept flying toward Duan Qi and was now very close. Duan Qi felt as if she was in a daze and could not respond for a moment. She could see the short sword flying towards her but could not respond. "That's it, just a little more," Lin Mu thought. Just when the short sword was about to pierce Duan Qi's shoulder. Tilde clang tilde. Sparks flew as her spirit sword came forward to block it. Duan Qi returned to her normal self at that moment and looked at the short sword in front of her with fear in her eyes. "How did he, or what did he do?" she muttered to herself. But this only lasted an instant as she quickly regained her poise. Anger appeared on her face as flames danced within her eyes. Duan Qi was finally angry that she was close to being defeated by someone that was an entire cultivation realm below her. "Damn it," she cursed internally while gritting her teeth. A wave of air spread out from her as spirit qi in the hall swirled around her. Duan Qi took hold of her spirit sword that was still blocking Lin Mu's short sword and forcefully hurled it away. She moved at a lightning speed, and her legs could only be seen as a blur. She appeared next to Lin Mu in the next second and slashed at him. Lin Mu was currently unarmed and did not have his short sword as it had been hurled to the other side of the hall. He was surpassed at Duan Qi's speed, but did not lose his composure. Just as her spirit sword was about to cut him, he withdrew the large tower shield he had in his ring. Lin Mu had not used it for a while, and the last time was back when he defended Hai Wan and Hai Bao against the assassin's bolts. An even louder sound was heard as sparks flew. Tilde crack 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 tilde. The large tower shield that Lin Mu had just used to defend against Duan Qi's sword cracked. While the cut itself was blocked by the shield, the force of it still traveled through his arm, and he felt pain in it. "Oh, heavens, she is angry," Lin Mu internally spoke. Duan Qi was unfaded at the appearance of the tower shield and swung her sword again, but this time the shield could not bear it. Tilde crumble tilde. The tower shield broke into multiple pieces as they were spread all around the ground. This time, though, Lin Mu had not borne the brunt of the impact, as at the very last moment he had let go of the shield and moved to the side. The pieces of the tower shield were now scattered all around the hall, and Lin Mu was unarmed again. Duan Qi gripped her sword harder and lunged forward to strike, but suddenly her spirit sense discovered the short sword that was flying towards her from her blind spot. Lin Mu had been controlling the short sword this entire time, and was only wanting to get close enough so that his spirit sense could connect with it. Duan Qi twirled and dodged the incoming blade and refocused her attention on Lin Mu. They trained their eyes on each other as Lin Mu's short sword came to float above him. Duan Qi thought that he was going to attack straightway, but was a little surprised as a spear appeared in his hands. It was the very spear that he had bought from her along with the tower shield back then. "What is he doing?" Duan Qi thought, and was then interrupted by the flying short sword. By now Lin Mu's spirit qi had been depleted by more than half, and he did not want to take any more chances. "Let's get this over with," Lin Mu muttered and lunged forward with the spear in his hand. Duan Qi deflected the short sword and blocked the spear tip. But just as she blocked it, the spear disappeared, making her lose her balance due to the change in momentum. Replacing the spear now was an axe. Lin Mu spun around as the axe came creasing towards Duan Qi's waist. She blocked the axe forcefully, making its blade break and the handle snap. She then raised her spirit sword upwards, blocking the short sword that slashed from another direction. Lin Mu threw the remnant of the axe away and pulled out a long sword instead, using that to fight Duan Qi. Their battle continued in this manner as countless hits were exchanged. Lin Mu would keep on switching the weapons, while the short sword would continue to attack Duan Qi. His motive was to distract her with his normal weapons while getting an opening with the short sword. Jiang Wei was looking at the entire exchange with amusement in his eyes. By now, he had realized what Lin Mu was doing, and that he was using the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He has indeed grown a lot during these few months. Even the 1,000 armament blade scripture that a lot of the geniuses of my clan could not learn after years is being used by him efficiently. Although there are still many flaws in his technique, there is no doubt that he is a hidden talent. Jiang Wei spoke to himself in a content tone. "Stop," Jiang Wei shouted. "The time is up. Lin Mu is the winner," he declared.